What's going on, everyone? Phil here for KO Gaming, and I'm back from a 4-day trip to the city of Seattle. Now, I actually live in Seattle, but I'm in the outskirts. I'm in a small suburb that isn't in the main city area. In fact, I live roughly around 45 minutes to an hour from where all the happening stuff is in Seattle. For example, the Space Needle or the Pike Place Market or the waterfront. Those are all things that are neat and kind of well known as touristy stuff in the area, but I don't live nearby that. So, being that I wanted to take a little bit of a mini vacation, I spent 4 days with my girlfriend going around the city of Seattle and doing all the touristy stuff. But in addition, we figured this would be the perfect opportunity to check out Pokemon Go in a big city environment. What you're going to see following is a slideshow of different pictures that I took around the city of Seattle while playing Pokemon Go, showing you my different experiences with the game and kind of outlining my day-to-day progress over the course of the week. Now, please be a little bit forgiving of me here because I don't know how to take video on my iPhone 6s yet, and in addition to that, Pokemon Go eats so much of the battery life of your phone that if I were actually going to take video while trying to play this game, I probably would have had to have several backup batteries with me in order to get it happening. So really, I think the best way to go is just to go with a slideshow, so that's what you're going to see. Without further ado, here's my Pokemon Go experience over the past week. First off, I think it needs to be said that some people are a lot more lucky than others when it comes to playing Pokemon Go. This is the view from my actual house in-game. There is nothing, no Pokestops, no gyms, and no wild Pokemon anywhere near me. In fact, I could probably walk about a mile in any direction before I'll even get close to seeing anything in-game. So apparently, Pokemon Go is not a huge thing in my local neighborhood. So, when I was going to Seattle, I said this will be my opportunity to check out this game for the very first time and hopefully get some real action. So actually, the night before that I knew I was going to be going into the city, I actually put down a piece of incense, which summons Pokemon to your house. Basically, you don't have to walk around, the Pokemon come to you. And over the course of that night, I caught about 4 wild Pokemon and a few different ones where I actually were able to transfer them to the professor, so he gave me extra candy for each of those Pokemons so that I could level up the existing ones that I had. And this is a screenshot of what I actually had by the end of that very first night before I actually set out for the city. And so, after a quick breakfast at IHOP, my girlfriend and I set out on the road to Seattle. Now, if you want to see any of our actual vlogging of our trip, you can see that over on my other channel, The King of Hate Vlogs, where I uploaded over 60 separate vlogs of all kinds of different stuff that we ran into, including showing off our 60 separate vlogs of all kinds of different stuff that we ran into, including showing off our
60 videos.
Right here, you can see this is our setup. I actually had my laptop set up next to our big screen TV, and we were able to watch DVDs all week on the big TV, which was pretty awesome. We got caught up on a lot of anime and stuff that we've been watching lately, as well as having some pretty awesome views from walking around the city and seeing some cool stuff. Our first night, we decided to check out an Italian restaurant called the Pink Door. It's actually a restaurant that doesn't have its name on the front. It's a little bit of a swanky hipster style joint, and I ended up having some pretty awesome food, including grilled octopus, which I never had before, as well as this really awesome Alaskan halibut chef
like your
special,
hipster style
and
joints?
this amazing berry turnover dessert. Now, as we were eating all of this, a crazy show was going on with some girl who was swinging from the rafters doing acrobatic acts. I really didn't know what the heck was happening. On with some girl who was swinging from the rafters doing acrobatic acts. I really didn't know what the heck was happening. On with some girl who was swinging from the rafters doing acrobatic acts. I really didn't know what the heck was happening. But while we were there, we opened up our Pokemon Go. Sad to say, it just didn't work. It was having server errors, and we weren't really able to find anything in the game. So this first night out, we really weren't able to do much, at least when we went out for dinner. But when we went back to our hotel room that night, there was a totally different story. We actually realized there were 3 Pokestops sitting directly next to our hotel, which at least at one of which we were in radius of at any time, so we could continuously activate a Pokestop. I decided to put a lure on that Pokestop, which attracted wild Pokemon. And then the chaos began. While we were watching Monday Night Raw and I was having a drink, the Pokemon started coming to us non-stop. Of course, it started off with low-level ones like Weedle, who invaded our bed while I was sitting there, but it was pretty much a non-stop onslaught of Pokemon I'd never even seen in the game before, because the game hadn't worked for me previously. It was so awesome that I caught so many Pidgeys, I was actually able to evolve my Pidgey into a Pidgeotto just that very first night of playing for about 3 hours in bed, which was pretty damned awesome. What you can see here is a listing of all the Pokemon that I had after only that first night of playing, which is pretty crazy when you really think about it. Just putting down a lure next to 3 Pokestops can lure this wide variety of Pokemon to you, and it was really a lot of fun. I leveled up tons of levels while we were watching wrestling and anime, and it was just an overall really good time. It accentuated our vacation experience for that first day. Now, something really funny that happened actually happened later that night when I had to use the restroom, and all of a sudden, I was getting attacked while on the can. In fact, right here, you can see 3 pictures of Pokemon that attacked me in our bathroom, and I actually caught them while taking a dump. Pretty funny, pretty interesting that can happen, and then in addition to that, I was able to evolve 3 other Pokemon that same day, simply because there were so many that I had in my inventory at that point. As you can see here, I even went to the Pidgeot level of Pidgey, so the 3rd and final level, and then here's another kind of running inventory of the Pokemon that I had in my inventory by the end of that very first night. Pretty crazy and pretty out of control. The next day, we woke up refreshed now that we had already been settled into our hotel for the night. We had a night full of Pokemon catching under our wing. We were actually heading off to the Space Needle and the Chihuly Glass Gardens and the Pacific Science Center, that general area that's known as Seattle Center, right at the center of the downtown city. It was a beautiful
Seattle
day.
Center at the center.
And as we walked over, we opened up our Pokemon Go, and lo and behold, the Seattle Center is rife with Pokemon content. There were little stops everywhere. There was gym battles going on. In fact, the actual Space Needle itself was a Pokemon gym where there was insane amounts of Pokemon battles going on. It was pretty out of control, and quite honestly, it actually got a little out of hand where we were trying to catch Pokemon left and right, and they were showing up in the walkways where people were trying to walk between these things, and it could be kind of daunting, especially when you're fighting certain Pokemon like the Zubat that likes to dodge pretty often. You know, trying to do this out in the open and people are staring at you like, what are you doing with your phone? Are you stupid? But it was actually quite fun, and it's a hotbed. If you do go to Seattle, I recommend check out Seattle Center, especially if you're into Pokemon Go, you're going to end up catching a ton of stuff. So anyway, we ended up going from the Space Needle over to the Pacific Science Center, and we checked out this really cool Lego exhibit. I strongly recommend if you go there within the next month or so, it's still going to be up. It's some really awesome artistic style stuff done with Legos, and I really think you'll like that exhibit. They didn't even let us film in there, but I was able to take a few pics that I integrated into the video here. But while we were there, we also went into the museum-style wing of the Pacific Science Center, and then the Pokemon attacked. And wild waves of Psyducks and Staryus and Oddishes and all kinds of Pokemon kind of just jumped in front of us. Even one glitched out. There was a Spearow, excuse me, that jumped in front of me, and it actually glitched out my game where you got extremely close to the camera, and the game just kind of conked out, and I had to restart it. But there were tons of Pokemon overall that we actually caught while we were out that day, and it was pretty crazy. Later that evening, we decided to go out for dinner again, and as we were walking, my first egg ever hatched, and inside was a Pikachu, which was pretty cool, because I hadn't actually run into one up to that point. So then we sat down at Rocco's. If you're not aware, Rocco's is a really awesome pizzeria that makes New York-style pizza. And let me tell you, being from the East Coast and only moving to the West Coast 2 years ago, I crave East Coast-style pizza because no one out here makes it. This is the only place we've actually found that makes a New York-style pie. It's absolutely amazing. It's very expensive, but it's worth every single dollar. So as we sat down, we had some pretty awesome drinks, some really, really delicious food. We opened up our Pokemon Go games to realize there were 3
Pokemon Go
food. We opened up our Pokemon Go games to realize there were 3 other Pokestops right next to the restaurant. So we put down a lure or 2. We were constantly hitting these Pokestops. We were catching tons and tons of Pokemon and adding them to our inventory. So again, we were able to get tons of Pokemon just by sitting and kind of doing stuff you would normally do on a vacation. It was kind of dual use of our time while we were waiting for our food. We were playing this really fun game, and
of
things
our
worked out
time.
really well. Later on that night, again in the hotel room, we were watching some Dragon Ball, and as we were doing that, we put down some more lures on the local Pokestops, and again, the Pokemon kept coming and coming and coming. What you're going to see here is the day 2 kind of recap of what Pokemon I had in my inventory. As you can see, every single day, my Pokemon inventory drastically changed because of the wide amount of Pokemon that were available in all of these different areas. Pretty sweet, and by the end of that day, I had a pretty formidable repertoire of Pokemon under my wing. Day 3 started with a bang. We went out once again to get some yummy food for breakfast. Found a cool local eatery.
This is really weird.
Like CJ's or something like that. And it was pretty good. I got Eggs Benedict. As we were sitting there, we played a little bit of Pokemon Go, although admittedly there wasn't too much going on in that area. And then we walked down to the waterfront. Now, there's a lot of stuff down at the waterfront of Seattle, including Pike Place Market. One of the places that I absolutely love at Pike Place Market is called Golden Age Collectibles. They sell comic books, they sell manga, they have all kinds of pop culture stuff.
This is a pretty weird video. It's just, a lot of it is just his adventure in Seattle. I think I've seen this before, but it was quite a long time ago. I don't know.
In their posters, really they actually have movie scripts that you can buy and read and collect, and it's a really awesome.
If there was like video in this video, this could be a better video. You know what I'm saying? This could be like a vlog style video. If he had fancy editing, this could actually have blown up. But you know.
I strongly recommend you check it out at Pike Place Market if you do ever go there. So we walked around there. We also walked down to the waterfront and checked out the aquarium. It was pretty awesome. The one bummer, though,
hey, otters.
Pokemon Go didn't work all day while we were at the market and we were at the aquarium. It just didn't work
Big
whatsoever.
ups.
So unfortunately, even though we spent a whole day out where we may have found some unique stuff, we got nothing out of it because the servers wouldn't connect and we got nothing but errors every time we tried to open the game. Later that night, we decided to actually stay nearby our hotel to get some food. We went to a next-door burger bar called Relish, and I got one of the most insane burgers I think I've ever gotten in my entire life, the mac and cheese burger, which was delicious, but impossible.
All right, we're moving on. Let's go to the end because I remember this part being pretty good.
That is, if you're in a major city,
these are his tips for playing.
It was a pretty crazy variety. Oh yeah, and by the end, I actually had gotten another Chansey because my second 10-kilometer egg hatched. So now I actually have 2 different Chanseys and I have like 29 candies for them. Okay. So I can evolve one of them to be like insanely high HP and just be a crazy damage sponge if and when I ever run into another Poke Center. So here's some overall tips that I think I learned during my time in Seattle playing Pokemon Go. Number 1, play it safe. And what I mean by that is, if you're in a major city, chances are you're going to find enough Pokestops and enough gyms to have a lot of Pokemon around at all times. Using lures, you definitely shouldn't need to actually go out.
Oh yeah, I remember watching this. This is such a weird thing. Only play it when you go out on vacation / holiday. He's saying, like, don't play it.
Too much money.
Dude, thank you, Jay Wessow, so much.
Hey, babe.
Thank you so much for becoming a member. Also, guys, I am sick. My throat is shot, okay? I'm choking. But it's okay. Anyways, this is a weird rule. It's just, like, don't play it unless it's a special occasion. As if the game, I don't know, that's a fucking weird thing to say.
Wild Pokemon. I've heard all these horror stories of people falling off of cliffs, getting hit by cars, and quite honestly, I don't understand how that's possible, because if you just use a lure or an incense or whatever, the Pokemon come to you. Now, I know that a lot of people may not want
Yeah, every word is uppercase. What the fuck? Is that just the font? No, it can't
want
be.
To put any money into the game or play it enough that you can earn these items for free, but I found that using these items greatly accentuated my gameplay experience. Never did we really walk out of our way to follow the footprints of a Pokemon and try to catch one that we didn't have. They pretty much all came to us during the course of the normal stuff we were doing during our tourism trip. So my recommendation is don't go out of your way to play Pokemon Go. Make Pokemon Go become integrated into your already existing routine.
Pokemon Go
if you go
on
to
vacation.
Restaurants, if you go to work, if you go to these things, those are the times that maybe you should be playing Pokemon Go, and don't go out of your way to try to get stuff that normally you
I don't know. This is also really annoying too, because it's just like, well, the thing that I did is the best way to do it. Therefore, don't do it any other way except the way I did it. That's pretty much what he's saying. It's like, really? Really?
Yeah, when you go on vacation or when you're doing a special event, those are the times that you can do this.
Thank you.
Hey, Jay Wessow, thank you so much.
Really, thank you.
Do you think Leanna has PTSD from her time WIH DSP?
With DSP? Nah, I thank you, Jay Wessow, for the 2. I think Leanna probably has moved on by now. I don't even think she thinks about him. Like, DSP is the type of guy to constantly think about his ex or something. I don't think Leanna really cares anymore. I think she's moved on. But thank you, Jay Wessow.
So while you're doing that stuff, and you could probably catch some really fun stuff that normally you wouldn't. I don't understand
Good for her,
the stories of people going completely crazy trying to catch Pokemon. I mean, the game just released. You realize that it's going to be a long time for you to catch all these Pokemon, right? So don't go crazy and be safe. Number 2, and probably the biggest tip I can give you about the game, turn off that altered reality switch. There's a switch on the battle screen that you can use to push, and if you push it, it'll go from that kind of altered reality state to using the camera of your phone, and instead just go to a virtual field where you can catch the Pokemon.
Thank you.
Isaac 125125, thank you.
You're him. Love the streams, dude.
Well, thank you.
I'm really him.
Thank you so much, Isaac. Appreciate it. For the $1.99, thank you so much.
First of all, it won't wiggle around, so therefore the Pokemon won't be harder to catch. Number 2, it dramatically saves battery life. I'm telling you, like, it doubled the amount of battery life we were getting on our phones when we turned off the stupid altered reality.
Oh my god, he talks forever. Okay, what's the next one? The game is far too buggy. Okay, is that a tip? I don't know. Apparently that's a tip.
It sucks the living shit out of your battery. It doesn't matter what model iPhone you have.
Okay, battery life. Oh, bring a charger is what he's gonna say.
Just having the phone open for 2 hours with the game running ate 70% of my battery life. That's insane.
Jeez.
It's almost necessary
Yeah,
and
altered
mandatory
reality.
for you to have a backup battery charger with you in order to play Pokemon Go. It just doesn't seem
I didn't even catch
viable
that.
to be able to play this game for any extended period of time unless you
Okay, bring a battery. What's
endless
next?
plethora and variety of Pokemon, being able to evolve them to all the higher
Oh, it's
stages
like a
because
stream. It's like a DSP stream. Lots of variety, a plethora of content.
watching everyone. I really
That's
hope
it.
that you enjoyed this video. Something
did.
a little different. And if you
Cool. Thank you so much, DSP.
10% on any new subscription, and of course to my Patreon.
Oh, his Loot Crate. The Loot Crate subscription. Remember that? Okay, anyways, hey guys, welcome to the stream. We got a packed show. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stick around to watch him live. As you can maybe tell, I'm kind of sick. My throat is shot. But I probably will. Anyways, we got a few videos, and then I wanted to see his react thing, but I can't find it. Like the raw clip, the raw like footage. So I guess we'll settle for his throwback.
I'm getting too much money.
Lil Filbert, thank you so much.
As baller as possible.
Thank you so much for becoming a member for 2 months. 2 months, man. That's crazy. All right. Okay, so we've got the throwback. I've already queued up the time. And Snort Hogan videos. As always, thank you, Snort Hogan. He's shown up here before. Big ups, my brother. I'll save the Stellar Blade one. How about that? We'll save that one. Let's do a begging. Let's ease into the DSP today with some classic begging. I am the throat goat after all. You're right, Lackey Bracky. I'm sick, dude. Bleh. Anyways, let's just get into it. I'll stop wasting your time. I might play stuff again because, you know, it's fun. And there's nothing to look at in these streams. If there is, I'll put it on screen. Okay, big ups.
All right, guys, so now, one final thing I'll remind you of as we get into the final segment of the show. On React Day, these streams that I do, you know, one on DSPReacts and one on DSP Throwback, these streams are the primary ways that I get support on those channels. No exaggeration, the videos on those channels, ad revenue-wise, don't make a lot. So
Okay.
really, it's these streams that keep those channels going.
All right, let's
Today,
play something.
please support the streams on the React channels. if you
Classic
can.
begging.
I would really appreciate that. In particular, with the DSP Reacts channel, becoming a member
All
of
right,
some
whatever.
level, you know, gets you the ability to nominate the videos for the show and supports the channel. On the Throwback channel, the live stream over there
Okay.
keeps that channel going. Like, that channel is making, like I said, maybe like $1 a day on ad revenue. So any contributions during that late night stream tonight would be great. Now, any contributions right now in the next, 20, 25 minutes to the end of this podcast count towards the first stream over on the React channel. So if you can't be here for the React
Like,
show,
how
but
is
you'd
that? How is that even a selling point? Why is that something he even brings up? That's really weird that he goes out of his way to bring that up. Oh, if you give me money, it'll count for the stream. Like, I'll just put it on the screen? Like, dude, if you didn't do that, that'd be pretty fucked up. That'd be, like, bad, actually, that you don't count money. Because it's, like, it's on a different channel? I don't know. That's really weird of you to say. Why is that a selling point?
the React content, please support this stream right now,
I don't
and
know.
that'll help out that channel as well. Okay? All right. So now
Yeah, it is, Envar.
we get to shout-outs, and we start today with Orcs or Dorks, who re-upped his membership for 35 months in a row and says, "Sup, guys." What's up, Orcs or Dorks? I don't know if you're still here. Thanks for hanging out, and welcome to the channel, and thank you for the support. And BattleDuck9000, 32 months as a member, and did this. Like, basically did it like a ASCII code body going like this.
ASCII
I don't know if
code?
this is praise the sun. I don't know if
Okay.
he's just raising the roof or rejoicing for the nice day. I don't know. But thank you, BattleDuck, for that.
The Y pose?
Literally outside of that, I don't have anything to shout out.
Great.
I have no super chat.
This is so bad when he does this. Like, how... I don't even know. Not even as a streamer, just as a person. Could you imagine? Like, this dude's as bad as a beggar. Like, straight up just asking you for money and then saying, what, you don't have any money? Well, like, where's the fucking money, man? Like, where's the fucking money? It's like, what? He's not even homeless or something. It's just, he's begging for money for food, like DoorDash food, stuff that he doesn't need. And he's like, it's kind of like he's half joking, but there is no joke. It's just him being an asshole. like begging for money. Like, what is this?
Rejoicing for the nice day. I don't know. But thank you, Battle Duck, for that.
I don't have any money
Literally
to shout
outside
out.
of that, I don't have anything to shout out. I have no super chats, no memberships, no gifted memberships, and no tips to shout out. So please, guys,
Jeez, with a little
support the
shrug.
stream today. Again, this will help support the React projects. All right. So Blue12356 has done our
Blue?
first tip of the day, $1 tip.
Blue block,
Says,
huh?
you know, I'm not really a fan of React stuff, but I do want to support you today.
Where's the
you
flower?
think day streams do better because of the podcast? Maybe that's why Helldivers doesn't do good on the night stream. You know, I don't know. Sometimes I do feel like people come to the early stream just for the podcast, and then sometimes they'll stick around, and sometimes they won't. There are definitely days when the podcast does really, really well.
Shit.
When it comes to support, I don't necessarily know if that's every day. Like, take a look at today, right? Today, this is one of the slowest podcasts that I've had in a long time, and it's okay.
No.
It's fine. Doesn't always have to be a crazy success or anything like that. It definitely could be a factor. Sure, right? Sure. Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, dude. If people don't give you money, that's not like some conspiracy. It's just they don't give you money. That's it. All it is. Burnell?
Maximum Turbo says, I would say the podcast has good traction, maybe more so than gameplay some days, but it's in terms of viewership, not contributions, in my opinion. Yeah, I think so too. I think we always have pretty consistent viewership and following of the podcast, correct? I think so. And then sometimes that carries into the gameplay, sometimes it doesn't.
I need a
On
flower.
the night stream, it's just the gameplay, so maybe that's a factor. You maybe have Blue may be onto something. Excuse me.
Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing with this pre-stream, he keeps getting told to shorten it, but he never does, and he just ignores the feedback. And I think that's just because the pre-stream gets the most views, and he gets all of his money at the start. But the people that give him money at the start are probably just going to give him the money anyways. Especially back when he had OneMinuteMan and all that stuff. It's like they were just there at the start of the stream to give you money. It's not necessarily because of the podcast. At least I don't think so. I don't know. Like, why? You don't need the podcast to be this long. And every single podcast ends up just becoming like him just sitting there stalling for tips and answering questions. And it's never any interesting questions that he has to answer. It's never anything really interesting. It's just him sitting there in silence. And it's like, it's time to wrap it up, but he just doesn't. So I don't know. His whole idea, his concept of the pre-stream, I think it's just because he gets the most viewers during it. He thinks he should keep it around, but he doesn't understand it's mostly people like me and you guys. Me, just waiting for him to say something stupid. That's all it really is. Nobody there is actually giving him money, but I don't know. He'll keep it around as long as viewers stick around, I guess.
All right. What else would you guys like to talk about this morning?
Dude, I don't know where to get a flower. I'm dead. Okay. Okay, Burnell. I'll find the flower, then I'll put the game back on.
That's true. I have no enemy says I should basically take the fisherman's hat that we were doing 2 years ago for Bassmaster and get it ready for another crab's treasure if we hit the tip skull. He's right. What I got to do is take some of the dangerous lures off the dang thing, because we had so many lures on that thing that some of them had big hooks and stuff that were like hanging around, and every time I put it on, I would be nervous and would like hook myself.
And the gimmick, like the gimmick being clothing. I don't even know. Like that started because of the retrospective, like he saw himself wearing a vest. It's so annoying. The fact that his gimmick is just clothing. It's like a haha funny joke that he tried to start, and then it just ended up becoming an actual thing. And it's really annoying and bad, and I hate it. I don't know why he keeps it going. It's not funny anymore. It's just sad. It's pathetic. I don't know.
So I think if I just scale it down a bit,
Drop the clothing
I can make it
gimmick,
more
man.
viable for that playthrough. And
He's
I
not like a
will.
fashion channel. He's a gaming guy. How about you play games for longer with
So we're
the
up to
tip skull?
$10 in tips. I'll be honest with you guys. I hope that basically there is
Yeah, he
support
hates
on
it
the
too,
React
Dog
stream.
Splink.
The reason I say
He
that, a
does.
lot of the times when the React stream doesn't get a lot of support, usually it comes in on the podcast.
There you go.
And
He's
again,
talking about it.
You know, those channels are primarily funded by the streams, or in the case of the React channel, memberships. If it weren't for the Ultra members and the submission tier members over there who submit the clips, that channel wouldn't even be viable, but it is because we have enough members. So I hope that people will support this stream over on the React channel, because we're about to end the podcast in like 10 minutes.
The bubbles.
Okay, that's it.
See, like, there was an edit there. So Snort Hogan edited this. It's just him sitting here, stalling for tips. That's the podcast. That's his podcast. Just sitting there. After he talks about the news or whatever. It's just nothing.
Pretty good. No one's even tagging me in chat. What's up, Game Boy? How are you today?
No one's tagging me. What's up, you Game Boy?
Okay,
How you
so
doing?
before we adjourn, final reminder, please support the React stuff. We are heading over now.
Man.
DSPReacts. So I hope that you guys will follow me over there and please support that channel.
Please.
Again, the reason that I get to do the React stuff once a week is because people do support the channel via memberships and the stream. So thanks in advance. All right.
Thanks in advance, as if he is expecting you. He's thanking you in advance because he expects you to pay. That's how that works, I guess.
Hope you enjoyed my thoughts on Another Crab's Treasure. Welcome to the show. Welcome to DSP versus the Internet, my weekly clips react show here on DSPReacts, of course. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're ready for some fun. Good variety of clips as usual, right? Let me just get the chat open, and then we can get set up and get ready to go. A few quick housekeeping things as we begin. All right. If you like the reacting stuff that I do every week here on the channel, thanks for being here, hanging out with me. Like I said, always a good variety of stuff. But
is
it's
he
you
gonna
guys who
beg
submit
again?
the clips. So thank you
Okay.
to those who continuously support this channel by being channel members of the submissions and ultra tiers. You are the reason this channel works. I really appreciate those who support this channel with memberships, because without them, this channel would not be viable. It does not make ad revenue because most of these videos and streams get fully claimed on YouTube for content ID. So the memberships really make it happen. And thank you to those who continuously support the channel. If you like this content and you want to be a part of it and support it yourself, become a member. A submissions tier membership gets you into a randomized playlist where everyone has an equal chance to have their clips watched. An ultra membership guarantees you that we're going to be watching your gameplay, excuse me, your clips. Look at this. Look at this thing that plays on YouTube when you're idle. Yes, a ultra tier membership guarantees we're going to be watching 4 of your clips once a week for a whole month. Okay. Also, I will just say this up front.
What a
Please
selling
support
point.
today's stream. This channel
Okay.
really only makes any revenue on this stream once a week and the memberships. That's it. So please support the stream. My goal on every
I really find it funny that he tries to use that as a beg, but it just always makes me think like, well, you don't really deserve to make money on it. At least in my opinion, right? I don't know. The fact that he talks about it like that. Well, I only make money like, through memberships and shit. It's like, okay. It's lucky that you even do that though. I don't know. His begging has always been funny.
We should try to at least hit the tier 1 tips goal of $50. If we could do that by the end of today's stream, that would be amazing. That would help a ton.
He's the
And keep the
choosiest
channel viable
beggar
to
I've ever
operate.
seen, pretty much.
So please consider it. I'll see you in the next part. And remember, if you want to be part of the fun next week to submit these clips, please become a member today. I'll see you in part 2.
Hey, Rebsy. Welcome.
Okay. Good stuff, guys. So far, I hope that you are enjoying the show. Thanks for chilling and thanks for interacting in the chat. I really appreciate that. Please consider supporting the stream today. As I've told you guys, there is really no ad revenue that hits this channel because most of these videos get claimed. So things like memberships, super chats during these streams, and tips are key for keeping this channel profitable for me and keeping the show going. So please consider it. Right now we have nothing. So it'd be great to get something. Again, my goal is to try to hit at least a $50 tips goal by the end of the stream. If we can do that, that would be great.
There
Okay?
it is. My goal is to do this thing, except I'm not going to do anything
Okay,
to
guys,
do
let's
it.
continue. And again, just a quick reminder, please support the channel today if you can.
What was
As
that
you can
music?
see, yeah, basically not doing so well with support. It would be great to get...
What does he
some
have? He
support
has, if you're not looking at the screen, he has $10 in tips.
on the channel today, whether it be a tip, a membership, gifted membership, or a super chat.
Very
Yes,
cool.
Our first super chat of the day. This channel is only supported by memberships and these streams. That's it. So please consider supporting the channel in some way. Let's continue. Okay. That's better.
Oh, Raphael, okay.
Okay. So we're going to continue on. Now, guys, we're halfway through the show. Still 90 minutes left. Thanks. You've been a good audience hanging out. I'm enjoying the show.
Man.
Again, I will
Holy
just say, please
shit.
support the show if you can.
He went
Today
crazy
is
with the
least
begging.
supported React show we've done so far. I'm hoping that this is not a pattern, because it's
Wow.
actually done pretty good up to now. But yeah, anything you can contribute today, whether it's a super chat, a membership, gifted membership, or a tip, would be greatly.
I think it was like a few weeks ago, maybe 2, maybe 3, where he was just like talking about his begging. And he does this all the time, but I remember specifically a few weeks ago, he was saying like, oh, I only mention money like at the beginning, once at the stream, maybe once in the middle, that's it. I think he said something like, oh, you couldn't make like a long compilation, like people take clips from multiple days and put them out of context. But it's like, this is from the same day. It just makes me think of that. It's like, this is all from the same day. Same day begging. He's like Amazon, dude.
Appreciated. So far, we have no super chats, 1 membership, and $10 in tips that came in during the podcast. So please support if you can. All right. Thank you. Let's continue.
All right. This is like
Oh,
half an hour
goodness.
later. Let's see what he says. 30 minutes later.
All right, guys, we're going to continue. And again, I'm not to beat the dead horse. Obviously,
Beat the
this
dead
show
horse.
today is a very, very lowly supported show, and I don't know why.
Cat?
Typically, the show does pretty good. If you could support the show today, that would be great, whether it be, again, a super chat, of which we have none, a membership or gifted membership, of which we have 1, or a tip. It would be greatly appreciated. The goal here is $50, which we're at $10 of, and we got all of that during the podcast. So if you could support, please do. This is the final hour to do so.
It's the final hour. We're approaching the final hour to support him. I guess before we go to the Stellar Blade, I know I'm like fucking teasing you guys, but I kind of am interested in this begging stuff. He has a daily rap. I kind of want to watch it. It's right here. I'm going to watch it.
Alrighty, everyone. Good evening and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Sunday.
I assume there's going to be a lot of begging here. Look, you got a super thanks. Just wanted to say that the vast majority of us who do support you don't have an expectation to participate in creating your content. Just because we spectate content and support it doesn't give us the right to influence it. Anyone who doesn't understand this probably needs to probably reassess why they're supporting in the first place. In fact, I'd argue, as ironic as it sounds, it's you not adhering to financial influence and pivoting your content for monetary gain that garners you the most support. People might not agree with what you're doing or saying at times, but at least we know there's always going to be an element of integrity behind it. Okay, keep doing what you're doing. Thank you for the kind words and support. Okay, big ups.
The 28th of April, 2024.
What the fuck?
Also known as React Day. As you know, every Sunday is a full day of reacting. That splits up my gameplay. Today was a fun one for sure. Let's talk a little bit about that. First of all, on today's Level 1 podcast, I talked in depth about my initial impressions of Another Crab's Treasure, the Souls-like game with a cutesy demeanor, but quite challenging gameplay that I started yesterday. I also had a little bit of a news story about Evo Japan getting banned from Twitch, which was absolutely ludicrously stupid,
Right.
among other things.
He
So
was
it a
wrong about
fun
that story,
podcast
by the
today.
way.
I hope you'll give it a look.
We might
And
get
then we
to
headed
it.
over to the DSPReacts channel for my usual DSP versus the Internet live clip show, where channel members nominate clips from all over the internet for me to watch. It was a very good variety of stuff today. Just a few things that we saw involved things like DRM in games, knockoff fast food chains, the idea of what GeForce Now is, and if I should possibly maybe try it out this year, because you can basically live stream games without actually needing a gaming.
Why is he gonna play that?
Among many other things. Like, it's always a good variety of topics on that
Wasn't
show.
the mini PC, the
I
mini
had a-
PC supposed to fulfill some of that shit? Now he's gonna get something else to do the exact same thing. Like, there's nothing he's really gonna play on there that would really be. He would need GeForce Now to even play. I don't know. What's he gonna play? Escape from Tarkov or something? I don't fucking know.
Good time.
Just play
The
some indie
audience had a
games,
good
man.
time. The topics were varied and fun. In fact, I would say it was on par with what we would usually do for a React show. But a very mysterious thing happened today. The support was ridiculously low. The entirety of the podcast plus the React show netted $10 in
He
tips.
wants to play Street Fighter on PC? What? Why? What?
$7 in super chats and 1 membership.
Oh, great.
That was my entire first stream. Now listen,
Oh,
I'm not complaining.
I'm not complaining.
And quite frankly, this is the first time ever that a React stream had done that poorly. I usually have decent React streams on the DSPReacts channel. They're not always amazing, but they usually do okay.
Investor meeting. So this is the thing I don't understand. You're not obligated to support him. You're not obligated to give him money. You don't have to support if you don't want to. But then if you don't, you get stuff like this where he straight up audits you. It's like an audit. He's going through like it's an investor meeting, unironically. So it's like, do I really have the choice not to tip you? Because if I genuinely enjoy this guy's videos, I'm forced to sit through this whenever I don't give him money. If I don't give him $25 to $50 or something, he's gonna do this. Make me feel bad. Try to guilt people into giving him money. It's like, dude, what the fuck is this? Is this how he manipulates Cat into doing things? Now listen, Cat, I know it's been a long time since you've been on stream, you know, but like, times are tough, okay? I know you don't have to go, but like, you know, it would help a lot if you did go, you know?
Basically surprised.
Fuck.
And
what is
it was
this?
weird because it wasn't like attendance was low. It wasn't like engagement was low. It pretty much went just like a normal React stream. I just have no idea. Maybe it was just a bad luck day. I don't know. I'm certainly not going to start panicking or anything like that.
I'm not going to start panicking. I'm just going to complain about it in a 7-minute long video at the end of the day and make that the main topic of discussion. He's going to talk about it today. I bet. Like I said, I don't know if I'm sticking around to watch it, but I bet he's going to talk about it today. Like, dude, it's so obvious.
If things continue
but I'm not
down
gonna
that path, then maybe we will
harp
have to
on it.
reevaluate the reacting channel. I hope not, because I like doing that show.
There you go.
every
And this
single
is the vague threat. He pulls out a vague threat. We're going to have to reevaluate the React channel. How am I supposed to interpret that? If I actually enjoy the React channel, what am I supposed to get from that? He's like trying to speak between the lines and shit. It's like, dude, just, I don't know. He pretends to be somebody he's not. He's so fake. It's basically him just saying, if I don't make money, I'm going to drop the channel. Like he does with every channel. But he doesn't say that. And he pretends that he doesn't do that. But this is him doing that.
start panicking or anything like that.
Don't start panicking.
If things continue down that
Don't start panicking, but he looks away from the camera. This is like manipulation. It's so obvious. It's so blatant.
path, then maybe we will have to reevaluate the
Maybe we will have to. Cross his arms, looks at camera. What the fuck?
reacting channel. I hope not, because I like doing that.
I hope not. Yeah, I'm gonna do this thing, but I hope not. And the hope not is just give me money. That's the hope not. It's not like, oh man, I hope I win the lottery. It's not like a real hope. The hope is just give me money. That's the hope. I hope I don't drop the channel, which just means give me money.
I show every single week. I like that I every once in a while get to do some variety. Like, for example, we just did the live review of the Fallout.
Yeah,
2.
John Smith, that's always interesting too. I always wondered just if people called his bluff and just didn't give him money. Like, really, that's what people should be doing? I don't know. You could do whatever you want with your money. But still, if you genuinely enjoy this guy's videos, it's like you get treated so poorly. It's ridiculous how badly you get treated. You get guilted into giving him money and threatened, vague threats, these little baby threats that he gives you. Like, I'm not going to do my React channel. I hope not. What the fuck?
Series. I'm planning on doing that more with more shows and things over the course of this year. Maybe even particular games should warrant being reviewed over there, right?
I can't find this flower.
Maybe I'll review like the Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC for Elden Ring or something like that. You know, could make sense to do. So I like the channel. I hope that it was just a one-off thing. Keep in mind, if you want to support the DSPReacts efforts, you can become a member over there of either the submissions tier or higher, and then you get to nominate clips for next week's show. In fact, the threads are already live if you want to do that on the community tab of the page on the main channel. So please get to it. And if you like that content, please consider becoming a member. That would help a lot. Okay? Then tonight on the DSP Throwback channel, it was the continuation of my retro react series on The Walking Dead Season 1 Telltale game. We had a good night. Basically, we finished up all of episode 3, and we still had a little bit of extra time, so we spent the one more half hour playing through the first 3 parts of episode 4. And man, let me just say this. There's not a lot of action in episode 3. But dude, there is a lot of loss. That's all I'm going to say. If you're going to watch it and you don't want to be spoiled, because maybe you've never played the game yourself before, there's just a lot of depressing, dark stuff, a lot of lost people who you might have grown to like over the course of the game so far. And it was pretty depressing, honestly. A bunch of funny stuff, too, like silly choices that I just made on the fly that resulted in ridiculous outcomes I wasn't expecting, stuff like that. Good conversation with the chat, as always. I really enjoyed the throwback streams, and quite frankly, it did great. As for a night stream, you know, everything was good in regards to, you know, engagement, and also support was quite good, too. You know, not amazing, but it was good for a night stream. So, again, no complaints there. It went pretty good. And so that's what I mean. Like, I really scratched my head about the React show earlier in the day. It's not like anything was going wrong or anything. The night stream did good, so it maybe just was bad luck for one stream. I don't know. Anyway, well, what's now going to happen is those parts will now all upload. You know, 2 parts of the React show, as well as the first part of the Retro React to Walking Dead will all go live tonight on the respective channels. If you become channel members on either the React channel or the Throwback.
Hey, Iviga, we finished episode 3. Says him as he's watching by himself while they took off. Yeah. We did it, guys.
You have instant access to those archive streams, so you don't have to wait all week to watch the parts. You could just watch the archive stream if you would like.
Right.
So consider becoming a member.
Does he beg again?
In that.
Look at his T-pose.
And I want to say thank you, because recently they're having a bunch of people who've been doing super chats on my channels, whether it's the Throwback channel or the Fallout 4 playthrough on DSP Gaming. There's been a significant amount of them, and I do appreciate that. So thank you to anyone who's supporting in that way after the fact as well. Okay? So overall today, a fun full React day, but tomorrow we're back on track with full gameplay. On DSP Gaming all day long, there'll be a fun level 1 podcast in the morning.
All right, we're
I'm
probably
excited to
done
continue
here.
on. I hope you'll join me. Ring it's done fine for the last month or so.
It's done
and
fine.
20 plus hours that I've been playing this as the second half. You know,
I always like that wording that he uses. Things like, oh, if this does well, if this does okay, if it goes good. What does that mean, Phil? What does that mean exactly? Now, we know what it means, but he just won't say it. It's really annoying that he does that.
Ring, and we do have a good stream tomorrow night, okay? If you're curious, there will be more, another Crab's Treasure, and so much fun React Day today. I thank you all.
Look at this guy. Very cool. He's like Jesus, dude. Okay, let's get to it. Let's get to the meat of the show. To the meat of it all. Okay, let's get to it. DSP was right about Stellar Blade all along. I'm curious. I haven't even played the game, but I'm sure it's going to be stupid. I'm sure it is. Let's go. Let's just watch it. Fuck it.
Let's get to the meat and potatoes.
What?
Of today's
Oh,
news.
no. What am I, Phil? Oh, shit. I didn't know
Ladies
he said
and gentlemen,
that.
it's time to talk about Stellar Blade. Now, the entire discourse around Stellar Blade here on this channel in the last several months is very simple. Looks good, meaning gameplay elements sound good, right? The combat, the bosses, how you play it, all seems interesting. The problem is the head of this game development team, the guy who's infamously known for doing over-the-top sexualized characters in his games, that's what he's known for. Like, that's his thing.
Okay.
That's his shtick. And because of that, people seek out his kind of games.
Your
who
shtick
like
is
that
begging,
kind of
though.
stuff. Now, listen. I've played Tomb Raider. I've played Bayonetta.
What?
I've played
Tomb
Nier
Raider?
Automata. I've played games with sexualized characters before. It's really not that big of a deal. But
Is
in
it?
this case,
Is it?
with this game being
make it a big deal.
focused on the sexuality of the main character. Oh, she's based on a model, and look at all the jiggle physics we put into the game and all that absolutely ridiculous stuff.
Yeah, that's... I think the distinction he's failing to make here is that the company itself didn't focus on that. I don't know. I feel like they kind of marketed the game. They did have normal showcases of the game, and the thing people focused on were those aspects. But at the same time, you know, the company knows what they're doing, obviously. But still, it's not like the main thing that they're focusing on. It's just what people notice. It gets people talking. Obviously, it worked, right? People bought the game because of that. It works. So, at the same time, I don't know. It's just annoying that he's implying the company itself was doing all of this talking, whereas it's just mostly people talking about it. But at the same time, they knew what they were doing, so I don't know.
And also knowing my audience, all right?
Knowing my audience. The audience of mature adults, by the way. The audience of mostly people that are older that have been watching him forever. Somehow they'll revert back to Monkey when they see a lady on the screen. But they're also mature enough and they support him financially. They can afford to pay him financially, but they're not mature enough to watch a video game? Like, what? He truly is a curator, dude.
I know exactly how you guys are or tend to be. I mean,
What?
shit, I'll be playing a fighting game, and you guys are making sexual comments about the characters in the fighting game. I'll be playing an RPG like Baldur's Gate 3, and people can't keep their mouths shut. So I know what would happen if I played a game like Stellar Blade. Although the gameplay may be interesting, which I'll be honest, it'll probably, to me, appeal just as much as the gameplay of Devil May Cry or Nier Automata, which is kind of like, meh, it's okay. I'm not in love with that kind of action-paced game like that. I never have been. I wasn't a fan of the Devil May Cry series until you guys convinced me to start playing them, and still, to this day, I'm kind of, meh, they're all right. They're not great in my opinion.
Okay, so pretty much all he needed to say was that he's not going to play it. He could have just ended the sentence there. There really is no need for discussion this in-depth about it. And it's kind of frustrating how he does do that. And he shits on people that enjoy it. And he shits on people that disagree with him. And it's like his way of thinking is the only way of thinking. All he had to say, dude, was I'm not interested. I don't like action games like that. I'm not going to play it.
Same thing with Bayonetta. Like, Bayonetta 1 I thought was all right or decent. Bayonetta 2 I actually did not like, and I skipped Bayonetta 3. I didn't even care about it. So this
That's not why you skipped it, though. Okay.
It's not even that.
Like, he skipped Bayonetta 3 for similar reasons. He just didn't go into it as deeply as this one. He just barely talked about it. That was the thing with Bayonetta.
I had to do it to them snot.
Hey, Parallelogram Yosef, thank you for the 5, man.
Also, he's a buffoon. It's art. Also, are heroes not supposed to be in the best shape? They never had a problem with Solid Snake's behind. No H0M0.
No homo. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. DSP's reaction to it, though, is specifically extra. It's just, I don't even know, because he tries to create multiple excuses. Thank you, Parallelogram. He tries to create multiple excuses. Like, we know he's not playing it because the lady. But then also he tries to make it an excuse that he just doesn't like that kind of game. Where then it's like, DSP, why didn't you just make that the argument to begin with? Why did you feel the need to shit on people that liked the game, or liked the character, or liked whatever, like Bayonetta or whatever? It doesn't need to be said at all. You just bring it upon yourself.
When it comes to the gameplay element,
Thank
right?
you.
But now the fact that combined with the gameplay, I'm going to have to deal with people being completely immature.
There you go. And then he's calling people immature. Like, this is what he does. He needs to come across as toxic as possible. It's just like, why? Why do you feel the need to do that? You don't need to do that, DSP. You could just say you don't want to play it. You don't have to make fun of other people.
Time that I'm playing this game, I just didn't want to deal with it. So I decided to skip it. And quite honestly, I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think that it's affected me in any real negative way, especially with everything going on with Fallout right now. It seems pretty fine.
Everything going on with Fallout, by the way, is him clickbaiting part 1, and then the views drop off drastically. That's everything going on with Fallout.
So why the hell am I bringing this up right now? Because there's a huge controversy right now around the game. Are you ready? So just a few days ago, there was a big press release. Stellar Blade will be launching worldwide uncensored. No matter what region you're in, no matter where you're living, Stellar Blade will be uncensored and the same in every region. Now, this actually is very rare when this happens, because typically games that have worldwide releases end up having to have censorship and things in certain countries. Typically, usually it's China or other particular countries that are sensitive about certain kinds of content will demand censorship in certain parts of games, and then the game devs has to scurry to do that so that the game can be released in that territory. Okay. So usually a worldwide release is not identical. Okay. Notably, a game like this that is high gore and high over-sexualization of the character.
Over-sexualization, I don't even know. It's pretty fucking tame from what I've seen. Just because the character looks nice and they do, like, glamour shots and you know, you just see stuff. There's nothing really sexual in the game. Like, it's not like characters are having sex. It's just they just look that way. And you kind of get close-ups and stuff. It's nothing, like, too crazy. It's not like a fucking porn game on Steam or something. It's really not that bad. It's pretty tame. And the fact that he keeps calling it sexualization and stuff like, it's really weird. Because it's very tame if you really fucking look into it. I don't know.
You would think There'd be countries that are more conservative known countries that were going to complain. Well, no, they stuck to their guns and said, that's it. Worldwide release will all be exactly the same. Okay? So the game came out yesterday.
Yeah, her design is a hook for the players. Exactly, Tractor Goose. It's just there to, like, get eyes on it. And it worked. It worked. That's all it really is. The game isn't about it, per se. Big ups, Parallelogram, to the 5, thank you.
Oh my bad. I'm out here working overthinking. It's not about the message or the land whales mad at her figure. It's about monkey being smug and gaslighty.
Yeah, it's just DSP's opinion is specific. And he thinks he needs to come out on top regardless of the argument.
Getting too much money.
Alexandra C, thank you so much.
Hey, baby.
4 months. That's crazy, man. Thank you so much.
And guess what happened?
And he has
Everyone
to look
has
all
the game,
smug and stuff.
Right? Now, if you have a disc, you put it in your PlayStation 5. Keep in mind, this is Sony exclusive. The Sony exclusive game. All right? That's the partnership deal.
Thank you. King Be
Really,
Cruel
thank
for the
you.
2.
Phil Pearl clutching is so hilarious. What a baby.
Yeah, the pearl clutching. That's a great term. I'm glad. I'm upset I didn't think of it myself. Thank you, King Be Cruel. Thank you for the 2.
That the game dev, what are they? Something Up. I can't remember the name of the studio. Something Up, they're called. But yeah, like they did this exclusivity deal
Something
with
Up.
Sony, right? So that they would basically only be on a Sony console. That's it. Shift Up. Thank you. It's called Shift Up is the name of the company that designed it.
The news
So
segment.
everyone, gets the game. First of all, if you have a disc, you put it in. Oh, day one patch. You have to have the day one patch. If you just download it digitally, well, it already comes with the day one patch, right? People start to play it, and immediately they're noticing something. They're like, it seems like there's way less gore than what we saw in all the trailers and early gameplay that we were shown.
Is there?
And then they started looking at certain outfits in the game. Now, keep in mind, the outfits are ridiculously sexualized. But they're noticing, wait a minute.
Sexualized.
Doesn't look right. This looks slightly different. And some people actually did a test. So they took the game disc and put it in a PS5 and didn't do the update. They just played the game off the disc, which somehow works, which is weird because most games don't, but this one does.
What is it? No, okay, well, that's immediately wrong. Most games don't work off the disc. That's just not true, but all right. I know what he means, but to say most of them don't, it's not right, man.
Notice something. This is day one patch, censors the game. It takes gore out, and it adds more clothes to the protagonist. Wait a minute. They literally said just a couple days prior, worldwide release, no censorship, every version is the same. What the hell is this?
Maybe she hit the vest
So
goal, dude.
immediately people start going up in arms saying, wait, what? You promised us one thing and you literally lied and switched it.
They must have hit the
We
vest
didn't
goal.
know that was going to be in the day one patch, right? You didn't say it even was. So why would you do that and force that on us?
Dude, Pete Hinayosa. Thank you for becoming a member, man.
Hey, babe.
Welcome to the Brandood crew. Yes.
Right? So then apparently yesterday,
much.
as the internet started to explode in a tizzy about this,
In a
they
tizzy.
actually interviewed the head game dev, and forgive me for not knowing
Panda
this
Lee.
guy's name. It's my fault. I should have looked it up and I forgot to.
Okay, before he goes on, imagine doing a news segment in a podcast. This is a podcast, right? No research whatsoever? When you're the one that's initiating the fucking topic. How do you not know anything about anything? Realistically, okay, I don't know who this guy is. I click on this video. And this guy doesn't know names of companies, doesn't know names of developers, but wants to bring them up in his news segment. How can I believe anything he says if he doesn't know things as basic as names or companies? Like, really? I'm supposed to believe anything in the story that you're talking about? I guess I made the mistake of not looking into this because I just thought he would give me the information. But he doesn't. He just doesn't know anything. What the fuck? The news, by the way.
In an interview, he outright answered everyone, this was our choice. We were not forced into doing this. This is something that we decided to do for ourselves with the game. So don't be angry about anyone but us because this is our decision to change this game last minute. Despite the fact that just a few days prior, they had outright said no censorship. It's the same worldwide.
Okay. Big ups.
Okay. So what is that about? So now there's two things happening. Number one, people are beginning all these crazy conspiracies about what's really happening with this game. Okay? And the crazy conspiracy is Sony forced them to do it. That they didn't want to do it.
Is that really crazy, though?
That wasn't their intention. That's why, just a few days before the game's release, they had outright said.
I don't know if that's a crazy conspiracy theory.
Getting too much money.
Thank you, BB11 with the 5. Gifted.
I'm getting
Memberships,
too much
dude.
money.
Holy shit. Thank you so much. That's incredible.
As
Whoops.
baller
too much
as
money.
possible.
Wrong thing. My bad. I'm going to turn off
getting too
alerts
much money.
real quick. Big ups, dude. Thank you so much.
Hey, babe. I'm getting too much money.
Why is the alert? Okay, big ups to the alert too. And by the way,
Kat agrees with
thank you
me
so much.
that they weren't doing it, and then Sony forced them to do it.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say it's not really a crazy conspiracy theory because Sony has a history with censoring games. I don't know if it's a crazy theory, but I don't know. The news likes to remain impartial, as you can tell.
Okay? Now, let's say that's the case, right? Why would Sony have forced them to do it last minute, but not said anything about it, right? Well, I mean, I think the answer is very clear here. The entire marketing campaign of Stellar Blade has been focused around the uncensored nature of this game, its gore and sexuality. That's what the game is selling on. Do you know anyone who's really been discussing, the intricacies of the gameplay and the combat system or whatever?
Yeah,
No, here's
I've
what I'm
seen
seeing
that
on social media. Oh, look, the main character's going up a ladder and we zoomed in on her ass, right? And look at this scene. Oh, look, the nearly skin color outfit that makes her look like she's nude. That's all you're seeing on the internet about this game.
No, it's not. Like, I've seen people talk about the gameplay. I've even watched a few reviews, and it's just people actually do talk about the combat and the gameplay. Because why wouldn't they? I don't know. If you're gonna watch like 15-second clips on Twitter and base your whole news segment off of that, off of what people talk about on Twitter, which is pretty much what he does all the time. But I don't know. It's just very weird to base your whole argument off of what you see and not actually doing any research. It's like not doing any research, but I'm just going to talk about what I see on your news segment.
You're literally not seeing anything about the substance of the game. You're only seeing stuff about the over-sexualization of it. And I've talked about this over the last couple of months. I'm going to restate what I've said up to this point. The only reason that this game has received hype, that anyone hyped it up and said that, it's a must-have game, it's a must-play game, is because they made that design choice. If the main character of Stellar Blade was a roided dude, no one would be talking about this game whatsoever.
Well, why not, though? Like, realistically, why not? I don't know. Didn't God of War come out? I think people. It's just a new game. It's a PS5 exclusive. Really? I think people are going to talk about it.
Game journos, but only listens to them.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you for the $2. ES. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm gay.
That is the fact, after all. But yeah, it's just like I don't see why people wouldn't talk about it. It's just a new game coming out that used a lady to bring eyes on it, and it worked because people were talking about it. And if it was just a muscular guy, maybe it would have worked too. We just don't know. Devil May Cry 5 or God of War or I don't know. It's like people would have talked about it. No, nobody would talk about it.
The only reason this game got the hype it did is because they decided to have an over-sexualized female protagonist, right? Most people who were so hype about the game were buying it for that reason. And so they know this.
Okay.
So Sony, well knowing that they want to censor the game, they're not going to announce it early. Why would they? If they said, by the way, we're censoring the game, everyone would cancel their pre-orders. Everyone would be up in arms.
I don't think they announced that they're ever censoring a game. I think the people just discovered that they censored it. I don't even know what he's talking about. They're going to make a press release saying we censored a game?
A big controversy around the game. So instead, they allowed an actual misinformation campaign to go on the internet about this game. They 100% purposefully designed and allowed it to happen. So that way, everyone would still be hyped for the game and have their orders in. And then they 100% last minute did the bait and switch and did this patch without even telling anyone, hoping that most people wouldn't notice. But we all
What
know
is he
about
doing?
how absolutely positively
Picking his ear.
hyper-focused on minutia the internet gaming community is. And I knew they would find it if it existed, so they found it right away, and now the controversy begins. So the question is,
What is he
how
doing?
on earth does Shift Up get away with like 2 days before the game's release saying uncensored worldwide release, and then censoring it on release, and then saying, oh, we intended for that? Right? So that's one half of the controversy, is that people are saying this is totally on Sony. Sony must have forced this on Shift Up, because Shift Up wouldn't have never wanted this for
I
their
did not
game.
find the
But
flower.
because they have
I went
this
somewhere
Sony
else, though.
exclusive partnership for this distribution on PS5, it must be that they forced it on them. All right, so evil Sony, evil corpos is one half of the controversy. The other half is people are like, well, that's it. We were lied to. If that's the case, I'm returning my game. I'm canceling my pre-order. I'm making sure that no one plays this game. We're boycotting Stellar Blade. I'm not kidding you. Yes, there's a group of thousands of people on this internet right now.
Okay.
That are boycotting Stellar
like it.
Blade because it has a censorship patch from Sony. And there's a big movement on the end. I'm canceling my PlayStation Plus subscription. Hit them where it hurts, right in the pocketbooks. Make sure they know we're not going to stand
Okay,
for
what's
this
the problem
censorship.
here?
Okay?
Yeah? Phil?
And that's actually what's happening right now. Now, I have a question for everyone out there. Allow me to dust myself off to prepare for this one.
All right,
Because
Jay-Z.
now it's time to drop the bomb. All right?
All right, Jay-Z. Come on.
Excuse me. Are you ready for this?
Oh, I'm here.
If people were actually interested in Stellar Blade because it was a good game with good gameplay mechanics, why would they be boycotting it now because of a minor censorship patch?
I don't know. There's a lot of reasons that could happen. If I like Call of Duty, but I don't like what Activision's been doing to it, then I probably would stop buying Call of Duty. Even if you consider it a good game? I don't know. There's so many reasons why you would do that. It's just you don't support the practice of censoring it, right? Am I crazy here? What's the problem with boycotting something you don't want to support? If I don't want to go see Ghostbusters 2016, then I just won't see it because I don't want to. If I don't want to buy the game, then I won't buy it, right? What's the problem here? DSP, you're not going to buy it, right? Okay? I don't know. Am I crazy?
The gameplay is exactly the same. The story is exactly the same.
Yeah, but they
all the
censored
elements
it, right?
of playing it are exactly the fucking
It's not
same.
though. It's not though because they censored it. So they still changed stuff about it, which means it's not exactly the same. I don't know. I fail to see the issue here.
So why would you boycott it unless you were buying it for the sexual content? I rest my fucking case.
Like, what's the case? What's the case? I don't understand what the case is. Is the case why he's not playing it? I'm lost. I don't get it. What's the case that he's trying to make? I don't even know what he's arguing for or against. He's arguing against sexual content, but the game doesn't really have any. It's just a lady that looks nice. I don't know. What's the case, DSP?
I was right all along. These tons of fucking people were buying it for that content. They're upset now that the content is censored, and now they're gonna boycott it? So what were you buying the game for to begin with? Again, I'm not crapping on the game's gameplay elements at all. From what I saw in trailers, it looked good. It reminded me of Bayonetta. It reminded me of whatchamacallit? And some you ever saw that game Vanquish? Reminded me of that.
Whatchamacallit?
Reminded me of Devil May Cry. You know, with some variations, because people are saying it's actually a little bit harder than that or whatever, right?
Okay.
Cool. Sounds good to me. Oh, by the way, all anyone's talking about the game is sex content, right? The girl. What the fuck?
I don't understand what the problem is.
Guess what happens?
I'm lost, guys.
Reality slaps everyone in the fucking face. Reality is, Most people were buying this game for the protagonist, and now that the protagonist is censored, they're all pissy about it. All right?
Pissy?
I rest my case. There would be zero boycott on this game if people only cared about the actual gameplay elements. They don't. This game could have been a game where you just fucking mash a button and enemies explode into gory balls of whatever, brain shooting out of them. Oh, use it. They still would have bought it.
What?
They bought it for the sexual content. That's what they bought it for.
What's the... Okay, I'm lost. I'm genuinely lost. I don't even know what he's talking about anymore. He's talking about other people's purchasing decision for the game, and they're upset that it got censored, and so they're not buying it. So he was right? I'm pretty lost. I have no idea what he's talking about.
See about this. They wouldn't, oh, it's not a big deal.
Like, is this supposed to explain why he's not playing it? DSP, what if you're not playing it for that content? What if you're playing it for the gameplay, which is apparently pretty good? I don't know. Does this... I really don't know what he's trying to say.
Well, it's a big deal now, right? Now, do I agree?
Like, why does it affect him what other people are buying it for?
With this practice of what happened? Absolutely not. I am completely 100% on everyone's side. You were promised a product. You were advertised a product. You were sold a product. And if that's the product you wanted, and you paid for it willingly because that's what you were told you were getting, and you got something else, and you were lied to about it just a few days beforehand, you absolutely have the right to complain and be upset about it.
Project 7.
There's nothing wrong with that. I am on everyone's side here. It's bullshit.
Okay, so now he's arguing the opposite. I'm so fucking lost. I'm actually lost. Now he's okay with people being upset. But he was right.
Advertised the game one way,
said
that's what it was, said it was uncensored, and then censored it. That is complete nonsense. That should never happen in any industry, right? In any industry. That's like saying, oh, we have a new car, and it has a brand new feature, I don't know, new brakes, right? Brand new revolutionary brakes. Everyone pre-order the car. So everyone pre-orders the car gets delivered, it doesn't have the brakes. What the fuck? What we bought the car for? It's what you advertised.
Okay, I don't.
Right?
This is a
How can you then do a bait and switch?
All right.
You can't.
What a stupid
lawsuits
argument.
out the ass, right?
I'm so confused.
Well, guess what? This is a case where there is concrete 100% evidence
confused,
of
bro.
misadvertisement.
Misadvertisement?
That is false advertising saying uncensored worldwide just a few days before and then censoring the game. So if anyone ever wanted to make a statement in the games industry, now would be the time to do a class action lawsuit against them and say this is false advertising and you need to pay for it. Now, I don't know if it will go against Shift Up. I don't know if it will go against Sony. I don't know if it will go against both. But they absolutely have a case for this. In this case, this is concrete evidence that it happened, and that is 100% misrepresentation of the product.
So I don't understand. He was so one-sided, and he's saying that he was right about everything. But then at the same time, he fence sits and says that you're allowed to be upset and you should sue them. And all of this just to not play the game. For a game he doesn't care about. For a game that he doesn't even want to play, apparently. For a series, for a genre that he doesn't even like. Why is he even talking about this, other than he thinks it's going to get him attention? In some sort of, I don't know, culture war or something. I don't even know. He's fence-sitting. He's not even giving an opinion. He just says, I was right. My case, I rest my case. I don't know what the case is.
And they, at the very least, should offer people refunds. All right? Now, I think it's the stupidest idea ever for a refund. I want a refund because there's, it's not sexualized enough for me. Well, listen.
And then oh my God, the way he words this.
There's, it's not sexualized enough for me.
He was just on their side, and then he makes fun of people. I don't know, dude. It seems like if you just don't like the fact that it was censored at all, then that seems like it's okay to not want the game or to want a refund. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know.
Listen, I think that's dumb, but at the same time, you made your judgment based on what you wanted. If you didn't get what you wanted, but you were promised it, you have the right to get your money back. And I think people should get their money back if they want it.
They hate Army.
This is ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd.
It is
And you know
ridiculous.
what's funny too? It's very funny how the narrative changes.
What's
Because
the narrative?
Up until Friday, everyone on the internet, oh, Stellar Blade, we can't wait for Stellar Blade. It's going to be the best game ever. Stellar Blade, the devs are amazing, guys. Can't wait for...
I have no idea what he's even talking about here. It just seems like a game with a lady that caught people's attention. Because obviously they knew what they were doing, and there was a lady on it. So people were excited, like, whoa, a game like this is coming out in current year? Whoa! So they wanted to buy it, and then a lot did, and then others didn't. For various reasons. That's all it really was, DSP. I don't know what the fuck he's turning this into. Again, reminder, he doesn't care about this game, apparently. It's a game he doesn't care about.
this game, Stellar Blade, Stellar Blade, Stellar Blade. And now, literally, every piece of discourse I see on the internet, fuck Stellar Blade, fuck Sony, fuck this, fuck the censorship, fuck this. It just completely flipped on its head. Do you want to know the one thing that absolutely no one has...
Did he hate Bayonetta this hard? No, I don't think so. He didn't. He just got stuck in it at the beginning. I remember it was pretty funny.
mentioned about the game? The fucking gameplay. No one is talking about if it's good.
Again, I've seen people talking about the gameplay too. I've seen people talking about it. I've seen gameplay. I don't even know what he's talking about. Just because you look at 15-second clips on Twitter doesn't mean that's everybody. It doesn't mean that's what everyone is talking about. I don't know.
No one is talking about anything in regards to the gameplay experience. There's people out there who wanted to wait for the game to come out to see if it was good. And now it's out and they can't even judge for themselves because no one wants to talk about it. Everyone just wants to talk about the censorship of the sexual content and the gore.
But this, again, it's not a Stellar Blade exclusive issue because this happens with a lot of games. A lot of anime games or Japanese games on Sony. They get censored in some way when they come out on PlayStation. So I don't know why he's acting like this is an exclusive thing to this game. It's just a game with a lot of attention on it. It's not like he's right or he's wrong or there's an argument, there's a case to be made. I don't even know what his case is. It's just a thing that happens.
Is also censorship of the gore. Apparently there was a ton of gore in the game originally and they removed it. And people are really upset about this.
Yeah? I mean, it seems you just said it was okay. So, he just argued for people that were upset that they should sue them. And at the same time, he's again fence-sitting and saying, well, for some reason, people are mad. I don't even know. Why are they mad? What? How can you think both?
I think it's absolutely hilariously silly.
It's hilariously silly. But you should sue them, but it's silly.
I'm curious how overall this game will be received. Did a lot of people actually not buy it? Or, see, the thing is, people didn't know about the censorship patch until the game was out. It wasn't like, oh, you knew the day before. So people pre-ordered it, probably are stuck with it. You know, they can't even refund it. They're just stuck with this game. You can't even get refunds on PS5,
yes,
right?
You can. Yes, you can. All right.
It seems to me like the sales likely will be good, but it was based on a misconception, based on false information, a actual literal false advertising campaign.
Yeah, he got a refund for Mortal Kombat on PlayStation 5. What the fuck is he talking about?
So, I'm really interested to see how it will do. Will it actually sell well and be considered?
What was that one country Phil didn't like?
Considered a smash hit?
Japan?
Will it just do okay? Will it actually tank? How is it going to do?
All of them?
But again, I just find it hilarious, the discourse and how discourse changes.
Yeah, it's very annoying.
Based on a piece of minutia. Again, if the game is sound and good, then that should be what everyone is focusing on. Not.
But again, this is just a flawed argument, in my opinion, because if they do change stuff in the last minute, I don't even know what he's referring to. I expected him to give me the full rundown of the story, but of course that was a mistake on my part. But I'm just assuming if they tell you one thing and then they take stuff out of the thing that they tell you it's going to be, I think it's okay to be upset about it and not want to buy it and boycott it. I don't see how this proves any sort of case that he's trying to make. I really don't.
Because there was some censorship.
He just calls it silly and laughs at it and says he was right.
Minor piece, which should, okay, let me put it this way. What should have been a minor piece of the game. That sexualization
oh, Argentina, Ivy.
of the character should not have been everyone's main focus. Sad that it did become that in social circles, but that's lame. That this game perhaps would have shined if it wasn't the focus. And then
I'm getting too much money.
Hey, Iviga with the 20.
I'm getting too much money.
The 20 member bomb. Holy
I'm
cow,
getting
dude.
too much money.
I'm getting too much money. Why is it still playing? I don't know. Dude, that's crazy. My member bomb alert. The bomb going off doesn't work.
fall gout.
You get a fall gout. Here's the bomb. The 20.
What was that noise?
There's the bomb going off multiple times. Kaboom. Thank you so much, Iviga. Wow, that's crazy. Thank you so much, man.
And we never would have had this controversy.
Enjoy, guys.
Right? And I think, honestly, I do think that is a very dangerous risk that game devs are taking in the modern era. We have to understand something, okay?
What do we have to understand?
We live in 2024, and we live in a world where a lot of people...
Hold on. We live in current year.
We live in 2024.
I hate living
we live in
current
a world
year. Current year
where
discussion.
a lot of people who are in, essentially... Hold on. A lot of people who are in power in these companies, in the media in general, are of a certain mindset, right? And it may not even be the mindset that is 100% dominant, but they're the ones in charge.
What the
right?
fuck are you saying?
So if you're a game dev and you decided to make a game that has this kind of content in it, you got to be careful, right? You got to be careful.
So now he's, I think he's implying woke stuff. I think he's implying, he's saying mindset, but I think he just means political stance? I don't even know. Phil, what are you saying?
Because your game may be a victim of this kind of social media issue.
What?
This game could be absolutely outstanding when it comes to the gameplay elements, but it may go down in history as the game that lied and gave false advertising and then censored at the last minute, and that might be the only thing people ever talk about when they mention Stellar Blade. This game may have completely forgotten gameplay elements that no one ever talks about because of this controversy now. So I think game devs moving forward are going to have to be...
It's also quite annoying that he's talking about gameplay elements when this guy's favorite games are Heavy Rain and Detroit Become Human and those style of games. He doesn't like gameplay. He doesn't play indie games with interesting ideas or, I don't know, anything that requires more than you just watching the gameplay itself. He really doesn't enjoy gameplay at all, so I don't know why he keeps trying to argue about gameplay. He just doesn't care about it. Thank you.
Really,
Jay Wasso, thank you so much.
Ah yes, DSP telling us he's on that Sigma mindset.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, babe.
Thank you, Jay Wasso, for the 2. But yeah, the gameplay thing, it's just like he only plays indie games if they're on Game Pass. And that's even if he decides to play them, because there's a lot more that he doesn't play. I don't know. It's weird seeing him argue about gameplay. Oh, you should be talking about the gameplay. But, I don't know, people talk about the story and the way things look, and especially with Stellar Blade, it's like, it's just an eye-catching thing. It worked. People were talking about it. It's a thing that drew people's eyes, and it worked. So that's the discussion. I don't really think it has a lot to do with what the company was marketing. Because again, I think they did showcase their game pretty fairly. They didn't just focus on... That's the thing people chose to focus on because it's easy and it's a discussion and it's a topic and it's Twitter. You're basing your whole thing off Twitter. People are going to argue. People are going to talk. Like, dude, what the fuck do you expect? Really? Really?
way more careful
I don't know, man.
about what they're putting in.
And again, if people decide they don't want to buy it because it got censored, that seems like a fine thing to me. I don't know. I don't see what he's trying to argue and what case that he has here.
Games and what they're focusing on in games, because you don't want your game to just be a one-topic controversy. You want your game to have legs. You want it to be, you know,
what? Hold on, let me hear this again.
way more careful about what they're putting in games and what they're focusing on in games, because you don't want your game to just be a one-topic controversy. You want your game to have legs. You want
it to be a multiple topic controversy? I don't even know what that means.
it to be, you know, regarded as a good game by many, many people.
You want it to be regarded
for various reasons, right? Some people like a game for its gameplay. Some people like
It goes both ways, by the way. All Sony AAA slop he loves, like God of War, Spider-Man, etc., is all graphics, while the while the gameplay, plot, etc., is all pretty basic, open-world, trope-filled trash. Yes! I'm, like, done with Sony games. After God of War 1, the new one, I was done. Because it's the same shit. It's Last of Us. Last of Us. That's all they do. And that's the thing he loves. He loves the Sony game. And not that there's anything wrong with that. You can, like... they design these games for people that don't really play games. Anybody can play them. That's the whole gimmick with them. At least in my opinion. That seems like what it is. They just want anyone to be able to play it. Anyone and everyone. Grandma can play it if she wants. And that's why I don't like them. But that's why he loves them. He loves them because they have a story. And the story is typically what people talk about. Nobody really talks about the gameplay. Nobody really does, because it's nothing ever groundbreaking. That's not the main focus of these games. And those are the games that he loves. So for him to sit here and talk about gameplay, oh, you must remember the gameplay. Like, no, that's not the thing you like. That's not the thing that people always talk about. It doesn't always have to be that. It just doesn't. It just doesn't.
Like a game for its story. Some people like a game for its art design or its music. And when all those elements come together to be one...
And I liked God of War. I'm not shitting on God of War. I liked the first one. It was a really good story. It was really pretty good gameplay. I just didn't, it's just... I realized Sony games are just Sony games. That's what they are. And that's okay. I just don't vibe with them because, it's nothing really exciting. Gameplay-wise. It doesn't really stimulate my brain, my monkey brain. It's not enough for me. But they're good stories. They're fun games, except the Spider-Man ones. I fucking hate those games. But anyway.
Perfect thing. Then those games become legendary. This game literally...
Okay, what's he saying?
For various reasons, right? Some people like a game for its gameplay. Some people like a game for its story. Some people like a game for its art design or its music. And when all those elements come together to be one perfect thing, then those games become legendary.
Do they?
This game literally may be forgotten as a footnote in history because it became this big heated controversy.
This doesn't make any sense. What he's arguing here doesn't make any sense. The perfect mesh of things comes together to make the perfect game. But by his definition, we've seen him play every game, pretty much. The main AAA ones. He doesn't think any game is perfect. He doesn't like any game, regardless if there's good aspects to it. He doesn't like anything about anything. He found a way to shit on Zelda. The Zelda games. That's fun for everybody, and it's just like a casual, like, you can play it, it's a lot of fun, there's stuff to do, run around, look around. He shat on it. He found it too hard. Zelda! He found Zelda too hard. What? Like, dude, you don't appreciate anything about any of these. I don't know.
And that's not a good thing. What I'm afraid of now, what if game devs in the future now become afraid to do things differently in their games? Everyone must adhere to this list of
he rage quit a Kirby game.
20 rules so that this will keep us out of controversy, right? It's like a checklist. We must do this and this and this and this and this and this and this. And then every game's going to become the same, and then every game's going to feel...
Just wait till Stellar Blade comes out on PC, okay? Just wait for that. You can mod it, you can do whatever you want to it, and it'll be the definitive game. Meth Bear, thank you.
Games need legs, but not cami cakes above them.
Thank you, Meth Bear.
Based.
Thank you so much for the 2. You're right, dude. That's awesome.
As baller as possible.
Like a dialed in...
Yeah, I did, Rebsy. We'll get to it. Oh, no, I can't get to it because I don't have the footage. Whatever. I'll show your tweet if that's okay.
Or a paint by numbers effort. You know what every game will be? Starfield. Do you
What?
imagine if every game just becomes Starfield? Would you ever want to play a video game ever again? I think I'd rather just sleep.
What
I'll
does
just
that
sleep.
even mean? Every game will become Starfield. I don't know. I hate Starfield, but I don't see what the argument is there.
I'd rather be in my bed sleeping than playing Starfield, right? Now imagine if every game becomes that.
So I don't see what... Now again, I'm confused. I'm genuinely confused as to what he's saying. He's like speaking out of both sides of his mouth. Because now he's arguing that games should be different. So why don't you play Stellar Blade? Why don't you play it? The last game like this was like Nier Automata, right? Why don't you play it then? It's different. It has a sexy lady as opposed to an ugly lady, right? Why don't you play it then, bitch? Why don't you put your money where your mouth is? You played Starfield! You played Starfield, you fucking asshole! If you want games to be able to express themselves differently, why don't you play Stellar Blade then? That's the thing you should be supporting then. Because it's different, right? It's different, right? I don't know. That's your argument. That's what you're saying.
You know? So, I don't even know what else to say. Like, do you really want that?
Yeah, he played Automata and Replicant, but he wasn't married back then. So I don't know. But it's like, dude, he's arguing right now that, oh, every game will be Starfield because of the way they censor stuff and do stuff. So why don't you play Stellar Blade? Because it's obviously different. It has a nice looking lady as opposed to an ugly lady, like most games, right? Or some games. I won't say most because that's stupid. But you know what I'm saying. You guys know what I mean, right? Huh? My throat's killing me. I'm sick.
I certainly don't. So, I don't know. This is, in my opinion, this is a bad situation for everyone. It's a bad situation for the people who were perving out over the character and wanted it to be over-sexualized. It's a bad situation for people...
Again, with the over-sexualized, I know this video's almost over, but the over-sexualized thing, I don't even know what he means. Because again, the game isn't blatantly sexual. It just has a nice lady in it. If you want to call that sexual, dude, I don't know. I don't know. What kind of fucking prude are you? Why are you pearl clutching over Stellar Blade? Look up, like... Fucking go on Steam, go to new and trending and see the kind of games that are on there. Dude, Stellar Blade is the one you're gonna, like, pearl clutch over? Really? Really? Stellar Blade. It's not overtly sexual. It just has nice characters in it. Like, dude, relax. Come on now.
Who actually like the gameplay. It's a bad situation for people in general that just like unique games. It's certainly a bad situation for Shift Up. It's a bad situation.
Stellar Blade.
Blue blocker.
For Sony. I mean, no one wins here. This is just bad for everyone. How did this happen? How did we even get here? Right?
How did we get here? I don't know. You decided to talk about it, dude. I don't even know.
Yeah, I'm shocked, but
this shocks me.
I just hope it doesn't affect the whole industry. I don't want to see the
again, it affects the whole industry
change.
He doesn't want to see the industry change negatively. So why aren't you playing Stellar Blade then? He kind of started this off by saying I was right. Case closed. And now by the end of it, he's kind of arguing for the game. He's arguing for the game. Somehow, he flipped his opinion in the same 20-minute span. What?
Negatively because of something like that. You know? Anyway, I'll continue to follow the story. I think next is going to be, does Sony say anything about it? Or how does the game actually sell? Because what might happen is, you know, you get your initial sales wave of people who pre-order the game and are playing it at launch. But now, typically what happens is, via word of mouth, you hear more and more people who like the game, and then more people will buy it, right? Like a game like Baldur's Gate 3 sold well at launch, but then sold tremendously over the next 7 months to become a dynamo and then a game of the year.
Well, DSP, the key distinction there, though, is that it came out on multiple platforms over the course of months. It came out on PC first, and it was in early access first, but it came out on PC first. Then a month later, it was PS5. Then like 2 months later, it was Xbox. So that kept the discussion going as new people were playing the game. I don't know. It also was a good game according to most people. So that's kind of different. This one's just an exclusive. It's just wait a year till it comes out on PC. Then people will talk about it again.
Right? A game like Stellar Blade maybe have initial good sales, but then you want to keep those sales rolling. If now the controversy is, oh, it's censored, if no one buys it after launch, it could actually end up being a flop. So,
all right, that's what you would like, right?
I guess we're gonna have to see. I will follow this story. I will let you guys know, what I hear and go from there. But yeah, I'm just concerned. I don't want the game industry to now be pussyfooting around saying the only way that we can ever have our games not be controversial is to have this 20 checklist thing, and then every game is Starfield. Because then I just don't want to play video games anymore.
Yeah, final time I'll say it. So then why doesn't he play it? Why doesn't he play Stellar Blade? It's very obviously different from new stuff that comes out. The fact that we're talking about the lady, the discussion is about the lady. means that it's different, right? Like, that's ridiculous if you step out of the argument and just think about it. Why is it even a talking point? Because it's different, right? Why aren't you playing it if you don't want every game to be the same? I don't know.
Listen,
Shrug.
Stellar Blade's not for me.
It's not for me.
That doesn't mean I don't understand that it's for some people, or that I don't want games to be different or to take chances or to do new things or different things. I do want that. Just because this particular one isn't for me doesn't mean that that's not what I want for gaming in the industry as a whole. And this could be a huge setback. So I hope that it doesn't become...
There you go. And then he just fence sits.
And that is gaming news.
He can't even stick with his own argument because, I don't know, by the end he starts going off and agreeing with boycotters. I don't even know. I don't know. This annoying discussion, I'm glad it's over. I hope he never talks about it again. Just because I'm kind of sick of it. And I'm done with it. Play the game if you want to. Don't play it if you don't want to. Enjoy life. Life is short, guys. Spend your time how you want to spend it, okay? Have fun. What is this? Did I watch this?
All right. So,
Did
thank
I
you
watch
all.
this?
Great show this week. I'll see you next week when we do it all again. Peace out and see you then.
Did I watch this? I don't even know. Wage quit. I don't know. Let's get to this one. DSP on. 1 Minute Man leaving. Late night chill begging. Gets $50.
Do it to them, snipe.
Speaking of dollars, dude, garbage can. Thank you.
Do you really want to hear 20 plus hours of him saying, "Oh my god, this is so gingerly"? Consider it a blessing.
Gingerly. Embarrassing. Consider it a blessing. Yeah, that too. Honestly, yeah, don't play Stellar Blade. Really don't. He'll just go, "Oh my god, this is what people like? Oh my god, look at this. This is so stupid. This is stupid." He should play it with Cat. Imagine the Stellar Blade Cat run. That would be great. Anyway, let's get to it. 1 Minute Man leaving, gets $50, so he begs for $100.
How do I feel about big tippers getting upset not being able to control me or the topics I talk about? Listen, it's this simple, okay? The rules apply to everyone and always have. It's never been any different. I've been doing this for 16 years.
Okay.
All right? And not once ever in my 16-year run as a YouTuber have I let someone who contributes control me or my content. All right? If there's topics that I feel are off limits or I don't want to talk about, I'm not going to talk about them. And if someone gets upset because of that, it's just too bad, you know? It doesn't even matter if it's a detractor, if it's a actual, you know, viewer and fan of my content, if it's one of my biggest supporters ever, it doesn't matter who it is.
Good chat post here. Tut? Remember when King Tut made him play Street Fighter 5? That was fun. He bowed down to fucking King Tut. Remember that shit?
Everyone has to abide by the same rules.
His oil baron?
And I retain the control over my content, period. You know, if I don't want to take it in a certain direction that I feel is going to be negative for the channel overall or the stream or the viewers, I will not do that. All right?
Yeah, he played Baldur's Gate 3, the game that killed the channel. It was killing his channel, but he kept playing it because OIC was paying him to. You don't play certain games because you don't get enough money. That seems like you let the people who give you money dictate what you do. Baldur's Gate 3 just happened. You just beat the game because one guy was paying you.
So it's that simple. And, you know, sometimes it happens.
He played that fucking... that game. The clay game. What's it called? Harold Halibut. He played that and he had a behind-the-scenes whale queued up for that game. Like, it was so obvious. He played it. Why? Why'd you play it, huh?
Where over the years,
I don't know.
You get a change in attitudes. You get a change in all kinds of stuff. It's happened many different times over the years if you haven't noticed. It's not just one particular person. So, listen, what it might very well be is that at one point, someone really likes my content. And so they want to support it. But then over a course of several years, maybe they fall out of love with my content and they don't like it as much. But now they want to participate in a different way. So now they want to stir conversation, whatever it could be. But the truth is, it's never going to change, okay? It's always going to be the same. Nothing is going to change around here, all right? You're not going to see me being completely controlled by anyone or anything, any force, right? It doesn't matter if it's...
Can I play the King Tut rant? Sure, we'll get to it after this. Right after this. I'll look it up.
A particular line of conversation, a question, whatever it may be, right? You know, it just is what it is. That's how I am too. Like, you know, I'm not going to be favoritistic towards any party or parties because of stuff. You know, I mean, how many times has Kirk asked to be unbanned? And I said, listen, even though you support the streams, I'm not unbanning you. You've violated the rules too many times. If you want to come back as someone else that I don't know it's you, that's one thing. I can't stop you. But I'm absolutely not.
Dude, he's told Kirk to come back under a different name. He's flat out told people to, hey, change your name so I don't know it's you and you could come back in my chat. What?
Going to unban you. I'm not having you come back when you've broken the rules so many times and you refuse to change. So that's it, you know. You got to put your foot down at some point. And that's how it is around here, you know. So I hope that you guys like the streams with the fact that I don't allow them to constantly be derailed with people who want to take it that way. Particularly, you know, some people want to take my content in a very political direction. I outright have stated I don't want to do DSP politics, which, by the way, if I...
No, you said you did want to do it. You said you would do it after the election. You didn't say you weren't going to do it.
If I do it, it would not be called that, okay?
If I do it, it wouldn't be called that. But I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. But if I do it, I'm not going to call it that. But I don't want to do it.
Okay? It would be called something else, and it would not be on YouTube. It would be of another format somewhere else. But if I ever get into politics, it would not be here. This content is something I've done for 16 years that I don't want to jeopardize. Simply because I want to talk about a different subject matter, okay? So, yeah, like, that's the deal. Like, I'm not going to put up
so blurry
with nonsense.
I like to imagine he's just blurry in real life. He's so blurry.
Anybody.
Why are you so blurry,
you know,
dude?
People, I've noticed over the last, I'd say, several months, certain characters
Just a
and
blurry
people
guy.
have been trying to push me in directions I don't want to go. And then they get upset. Oh, why aren't you reading this or reading that? Because I don't have to. Because I've always had the ultimate control over my content. It does not matter
all right, King Tut,
you know, how much you're contributing. I'm not going to say certain things or do certain things in my content that's going to be inflammatory and detrimental to everyone.
Thank you, ES,
Really,
for the $2.
Save autistic lol, what an absolute regard.
Favoritistic content, yes. Thank you,
and
ES.
if people get upset about that, oh well, I can't stop them. You know, it's like I've always said, my content on YouTube is like a revolving door. At some point, people like me, some people they don't. Or they like me at one point, they don't like me at another point. Whatever. You know, people change, I change. There's nothing you can do about that.
I change.
You know, it's not the end of the world.
I change.
If you say goodbye to some people, you say hello to new ones, right? That's just how it is. So
he's so weird. He's so weird. Like, before he continues, I do want to see this Tutankhamun rant. So, thank you, Snort Burnell. This is a great old 5-year-old video. Let's listen to some of the Tutankhamun after he was gone. Let's see him shit talk him. Because, by the way, in case you don't know who Tutankhamun is, he was a pay pig. He was a guy who gave a bunch of money to DSP, and he got DSP to play Street Fighter V and play different things and like do different things for him because of how much money he was giving him. So it was kind of really funny.
Plugs and then the shout out.
Because it contradicts everything that he's talking about in this video. Straight up. And a more recent example is OIC with Baldur's Gate, but we'll go back in time.
Outs and everything. Very simply put, yesterday we had drama in the stream chat when I wasn't even paying attention to it because I was doing my pre-stream, I was doing my plugs or whatever, and we had some drama. Guess what? The drama's, you know, taken care of. I've spoken to all parties involved. And taken care of all of it, and everything's fine. So there's no reason for anyone to...
Oh yeah, I forgot too. Toot Uncommon would say, like, do some OIC shit, where he would, like, start shit in his chat, and then tell DSP that other people were shit-talking him. And then DSP would take action.
Bring up any drama.
He did similar
shit.
shit.
And try to stir more drama. At this point, just address...
He would argue with people.
It.
And get DSP to, like, step in.
Creates more. And as you guys know, let's be very honest about this. Recently, everything here's been good, right? Everything on the streams has been great. Attendance has been up. People have been enjoying no matter what game I play. They've been able to chill and have fun without drama. It's been very drama-free. There hasn't been any negativity. There's been no problems. Everything's been good recently.
I made a ridiculous fuck ton of money.
And I think the thing is that yesterday, because there was a small amount of drama, the people who latch onto that because they have very boring fucking lives and all they try to do is cause more and or you spin the drama to get attention for themselves, those people, I believe, have latched onto this little bit of drama that happened yesterday to try to blow it out of proportion to make it act like it's something important or significant or something that it's not. In reality, it was something that lasted about 15, 20 minutes tops, and then once gameplay started, it all ended. So I don't even know where it's all coming from. Quite frankly, at all. I don't understand because it's all over-exaggerated crap as usual.
And here he is downplaying the drama.
You know, my opinion and my recommendation.
He would just like, Tutankhamun would just like fight with people. Just like be mean to people. And in his chat. And then DSP would always side with him. Because he gave him money.
You shouldn't stay away from that crap. If you're here to have fun and just chill with me on the stream, you know, then just do so. And there's no reason to even talk about it, right? So that's all I'm going to say.
There you go.
Because
The
already I
cult.
did see a lot of people coming into the stream chat today. What's going on with that? What's going on? Nothing. It's literally been completely over-exaggerated and blown out of proportion by people who are just looking to get attention because there's nothing going on. There's no drama with DSP now.
Fuck you. You're a liar.
Keep the cult in
Because of that,
check.
these people are so fucking bored.
Bored?
That they're trying to stir the pot. And so, just ignore it, okay? And the truth is, if anyone tries to stir the pot today, just forewarning, I'm not going to put up with it. This is a very chill Dragon Quest stream, and people don't want to come in and hear about all negative nonsense and drama. So if you try to stir that pot...
Holy fuck, dude. Even 5 years ago. 5 years ago. He spoke the same. He spoke, like, the same talking points. This whole little paragraph right here.
One tries to stir the pot today, just forewarning, I'm not going to put up with it. This is a very chill Dragon Quest stream, and people don't want to come in and hear about all negative nonsense and drama. So if you try to stir that pot, you will find yourself getting a boot to your ass.
You
and
will
you'll
be
right out the
banned.
door, okay? So just a forewarning, I'm saying this up front. None of that crap today. Today's going to be a very positive, fun, chill stream, and that's how I'm approaching it, and that's it. We're moving on from the crap.
Yeah, even 10 years ago.
Of course, a million people. Why doesn't Phil just get a job? Why doesn't Phil just get another job? Makes sense, doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen? You don't seem to understand the reality of the situation is this is a fucking scam and a fundraising scheme, and I just don't want to go get another job.
We have Genetic Gamer.
Classic
who cheered,
Snort Brunel.
And he said, Phil, I feel that there are detractors who come into your chat and pretend to be fans. You think if you do not like something or someone, you would stay away from it.
Boy.
Why do you think these detractors keep trying to interact with you? When you clearly
LARPers 5 years ago.
I think that there are different groups of people who watch my content. I
Okay,
think, yes,
we're getting the whole thing. So that was pretty much it. Tutankhamun would show up, cause problems, give DSP a bunch of money, and then DSP would defend him and be on his side and play games for him and buy DLCs for him. He bought Street Fighter V with DLC characters. Like he had to physically go to the store, the Xbox store, and buy DLCs just to play Street Fighter.
You know, when people support me over
Until that got toxified. Tutankhamun rage quit.
time, I really do.
So yeah, this whole rant, it doesn't, it's all a lie.
It's nice to have someone who are consistent supporters of content. At the same time, when you notice a change in attitude and when you notice that people are trying to be more and more demanding or controlling, and you got to lay down the law, if they don't appreciate that or understand it, then that's that, and you say goodbye, right? Right? Am I right or am I right? That's my attitude anyway. Maybe there's people who are so beholden. I mean, let's be honest.
For all we know, Tutankhamun was OIC. Yeah, when I was explaining the behavior, it sounded very familiar. That's all I'll say. I'm not claiming anything. It's very similar.
There's YouTubers out there that literally just sit there and let people degrade and insult and bemean them for contributions because it's the only way they can make money. Yeah, that's not me. I actually make content that people like and they support it. So I'm not going to then be, have my stuff going away I don't want it to. You know what I'm saying? So there you have it. All right. And it hasn't changed or anything. It's, it's just the same attitude. It's always been the same rules. It's just, I guess, at some point, some people think that they don't apply to them. I don't know why. There's definitely, it's not just one person. This has happened many, many times.
One dent, or does Phil attract a very specific dent type? Yeah, Darkseid to Phil. That's like a question for the ages. I said it the other day, but it's like, it's not a coincidence that whenever photos come out of genuine DSP fans, they all look a certain way. It's not a coincidence. Like, why does he attract the kind of people he attracts? And I don't want to be too mean, but it's like, I don't know, man. You're begging for money, the way you talk to them, and we know what they look like. I don't know, man. It's a pretty fucking weird cult you're running there.
Over the years. But it's life.
Big ups,
right?
Darcy, by the way.
I'm good. I'm happy. I'm continuing on positively. As you notice, I'm not sitting here freaking out about anything. We're having a good time, right? So I don't, I don't know why drama channels, of course, want to latch on to drama and make drama. There's no drama here. Everything's fine.
There's no. It's the same. Guys, this is the same video. We just saw the same. What? 5 years later, we're watching the same video. It's the same thing. There's no fucking way. He's doing the same exact thing. Oh my god. This is insane.
Having a good time, you know.
There's no drama.
There's nothing that's changed. Everything is perfectly having fun and under control. I don't know why these idiots want to lie about stuff, because they do constantly. But, that gets them their clickbait. So don't watch their shit and just come here and relax. That's all I can say, So Haseo, thank you so much. 3 months as a member. Enjoying these Walking Dead reacts for season 1. Me too. I've really been enjoying these. And we've got Dentronics. Up their membership. Or did their membership for a month. So well said, Phil. Thank you to Dentronics. I appreciate that.
Wait, what?
We've got Dentronics. Who up their membership, or did their membership for a month. So well said, Phil. Thank you to Dentronics.
Very
I appreciate that.
Why'd you give him money, dude? I'm calling you out.
All right, so we're going to get started in a moment. And as you know, when we do these streams, I typically try to go about 5 parts in each.
I didn't clickbait the title. Thank you, Cantu Adrian. 3 months, man.
A la Final Fantasy.
Blue blocker, black butt, big juicy butt.
You got a big juicy butt there, brother.
Hey, babe.
Thank you so much for the 3 months, man. It's incredible.
Part's about a half an hour long, roughly. So we'll see how far we get tonight. We are starting at part 7 of episode 3. YouTube is erroneously telling me I played the whole thing when I didn't. We didn't even start it.
What?
So, excuse me. Should be fun. Now, guys, if you like the throwback content, right? I certainly hope that you enjoy the content. You're really having a good time with it, right?
Can we get to the part where we scam the guy?
Please support it tonight in any way, whether that be a like on the stream, whether that be a super chat, a super sticker, a membership, a gifted membership, or a tip. All of that is very important to this channel. Why? Because this channel doesn't have a lot of user traction yet. The videos I'm putting out are for posterity purposes. They get maybe like 100 to 200 views tops each usually. Are they ad revenue enabled?
What is this?
We get to the part where he scams the guy.
Thank you, Iviga. New sound clip alert. Thank you so much. This is the part right here. He's asking for money.
Most of them are. And I make like $1 a day on this channel. No exaggeration. That's about the profit I make on ad revenue on this channel. Over time, this channel will build up a body of work that will do better. All right? But if you can support tonight, please do.
Hey, remember when the Throwback channel was a fun, cool, chill, positive thing that he was supposed to do for his community? It's a way to upload old, unseen playthroughs that aren't around anymore. It just became another revenue stream. I'm old enough to remember when he said he wasn't going to monetize it. He wasn't going to put memberships. He wasn't going to put super chats. He just wanted ad revenue. Remember that? That's like ancient. That's like 90s kid stuff. That's like 80s kid stuff. Remember that shit? That's crazy.
Particularly,
now all he does is beg. All he does on this channel is the same shit. Just begging for all of the stuff he said he wasn't going to do.
Earlier today, my React stream did very poorly. And I don't know why. We actually talked about it and no one can really
it's a bygone
seem to figure out a particular reason why that stream did so poorly. It was a good stream. The content was a good variety of stuff. People seemed to have a good time. So it might have just been a bad day. Who knows? Or an unlucky day or whatever you want to say. Tonight, it sure would be great to have a solid stream here on DSP Throwback. These streams, no exaggeration, are really the reason that allow this channel to be viable. If I didn't do these streams...
Like, they allow this channel to be viable. Think about that sentence for a second, because what exactly is the channel? He waits for someone to, like, email him a video file or send it through Discord or whatever, and then all he does is drag and drop upload. Title it. Drag and drop upload title. That's the channel. That's the channel. What the fuck do you mean viable? It's not like you're doing anything. You're not doing anything for the channel. The fuck you mean viable? You weren't gonna monetize it, you viable bitch. What the fuck? What does that even mean? It's so hard, man. I gotta drag and drop files, man. I gotta drag and drop it and title it. Oh my god. That's so hard for me to do. I wait for someone to do everything, then I drag and drop it. Whoa. What? Fuck do you mean viable? You don't need to be paid for this. This is old shit. This is regurgitated content. What the fuck? Viable. Get the fuck out of here.
And have, you know,
I want to hear it again. This fucking slur.
on DSP Throwback. These streams, no exaggeration, are really the reason that allow this channel to be viable.
Like he's saying he needs to stream here and beg you to make it viable. What? Oh my God.
Your mouth drooling fucking retard. I shouldn't have said that. And by the way, Cat agrees with me.
Fuck you, man. What does that even mean?
Didn't do these streams and have you know, support on them.
I thought he said
this
duty
channel
streams.
would kind of just be like a lot of work for nothing. So I'm glad that these streams have caught
a lot
on
of work
and
for
like
nothing.
them.
A lot. What? Hold on, bitch. Let me hear that again.
This channel to be viable. If I didn't do these streams and have you know, support on them, this channel would kind of just be like a lot of work for nothing.
A lot of work for nothing. A lot of work for nothing. A lot of work. A lot of work that he's not even doing. He just waits for a file. That's the work. He needs it to be viable, guys. He really does. To pay his bills. What?
So I'm glad that these streams have caught on and people have liked them. If you are here to relax and enjoy, you're in the right place. If you're here to feel nostalgic vibes, you're definitely in the right place. And I would ask that if you could support, I would appreciate that. Okay?
Of course you would
Astronauts,
appreciate it. Of course you would, but you wouldn't though. Like you just want to be paid for nothing. For nothing. What?
Fallout videos, what happened? Did you win the
Okay.
fight? Part 1 of the
I'll get
Fallout
off
3
of it
playthrough
now.
on this channel
That's
got
insane.
claimed for music, and I disputed it over 2 weeks ago, and it's still on hold. Dispute is still pending, because as I said, YouTube lies about their rules. YouTube claims it's 2 weeks. It's not. They give 2 weeks to standard people. They give a full month to corporations. So because it was a music claim from a corporation, I have to sit here and wait an entire month until it clears up, and it'll probably take the whole month. So probably sometime in May, I'll get the word on if I won that, which I probably will, and I'll get some ad revenue on part 1 of the Fallout playthrough here. As for the Fallout 4 playthrough over
Like,
on DSP,
as if he even deserves to. Like the triple, quadruple dip into the ad revenue. Bro, people clicked. You told us yourself. People clicked off the video within 30 seconds. 30 seconds. That's terrible. That is awful. You don't deserve any fucking ad revenue on the video when you already monetized the streams and you already monetized your audience. Like they pay you in super chats and tips and memberships. You don't really deserve anything beyond that. It's not like you're doing anything to get it. It's just you, again, dragging and dropping files. And you want to be paid extra for it. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. Does that make it viable? I don't know, man.
it's exactly the same. There's got to be some big corpo that owns the music that's in question. And because of that, I disputed it. It'll probably take upwards of a month to get cleared up. So maybe sometime by the end of May, I'll know if I'm actually
Hey,
making
Agent Proper, welcome to the stream, man.
any revenue on that video. Right now, I'm making
The
absolutely
May
nothing.
1st
on it.
burst.
So that's what happens when stuff gets claimed on YouTube. It just gets frozen, and you don't know for like a month. Okay?
Corpo.
Okay, everyone, so we're about to get started. Remember, tonight is an interactive stream. I'll be reacting to things people are saying in the chat. And I also am excited for...
They clicked off after 30 seconds because they were view bots. You don't get revenue with less than 31 seconds. Really? Ah, interesting. So we're still thinking it's view bots, huh? Damn.
where the game will go, right? And I hope that you are too. It should be a fun time. And again, if any contributions come in, yes, this is an interactive stream. I will shout them out live. This is not like the reaction earlier where I
Philly
wait for like
Uzi
half an hour
hand.
periods. I do shout outs during the parts in the live. Fair enough? Okay, we're going to get started. I'm just going to do a brief intro for the on-demand viewers. And then we're going to
Nice.
get started.
Brief intro.
Okay? Cool. All right, here we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome.
You know what I just thought of too? This dude should really drop this thing. Like the problem with this dude, or a problem with this guy, is that he doesn't edit. Not even edit, right? Just record a clip of you introducing it after the fact, because it kind of ruins the flow of the stream. Like, if I were to pause right now and then just be like, hold on, guys, I'm going to do a YouTube intro. Hello, everyone. Welcome. It just kind of ruins the flow of what you're doing. I'm thinking of like an Angry Joe video, and I don't know whatever you think of Angry Joe, but when he does a like reaction on stream and then he uploads it later, he just kind of inserts an intro to it after the fact. So it doesn't ruin the flow of the stream. Because why would you want to do this? You just went through this whole beg segment and guilting people and trying to manipulate people into giving you money. And you already introed the stream at the beginning of the stream. And then now you're going to do it again. So it's like, why would I show up to watch the streams if I'm just going to be introed to like 3 times? And I'm going to have to sit through all of the non-recorded begging. I don't know. That just is really annoying to me. Why would I want to sit through it 3 times when I can just watch the video later, if even I watch it, because his shit's trash? But anyways, I just thought of that. It's just really weird that he does that. He ruins the flow of everything that he's doing just to be a YouTuber. He turns YouTube mode on.
Back to my retro react for The Walking Dead Season 1. And we are right in the middle of episode 3, correct? And I hope that you guys are excited for this. I've been loving this. Last 3 weeks we've been doing.
It's kind of, it's like he closes the door on you. I don't know if this is coming across. It's kind of like he closes the door. Like the way he's talking here.
We are right.
It's like he's talking to someone else. Someone else just came in the room and he closed the door on you. It's not a stream anymore. It's like a show. It's like it's a fake phony thing now. The voice changes too.
All right, here we go.
Here we go. All right, look,
okay,
just
we're gonna
listen.
get started. I'm just gonna do a brief intro for the.
I'm just gonna do a brief intro,
and then we're gonna get started. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, door's gonna
All right,
shut.
Here we go.
Shuts in 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my retro react for The Walking Dead Season 1. And we are right in the middle of episode
so
3,
phony.
correct?
It's just
and,
phony.
I hope that you guys are excited for this. I've been loving this. Last 3 weeks we've been doing this project, and it's been a great ride. Like, I remember very little bit about the plot points about this game. Seriously, I remember a few things here and there, but not too many. So it's been very fun to re-experience it with a live audience.
Man. It comes across very strangely. It's like in the stream, you're getting punished for watching the stream. I'm just thinking from the point of view of a real viewer, of a real guy who just finds this guy. There's so much wrong with his streams, and that's why Fantastic Mr. Sam's video on DSP, all of his dude, those make more videos, please. They're so good. It's just so many things he does. So many things wrong, instinctually wrong. Is that the right word? I don't even know. But just his instinct is always to do it wrong, no matter what it is. A word pronunciation, streaming, videos, editing. It's just always wrong. His instinct. It's crazy how wrong he is. Just naturally wrong.
And to see some of
hey, Mr. Roxas, what's up, man?
these twists and turns happen. So we are right in the middle of episode 3, which is, I think, 14 or 15 parts long. We finished 6 parts.
Yeah,
so,
do it wrong while being extremely confident. Soup GG. That's the best way to put it.
Tonight we will definitely finish episode 3. Now, we'll probably start episode 4, but I don't know exactly how far in episode 4 we will get tonight. We'll see. And then we'll go from there. Just remember, guys, this is a fun series. If you like the content, please give it a like. Maybe leave some comments on it.
You think it's wrong because he's a fundamentally inauthentic person? Yeah, he just comes across as so phony. So phony. I don't know. I'd be so curious just like how this dude acted. And you can see a lot of it in his old vlogs. Like when he was just sitting around recording his friends and stuff. I don't know. But he felt, it's so like, it's a psychological thing. I don't know. I don't want to analyze him, but he just is a snake. He's a weasel. He's a snake. That's what I've been saying. I'll just keep saying it.
Let me know what you think. Send me your messages about what it was like back in the day watching this and what you think about watching it, now in the present day. Maybe consider a super thanks on the video if it's a video that's eligible for that. Many of them are. And of course, perhaps become a member of the channel. You'll get access to emotes in the chat. You'll also be able to...
I don't want to harp on this, but he just went through a begging thing for the stream viewers, and then he starts the video. The first thing he talks about is begging.
to watch all these archive streams on demand immediately after they end, rather than having to wait over the course of the
I
week
don't know.
to see these episodes be
You get
uploaded
punished.
separately.
You're
Fair
punished if you're a live viewer. It's
Someone
ridiculous.
had just attempted to send me a tip, and sadly it got frozen. It looks like it was a $4 tip.
And he can't keep the mask on for too long, because in the YouTube video, this kind of stuff still happens. So it's like he puts it on, he closes the door at the start of the video, and then it kind of slides open. Because he still does bullshit like this.
And
yeah, we don't talk about money.
You know what this is?
What
This
is
is a
this?
$4 tip from yesterday that was under investigation, and it cleared now, but I still can't see the message, so I'll count it for this stream. Whoever that was yesterday who attempted to tip me $4 on a different stream, it came through now, so I'll count it for tonight, but I don't even get to see the message. Isn't that nice? So I don't even know who this was. I did receive another $5 tip, though, and this one is from Dan the Man, so thank you to Dan the Man for a $5 tip tonight.
Hey,
Thank
Sergeant
you all
Henry,
for hanging
yeah.
out with me, and thanks for the early
Yeah,
support.
we went over his begging on the React stream. It was crazy.
As you know, I
There's
do
a
try
lot
to
of
hit
begging.
$50 on every stream that I run, so it'd be great if we could hit that by the end of tonight. And right now we're on a good pace for that, so thank you. Anything appreciated. Thank you so very much. Let's keep going. Okay, good stuff. Guys, thank you so far for a great stream. That's only a half an hour. We still got about 2 hours left on the stream, just so everybody knows.
Jeez.
So let's continue on. And thank you also to everyone who is supporting the stream in some way. I appreciate that. I had a really, really slow stream earlier on the React channel. So I'm happy that you guys are out and hanging out and supporting the stream tonight. Thank you so much. Again, my goal would be to try to hit the $50 tips goal by the end of the night if we can do that. Or better, but, you know, we'll see. All right, guys, let's continue.
Or better. Of course it would be that.
Okay, we're back.
And I always liked bringing this up, but it's just when he says my goal is to do X, is to just make money, and he doesn't really have a way to do it. It's just the goal. You don't really set goals and then not, like, do anything about it. You should probably do something to achieve the goal, right? You don't just kind of cross your fingers and hope that it happens. I don't know, man. I always found that really funny when he says that.
Back.
It's my goal to always reach $50.
He totally fucked up thing. Hey, Kenny, I think I see your family over there. What? What? He jumps up. What? Where? Where? Haha, fooled you, fucker. Now I can get these maps. That'd be pretty messed up. Anyway, I paused because I have received a very generous contribution. I received a $31 tip from Jeremy. Thank you so much, Jeremy, for a very generous tip here tonight on the Throwback stream. With that, we will officially have hit the Tier 1 tips goal for the night. I'm very happy about, so thank you so much for that. And, oh, by the way, I need to update these animations. These are not outdated, but it's fine. I guess they're a little different from the other channels. Thank you, Jeremy. Get this up on the leaderboard.
Okay.
For now. Hello.
Cool. So it's
There
Gunner
you go.
Glasses time since we've hit the Tier 1 goal. Remember, if we hit the Tier 2 goal tonight of $100, you get to choose a hat for me to wear for the rest of the stream out of the many silly hats that I have.
That's the classic. The classic hits goal begs for next goal DSP thing.
I'll probably put the most ridiculous ones in the running tonight, like the Bender hat and, you know, stupid ones like that. Because I haven't worn those in a very long time, and it's actually quite cool, so I could do that. Thank you so much, Jeremy. I appreciate that. That helps a ton, especially because earlier today I had a very slow first stream, so thank you so much for that. And anything else that comes in tonight, guys, thank you in advance.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Let's continue.
Let's continue.
Hey,
Hey, hey.
I got the drip go. I got the drip go. I got the
Anyways.
drip.
Okay. Well, he's almost live. So, I guess I'll stick around. I'm feeling all right. My sickness is not debilitating. I am not constantly choking. Let's watch this old video. This Tutankhamun video. Let's get to it.
Cheered, he says, you said in an earlier stream you do not want children. Since you're only child, do you think it would be unfair to your parents?
Look at this. This is a good discussion.
Journey has cheered. He says, you said in an earlier stream you do not want children. Since you're only child, do you think it would be unfair to your parents that you're not going to continue their lineage and bloodline? No.
No. Kids
No.
are idiots. Kids are complete idiots.
It's not my responsibility to do that.
Wait, before we get to this, I do want to get to this, actually. Rebsy, if you're still here. I'm gonna play this tweet. Play this tweet. DSP was making... I know it's fucked up. I don't have a layout for this. But he mocks a guy with a speech impairment on his DSPReacts. So this is pretty good.
Okay.
However, sometimes nukes have to be transported from one facility to another. meaning that a weapon with the power to destroy an entire city is now rolling right through one, transported along the very same roads that we all use every day. It is...
All right, do I even have to address the fact that the guy has a speech impediment like Elmer Fudd? Can we just get out of the way? All right? He's not pronouncing his R's. He's pronouncing them like W's. Okay, can we continue now? I just had to get it out of the way. Okay, now let's go.
An incredible...
Like, that's how naturally toxic he is. I wasn't even thinking that. When I first saw this clip, I didn't even, like, think of that. Of course he is, though. It's constantly on his mind throughout the video. So he just feels the need to bring it up. Can we just get it out of the way? Why? Why? Like, are you an asshole? Yes? What? Like, why? What? I don't get it. Why would you have to get that out of the way? As if you have to even mention it. I don't know. What a naturally toxic individual. He's so annoying.
It's not anyone's responsibility to do that. Maybe in
Okay,
certain
back to this.
cultures, people do feel that
Thank you,
way,
Rebsy.
but I've never felt that kind of pressure. My life is my own, and if I choose to have children, great, and if not, that's under my own power. I'm not going to let what other people think influence, my...
Yeah, exactly, Snoot. It sounded more like someone who learned to speak English as a second language. Exactly. Exactly. And, like, DSP, are you really one to talk? Are you really one to talk about speaking wrongly? And speech impediments and stuff? Really? Okay.
Important life decisions. If I feel that I'm fit to be a father, great, and if I feel I'm not, great, and there's no wrong or right decision there, and I don't let societal norms or cultural things influence me, you know, and right now I just really don't have any desire to be a dad, and I'm getting up there in age to the point where if I don't become one soon, I wouldn't be able to be a father too effectively, and so more than likely I have no desire for it, it's just out of the picture, okay?
Just like everything else I do, I mash to win.
One man's journey cheered again.
I think it's really funny. I mean, I don't even know if this is true, but he didn't want kids because of trolls. That's crazy. You're letting people online dictate your life to me. Like, that's crazy to me. That's, I don't know. I probably think he's just too lazy to have kids. Not that he should have any. I'm not saying he should, but I'm saying, like, from his point of view, I think he's just too lazy to, and he's blaming trolls. That seems to be the easy answer.
My daughter sometimes watches your stream.
What? And I'm not a children's entertainer. I'm a mature adult.
Not that that's a crazy theory or anything.
But I don't see options for any children's sizes. Is there any reason you don't have that? Well, more than likely, I've never really even looked for it. I'll be honest with you. One man's journey. I've never even looked to see if they have children's sizes apparel on Teespring. Maybe they do. I would almost go as far to say they probably do of something. I wouldn't know what.
Yeah, Roxas.
But you're actually the first person in a year and a half that I've had the Teespring store open who's asked for that. You're the first person. So, it's not a thing that's majorly in demand. Plus, I'm sure to get any of the logos and things that I have on my Teespring shop to actually fit a child's shirt.
The audio on these old videos,
not
man.
annoying, but very much more difficult because it's a very small surface area on a smaller shirt. And maybe Teespring just doesn't want to deal with that. I don't know. But the answer is,
rest in peace, Teespring and T, of course. They're woke, so they dropped them. Rest in peace.
For it, you're the first person who's ever asked if there were more demand, and people were like, "Man, I really am interested in children's sizes." Then I would look into it. But being that there's one person, it's not a major concern for me right now. Okay.
Ariel Charity says, glad to see you back, DSP. Heard someone cut your cables. That's insane shit. No one cut my cables at all.
This is the weirdest internet issue I've ever had. Both modems and my phone all disconnected around 4 p.m. and won't reconnect at all. As if all my lines in my house are dead. My neighbors have internet. Only thing I can think of is the cable line outside got damaged or malfunctioned. I again say, this is the weirdest thing I've ever seen happen to my internet because it's both modems and the phone. Wait, he just wrote it twice. And my neighbors have internet, as if someone went outside and snipped. Oh my god, dude! Oh, he's so annoying. This is specifically annoying. Oh, just listen.
Ever asked if there were more demand, and people were like, "Man, I really am interested in children's sizes." Then I would look into it. But being that there's one person, it's not a major concern for me right now. Okay.
Ariel Charity says, glad to see you back, DSP. Heard someone cut your cables. That's insane shit. No one cut my cables at all.
He said someone did. He implied someone did. He's like paranoid that someone did. You come in and mention it? Why are you being so fucking crazy? What's wrong with you? I didn't know one cut my fucking cables, idiot.
Drama show every day.
Drama.
Incredibly stupid.
Fuck you.
Basically, there's a piece of hardware.
Let me play
that
something.
Comcast
This guy pisses
installs
me
only in
off.
certain residential homes. Okay, it's not every home. Only certain homes have this piece of equipment called an amplifier.
Oh, he's having a... Oh, shit. Hold on. I'm not looking at his chat. Hold on. Hold up. Let's check it out. Hey, thank you.
Really? Thank you.
The parents need help too if the child watches DSP.
Yeah, if they want a children's-sized t-shirt. I don't know, get that kid some help. Good morning. Thank you, Lord Kane 666 for the 2. Good morning. Lots of news today. Then Fall Gout 4.
Fall Gout.
Gonna be a great stream. I'm in no hurry to determine anything. I don't play... Oh, someone asked him a question. I looked into GeForce Now and the mini PC, and your current PC has the minimum specs for 1080p 60. It's something worth a try. Which faction will you join? And then he says, I'm in no hurry to determine anything. I don't play games like that. Okay. That was in regards to the faction question, I guess. Big ups. Cool. Cloud gaming will save the business. Yeah, totally.
It looks like a power adapter plugged into your wall.
Oh,
and
boy.
unless Comcast directly told you what it does and how important it is, you would never know. I had one in my bedroom. I don't even
Yeah,
know,
Snood.
I didn't even
Oh
know
my
it was there. I
god.
guess they put it there
It's like a cartoon.
because they needed it for my phone, which is also in my bedroom.
You know, I'm a simple guy. I'm a gamer.
Yeah.
I'm not a techie. I'm not a fucking guy that knows all the ins and outs of this shit. You're like talking to a lay person.
I think, okay. Imagine, why would you want to think this about yourself? Just out of curiosity. Why? Why would you be okay with that? I don't want to learn anything. I want to be ignorant to everything. I want to be stupid. That's just who I am.
You're talking to a gamer. You're not talking
I'm a gamer. I just want to be a gamer.
to an editor. You're not talking to a PC, builder. You're not talking to a techie guy. You're talking to a guy who just wants to sit down, press record, play a game, and have fun, right?
And apparently it just got loose from the wall. And all I needed to do was push it back in fully, and everything worked.
Nice.
As stupid as that sounds, I was never explained by Comcast what...
Look at this. Look at this shit. The solution was the cable was loose. He had to put it in, and he's gonna blame Comcast for it. I didn't know. Comcast didn't tell me that when the cable came out, the thing stopped working. What the fuck? Comcast had to tell you that? What? Huh? What?
I needed to do was push it back
How is it their fault?
in fully, and everything worked. But as stupid as that sounds, I was never explained by Comcast what that piece of equipment was. I was never told to check for it. Even when I called customer service, telling them the problem, they never, in their wildest dreams, thought that it could be an amplifier.
Wildest dreams. What is it? Can we just get it out of the way? Can we get it out of the way that this guy talks like Elmer Fudd? Like he has a speech impediment?
I
Wildest?
called customer service, telling them the problem. They never, in their wildest dreams, thought that it could be an
Wildest?
amplifier. So it was hilarious because then afterward, Comcast contacted me again via Twitter, and they're like,
Yeah, he
"Oh,
did,
we don't
Antony.
keep records of homes that have amplifiers in them, so we wouldn't have known that." And I'm like, "Well, why don't you? Doesn't that sound like something you should do?" Instead of basically making excuses for why I didn't have internet for a day and a half, like it's my fault.
I love these stories. I love these stories where he thinks the story is like it's gonna make him out to be the hero, but it just makes him look so stupid. He went a day and a half without internet because a cable came out, and he didn't think to check the cable. Instead, he was paranoid that someone cut it outside. He didn't think to plug in the cable in his house. This is ridiculous. This is like, dude, you don't, you make yourself look stupider. It's like all of the stories with Kat when he explains how Kat broke something, or how she did something that caused something to break, or that she couldn't handle laundry or something, and she needed Dark Side Phil to come help her. You don't realize how dumb that makes her look. Imagine needing Dark Side Phil to come help you do something. What?
Do instead of basically making excuses for
What
why I
the
didn't have
fuck?
internet for a day and a
What
half.
is this
like it's my
house?
fault.
I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct.
Why don't you just document your equipment properly, and then we won't have this issue? And of course, then they had nothing to say. So
I'd rather not.
yeah, it was a pretty stupid issue that could have literally been fixed in 5 seconds if Comcast customer support were trained properly, but they're not.
They're not trained
and that's why I
properly.
didn't
Look
have
at
internet
this
for a day and a half. The
guy.
good news is I really lost nothing.
Look at
because
this
I wasn't going
guy.
to stream on Saturday anyway. It was just annoying that everything I
Cable is loose equals they're not trained properly.
did had to be on my phone for like a day and a half. So, One Man's Journey says they have millions of customers. That's correct, but they don't have millions of business level customers who pay exorbitant amounts of money for their businesses to operate.
Yeah, and Bob doing stuff.
Go higher, do help more. $1 a month actually helps and adds up. All right, as little as $1 helps.
You explode an apple.
Ayúdame,
Welcome, by the way.
por favor. Es muy importante.
Ayúdame.
Help. I still need your help. Pledge today. My favorite perk is the $5 perk.
On their business level internet, so they should keep track of the information for business customers. Sorry, but I should get the preferential treatment. Trust me, I'm probably paying 3 to 4 times as much for internet as any of you do.
Look at this guy. Look at this baller. What?
Hey, babe.
I love it. I love this.
Their business level internet, so they
These
should
are classics.
keep track of the information for business customers. Sorry, but I should get the preferential treatment. Trust me, I'm probably paying 3 to 4 times as much for internet as any of you do, so I should be
Yo.
getting that level of service.
I'm probably like richer than you, and my dad is stronger, so like I deserve to get preferential fucking treatment. What the fuck? This is so good. What is this video? Random ass Snort Burnell video.
By the way, I have
Thank
absolutely
you,
no idea what's
Snort.
going on in the stream chat. I've been reading, I've been doing all these shoutouts, and now I go back to the stream chat, and now it looks like we got people arguing
My internet could beat up your internet.
or something. What the hell's going on? I'm like totally behind everything going on here. I have no clue what's going on. What I will say is this: if there is a situation, people please contact me directly. You know, mods, let me know what's going on.
Mods.
Comment if you have an issue, please email me.
Look at this. Speaking of Tutankhamun before, this is good. There's drama happening in his chat. And he preferential treatments Tutankhamun. It's almost like he pays more than anyone in the chat. It's a similar situation, you see? Tutankhamun funds DSP more than anybody. Therefore, he deserves preferential treatment. Yes.
You know, mods, let me know what's going on. Tutankhamun, if you have an issue, please email me. We've talked before. Let's see what the hell's going on. I have no idea. I'm here reading shoutouts, and I come back and I see everyone's like upset at each other. So please,
Dude, my voice
it would be
is
nice if we
fucked
could all
up.
just talk and figure out what the hell's going on. You gotta understand, I'm doing a pre-stream. I don't even know what the hell's happening here. I come back, and next thing I know, is people seem upset at each other. Yeah, I know. It's like I tell you guys every day. I have nothing to do with this drama. You notice I have nothing to do with any of it. So here I am
Okay.
doing a pre-stream. I finally click back to the stream chat. I look, right, and there's drama, and I'm like, I have nothing to do with this. I have nothing to do with this drama. I can't. I'm sorry, guys. I can't be here to micromanage the stream every moment. And I do rely heavily on my moderators to do a good job because I can't be here every moment, and especially I'm doing shoutouts and stuff. I can't be doing a shout out for my Muxie while also micromanaging the stream chat. And
Oh,
stuff like that.
Muxie.
You know what I mean?
Let's go.
I don't know what the hell's going on. I just don't know. And sadly, I really don't want to be like. Cause
You guys have seen his chat. You can see it right now if you look at the bottom right corner. You could see it. This is the same as before. Now, granted, maybe it was a bit faster, but it never really was zooming by. So I love the excuse about how he can't check chat. Like, look how slow his chat is.
really nervous. Just said,
All right.
"You're the daddy. You have to take care of these kids."
What?
I have nothing to do. I have nothing to do with this, guys.
Zaddy.
I have nothing to do with this. I can't be here every moment to know exactly what's going on 100% of the time in the
What's
chat.
this
I can't.
photo, man?
So, like I said, what I would hope would happen is if there really is problems that people would contact me and we'll talk about it and figure it out, rather than people now arguing in the stream chat and then I come back and well, everyone's upset. Everyone's upset at everyone. That's nice. Well, what happened? The fuck happened? I was giving shout out to people who were happy. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. Well, anyway, thanks for your cheers. One Man's Journey to Zerial Swaggins. Thank you. What can I do? All I can do is continue on. You know what I mean? Crazy Dream did 100 bit cheers and no one's blaming you. I would hope not. But the problem is, people getting upset and then this is the problem. This is the truth. Is I can't be everywhere at all times and I can't micromanage every single person in a community. I mean, think about earlier this year what happened. We had a moderator.
What happened?
Who went rogue, went against my wishes, went out, stirred the pot with detractors.
This is 2018. I don't even know who he's referring to. God, it was so long ago. I don't remember.
Caused both himself and others to get hurt by his actions. And somehow it negatively rubs off on me. I had nothing to do with any of it.
All right. you get a shout out if you can name the mod he's talking about. If you can remember.
But somehow
no cheating. Don't look it up.
I'm the one with his balls being held over the fire because of the actions of others. It's bullshit, right?
Vidar,
so
Anonymous,
now things have been going good.
Tevin.
Right? Things these past couple of months have been great. I had 2 of the best streaming months I ever had.
All right, Blue, if it's Anonymous, you got it. You got a special shout out. You get a freaking
Big boobed women.
You get a stellar blade, big boobed woman, and
Big
a
juicy
big
butt.
juicy butt. Okay, thank you very much.
This month,
Shout-outs.
September has been pretty good. Things are looking up, right? We got positivity. We got people
Nice.
getting gifted
Back
stuff
in 2018, things were looking up. Man, what
and
happened?
everything. Why do people then have to fucking deteriorate into now we're all gonna hate each other and now it's all, you know what I mean?
Mouse
We're
was later?
I'm putting out entertaining streams.
Swaggins? Oh man, we don't even know. We don't even know who it was. Third Eye the Third? Rebsy? I'm leaning towards Rebsy. It's probably Third Eye the Third.
That's all I can do. I can't control everyone else. I can't. And, you know, it frustrates me that we may have a situation where now people are upset.
Take
and
back
I'm
the
not gonna come
shout
back.
out. No, it was Vidar. Okay, thank you, Tevin. Tevin, you would remember, I feel like. It's either Third Eye or Vidar. I'm going with Vidar now. That's my answer.
I had nothing to fucking do with it.
It's not my responsibility, you know?
Oh boy.
I don't know why people just can't act normal and not have these fucking ridiculous disagreements. You know what I mean? These cult mentality people. Jig Likes Cat says, Tut left because of Sedella. Where the
Oh
fuck?
my god, Sedella. Holy shit. Speaking of Sedella, what was it? The North American ape or something? What did he call you, Tevin? Sedella.
Sedella hasn't been in
This ancient ass
stream
lore.
chat for like over a month, dude. So why don't you shut the fuck up? And I mean that, Jig Likes Cats, because you're one of the people who constantly stirs the shit. Why am I toxic?
Jeez Louise.
You're the one who brings up Sedella more than anyone. No one fucking cares. The guy's not even in here anymore. And you're the one who brings him up on a daily basis. So how about you shut the fuck up and stop causing the shit? And I mean that too, because you've been banned multiple times for causing shit in here. So maybe you should fucking stop. You know? I'm tired. I'm seriously tired of it. Here I am, trying to put on a fun stream, and I gotta deal with these fucking people causing shit constantly. You know? Jake, how would anyone know if he's here on a sock unless you brought it up? How would anyone know that unless you brought it up? You're the one who's causing
Holy
the
shit,
problem.
it's the quote! It's the quote! Guys, it's the quote!
Brought it up. How would anyone know that unless you brought it up? You're the one who's causing the problem here. You. Yes, you.
What? Let's go. Dude, we're finding all these ancient clips. This is so good.
Because you're the one who constantly is bringing this shit up. How the fuck would anyone know?
I don't know how you can't see that you're the problem.
You're the one who brings it up on a daily basis. You're the one who turned this poor guy into a fucking meme to begin with. Not just you, but you and a bunch of others, but you're part of the problem, man. Here, I'll read the logs. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna ban you.
Okay.
I'm just going to ban.
And I'm gonna have you sit outside of the stream chat all day, and I guarantee you we won't have any drama. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have Jake sit outside of the stream chat, and we're gonna have him just cool off and see, cause who brought up the fact, oh, someone's sitting here on a fucking sock account and he was a racist and blah blah blah. Who brought that up?
Again, as if it matters who brought it up. This is like the Kirk thing. People pointing out that someone is being racist apparently is worse than the guy actually being racist or saying stupid shit in his chat. What? Dude, what the fuck? How does this guy keep attracting these kinds of people? It's like the same stories. The same shit keeps happening. Don't talk about it. That's worse than the guy actually doing it. You brought it up. You.
This is what I mean. I'm trying to just have a fun stream, and I gotta deal with this stupid shit.
I'm just tired of it. I can't babysit fucking kids, you know?
All right.
Oh my god.
Hey, it's my thumbnail.
Laugh, laugh, laugh. Joke, joke. Rage, rage. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Joke, joke. Rage, rage. I am 100% negative. Negative, negative, negative. Rant, rant, rant. Angry, angry, angry. And man. Cat, you need to get out now. That place is toxic.
Place X toxic.
Yep, I'm toxic.
I'm tired of people.
God,
You know,
it's been so long since I've seen a Storm Brunel video.
The truth is, I don't know how many times you can give someone a chance.
I
Jake's
love
been
it.
now banned like 5-6 times for doing this same kind of shit. Like, we're all just here Exactly, Augustus Mink. You came here to see Max
Toxic.
Payne. We didn't come here. I'm doing a fun pre-stream. And then I fucking come back and there's all this drama. What happened? Well, someone called out that Sadella was on a sock account and he's this, and then he upset to a comment and took a, what the fuck? Then get out. Get out and don't come back. If this is what you do in my stream chat, get out and don't come back. I
Don't bring
want
it
that shit
up.
anymore. I'm
Don't
serious.
bring it
I'm
up.
putting my foot down at this point. I'm not putting up with this shit anymore. I'm not gonna have people upset and people all angry at each other and shit because you got people who just want to stir drama up. And you can hide behind your bullshit. Oh, it wasn't me. Look at the law. Fuck you. I just saw you do it. You literally just did it.
Yeah, I can't believe that. he's more angry over someone bringing up someone else being racist than the guy being racist.
So enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Yeah, I agree, ITG Jake.
Lay
Jake
down
Likes
the
Cats
law.
is a huge shit stirrer. On a daily basis, he's a shit stirrer, and we don't need to stir shit anymore. Trust me, there's enough shit in the world. We don't need to stir shit into my stream. I've had enough. And
Okay.
that's it. I'm putting my foot down. I'm done. If Jake wants to contact me, whatever, but I'm not fucking unbanning that guy. I had enough. And that goes for many of you, because I know there's a few people who like to do this shit in the stream chat. Oh, I know. Let's stir some more shit up. Let's get people upset. Haha, maybe we could upset Tutankhamun, because behind the scenes in reality, I don't like Phil. And if we can get Tutankhamun to not come in and support Phil anymore, then we'll get our jollies, because look at what we did. Well, fuck you. Get the fuck out of my chat then. I had enough. Enough is enough.
Nice.
The salty tears.
Jesus.
Salty tears.
Alright, Tazerial did 100-bit cheers. He's glad for your positivity, but I also like to see detractors get wrecked. That's not what it's about. It's just about me trying to maintain a chat that's
More chat-tism/toxicity? Okay. Oh, nice. Okay, we didn't watch this. This is from a year ago. King Vanity now runs the chat in DSP streams.
Cover these ground rules.
Big ups to Hate Army. Hate Army in the chat.
Everyone understands them, and if people violate them, understand that you're violating the rules and you're going to be moderated just like anyone else would. All right, ladies and hold on.
What was that?
Woo!
Oh, okay. Thank you, Hate Army.
I felt that one coming. Okay, ladies and
3
gentlemen.
years? Oh, yeah, this is like an archived. Yeah,
I
yeah.
am the owner and operator of this stream. This stream is my place of business as well as a cool hangout session that I have with you guys every single day. All right? It is my responsibility to make sure that the stream is running properly. It's my responsibility to make sure that the stream is moderated properly. It's also my responsibility to make sure that this operates as a place of business and that I basically have enough support to keep going. I want to repeat that. It's my responsibility to do that. It is not anyone else's responsibility whatsoever
Damn.
to do that. If there's going to be
North Korea.
advertisement on my channel, it will be from me. Because I am the person who operates the channel. You understand that? Hear what I'm saying? So, please do not take it upon yourself, whether you are a newcomer or a super fan.
Only iced coffee.
Alright? It is not your place nor your job to be doing advertising on my behalf on my channel. That means it's not your job to try to rally people to contribute, to try to rally people to become members, to try to rally them to do...
Wait, hold on. Before we continue, DSP in his chat. Where is it? No. Oh, wait. This is good. I would absolutely love to play Fallout London. Just not sure I could do it. Maybe with GeForce Now. Oh my god. Get a PC, man. Yeah, the whole cloud gaming thing is confusing to me. How do you even control game saves, mods, etc. when you don't own the PC? Lol. Someone sent me tips on a... Okay, that doesn't matter. Like, the lengths he'll go to just not to play on PC is kind of crazy.
Do anything. That's my job. And every once in a while, you'll hear me mention it. Right now, and I'm about to have that segment on my very pre-stream.
How do you save on the cloud?
Guys, the ways you can contribute and support the channel.
Oh, okay, he's coming. Not in that way. In a different way. Big up. Hate Army, we'll get to this later. If I remember. Thank you so much. He's live, guys. We're live. I gotta pin it in the chat. He's live. Thank you guys for watching. Pause. Here we go. He's got a new grid. The new grid?
Good morning, everyone. Today we got a very interesting show because we've got a lot of game news to talk about. Notably, straight from Evo Japan, we finally have the full news on the Akuma update as well as the balance patch for Street Fighter 6 coming up in May. Plus, today is Fallout 4 returning to my streams. I know many of you have been waiting a long time for it to come back. Well, it's back in the rotation now, and I'm very excited to continue with my melee build. So we'll talk about all this and more today's episode of the Level 1 Podcast.
Great. Interesting.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the two.
You.
Windows 95 screensaver looking scrub.
What, you don't like the neon grid? The neon, the neon zone? The VR simulation? That's the snort for it. In VR. Dude, it's super cool. What are you talking about? It's awesome. Big ups, yes, thank you.
All right, so good morning and welcome to the show. Of course, I'm DSP. Today is Monday, the 29th of April, 2024. Counting down now, end of the month and heading into a new month in just a couple of days. And I'm actually trying out a new background color for the first time ever. I've never used this particular lighting color before. What's funny about it is that it's actually like a lime greenish yellow.
What?
But on camera, it shows up as white. Does it not? Doesn't it look white? And I'm like, well,
Really?
hey, it's something different.
Dude
Never did
food.
this one before. Might as well do something a little
Thank you,
different
Doth.
today. And,
Eldvaria
of
for the
course, we'll
$1.99.
back
Dude
into the
food? Yeah,
start
you're
today.
welcome. Thank you for being here.
I know that you guys are excited.
He
It's been a
changed his
great
light,
run.
dude. Aren't you
I have a little
excited,
bit to
Doth?
talk about in regards to the status of that playthrough and how things are going, you know, views-wise, engagement-wise, etc. And
Okay.
it is a melee build, and someone gave me some advice on a melee build that I'll probably talk a little bit about today.
We're going to
as
get
well.
a view
So,
audit
good
again
stuff
of
going on.
the Fallout
Okay, but
playthrough.
good amount of game news
I
to
hope
cover
you're
on
excited.
today's show, so I'm excited for that. I always like it when we have a good game news segment with a lot to talk about, and today is definitely one of those days.
Yeah, the piss yellow color.
Welcome, and welcome back to gaming as well. Yesterday was my React day, meaning it's the day of the week that I take away from doing gameplay to do reacting on various types and various channels. I do want to just do a brief update on that, because yesterday I had a lot of fun with the React stuff, but we had a little bit of a weird performance. I'll tell you what I mean in a sec.
Nice.
So on the first stream
What does
yesterday,
performance mean?
It was DSP versus the internet over on my
Hey,
DSP
what did I
React.
say? I said it earlier in the stream.
I just reacted.
When he said he wasn't going to get paranoid about the support, I'll just get the skip juice. When he said he wasn't going to get paranoid about the support, and then he made like a 20-minute long rant about it, and then did the daily rap all about the support, and then I said he's going to talk about it today. And what do you know? He's talking about it today. Very cool.
On that YouTube channel, and it works. Like, that formula works. We have enough supporters via memberships to make the channel viable. Every week we do the show, Sunday afternoon. It ends up being 3 hours of big variety. People seem to enjoy it. I like doing it, so it's a good time. However, there's one catch about that channel, the DSPReacts channel, that is.
Okay.
It basically can't make any ad revenue, because most of the videos that I make on that channel are me reacting to someone else's content, and a lot of them get claimed. Which is kind of ridiculous, because it should be fair use, but I guess YouTube doesn't care. Most of those videos get claimed, and I lose all ad revenue on them. So because of that, the videos on the channel are neither here nor there when it comes to viewership, when it comes to ads or anything. I don't get anything on it, all right? Where it really comes...
Wait, like, because he just says he needed to wait like a month for the videos to like get claimed, like to the counterclaim. Sorry, I'm like spazzing out right now. Couldn't he just upload it unlisted and then wait till the copyright thing happens? I don't know. No, you'd have to wait a month.
Down
though.
to
It's too long. Nobody
is
would
the number of
care
members on the channel
for some
who
reason.
make that show viable.
As if anyone cares now.
It is the channel members who nominate the clips for the show, and also the revenue that I make during those live streams. Yesterday, for some really bizarre reason, the profit on that stream was terrible, and I don't know what happened, because it wasn't an out of the ordinary stream. For example, we had about the same amount of viewers that we usually have. The engagement was actually quite good. People were talking during the clips and having a good time and interacting.
That's not good enough.
So I don't
apparently.
actually know why. And what I like to do is try to get to the bottom of these things. Was it just a one-off week where, I don't know, it was just slow and it's not a big deal? Or is this going to be a pattern? Typically, on any stream that I try to do, I have, set goals. And usually on the React Show, we get a few super chats and memberships and tips. And it was like nothing, like no exaggeration. At the end of the show, we had the same amount of tips as we had at the beginning of the show.
Okay.
Nothing.
So?
And we did have a couple super chats and I think one membership. But no exaggeration, it was.
So what is the reason, realistically, the reason to bring any of this up other than to just try and guilt people into giving you money today or now or the next time you do it? It's crazy how you're even talking about it. What other reason is there to even talk about it other than to just trick people, to manipulate people into giving you money now? And he would just say, well, I'm not like asking, but I'm just bringing it up. But really, like, just bringing it up is you trying to just guilt people. And it's really bad that he does that. It doesn't even get talked about enough anymore because it's just another day with this guy. But still, like, just think about it. It's so bad to even do that, to even mention it in this way.
The worst
it's crazy.
show for support since I started the show.
It's
last
the worst
year
show in support. Okay, what am I supposed to do about that? Oh, I don't know.
Do it to them, snipe.
Give me money. Like, that's what you're supposed to do.
DSP
Thank you,
was
Wesley
last
H.
week when talking about himself versus detractors. I make free content people can choose to support if they want. Makes ya think.
Exactly.
Full face.
Exactly. There's no pressure to support, except if you don't, you get this speech on a daily basis. He talked about it yesterday, and then he'll talk about it today.
Oh.
Exactly. Thank you, Wesley, for the fight.
Is that a bad sign? Or is it just that, again, it was
Remember, all of this is skip juice when he talks about the schedule. I'm fast-forwarding straight through that. I'm not watching that schedule stuff, so don't mind me pausing, please.
And the thing is, I'm not ready to freak out about it or anything like that at all.
I'm not freaking out. I'm just going to bring it up and guilt you into giving me money now.
I'll just say is this. If you like the React content on that channel, please support it in some way.
There you
Sadly,
go.
you can't do a super thanks. Jasper, what are you doing?
Okay.
Don't chew my... Oh, he's going to chew wires again. Jasper. Anyway.
Okay.
You can't do a super thanks on the videos because the videos get claimed. When a video gets claimed, you can't do a super thanks on it. But you can become a channel member. And there's 2 levels. There's a submissions tier and the ultra tier, both of which you can submit clips for the weekly show. If you don't really care about that and you just want to support the channel, you can just become a standard member, which is the lowest tier.
There you go.
And it still helps the channel
Look
out,
at
but you
this
just can't
guy.
submit clips for the show.
Look at this
In addition
sleazy
to that,
asshole.
You can tip. There's a tips link on every video I put up over there, okay?
You could do that. You could do this. You could do that, as if it's an option. He's implying it's an option when it's really not, because look at how he's talking about it. God damn.
So please consider supporting in some way on that channel. The stream itself didn't do good, but maybe we can make up for it over the week. I don't know. If we get a bunch of new members and stuff, then it's not a big deal. But I like that channel, and the thing is,
Mr.
as I
Listen
told
K,
you guys,
welcome.
originally the idea was different. I was going to do, Jasper, you're really not going to chew that. I've had enough. You're not going to chew that. You understand me?
He's spraying him with water.
I'm not chewing that wire. If you chew it again, you're going to get sprayed, because that's the wire to my joystick, and that's a $300 joystick.
I don't like
And
spraying
that's it.
cats.
I'm
I'm
spray you if
against
you do it.
spraying.
I don't want you to bite that wire. Stop chewing that wire. You understand me?
Okay.
Stop it. You know you're not supposed to. He's doing it again. I don't want to spray. I want you to stop the behavior. Stop the bad behavior.
Damn.
Okay? Stop it.
It's a cat. It's not like a kid.
Okay, he's relaxing now. No, now he's... Oh, that's it.
Oh my
Stop.
god.
Stop chewing wires.
Dude. Stop chewing... Can we move on? What's happening?
Jasper, I don't have all day to stare at you chewing wires, so if I have to throw you out, I'm going to. I have a show to do.
All right. TOS.
Okay. So as I was saying, originally the idea of the DSPReacts channel was that there was supposed to be 3 kinds of content on it. The first kind of content was the weekly clip show like I'm doing. The second kind of content was long-form reacts, where I was going to pick subject matters and videos to watch and do giant react projects. And I...
Hey, Garrido with the 2. Thank you.
Some super chats, some members, some tips equals nothing.
Yeah, I know. All of that shit is irrelevant. What has he got, like 100 members? Yeah, that's nothing. That's not money that he's gonna get, right? Yeah, don't question it, Garrido. What are you? A detractor? What?
Did that
Don't question it.
to some extent.
Accept
You know,
it.
I reacted to a couple documentaries. I reacted to
Thank you.
a couple different YouTubers' channels, but people didn't seem to like them. When I was doing them, people said, oh, they take too much time. You're taking too much away from gaming. We want more gaming. So please stop doing them. So I did. You know, attendance and support had gone away for those, which is why I had stopped doing them entirely. And the third idea was an interview series, but that never panned out because of all the negativity against me last year. So I just canceled that whole idea because no one was
I
really...
find it interesting. I'm getting derailed here, but I find it interesting that he wears this white shirt. I wonder if it's the same white shirt. It's always this white shirt, and he just switches the thing that he has on top of it. It's pretty weird, man. Maybe he sleeps in the white shirt and just wakes up and puts something else on top of it.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Now, as time changes and as time passes on, the negative sentiments may go away and people might be interested again, in which case maybe I will think about doing an interview series again over there. But as of now, you know, it hasn't really been on the
Interview
table.
series.
I've implemented a few other things over there. We tried
He's teasing an interview series on the React channel.
a series of tier
As if that's ever gonna happen.
maker videos. Some of them did really well. Some of them did awfully. It's like kind of weird. I don't know if it's the subject matter. But yeah, like
do it to them, snipe.
Hey, thank you, Wesley, for the 5.
Support stops being a choice when he needs it every day. His fans will be supporting him until the or he dies. That's the worst thing about him.
Yeah, there is no choice. It's like, if you're not supporting him, then get out of here, pretty much. That's his attitude. He doesn't say that, but that's what he's thinking. Thank you, Wesley.
We've done seasonal tier makers about holidays. We did food-related tier makers, game-related tier makers. And like I said, it's kind of like, basically, they were hit or miss. Some did really well, though. And then I've also implemented food vlogs, meaning sometimes I'll do a feasting with Phil where I order food, or maybe my wife makes some food and we try some food together. And that also has various levels of success. Sometimes it's more successful than other times. So there's a lot of things that I've done on that channel. Now, recently I implemented something new, a live review of the Fallout TV series.
Oh, no.
Did it do well? No. Did it do absolutely poorly? No. It just kind of did. You know, the stream...
Yeah, that Fallout review was awful. Some of the worst shit he's ever done.
Was all right, and the videos did okay for viewership for that channel. So I would consider doing more live reviews of that style for other things. Maybe other TV shows and stuff that I watched this year. Or maybe games. Maybe prominent games, right? That people would want to see me review. I could do that format where we kind of do a recap and my summary of what I think about the show or game, and then we have an interactive portion where I talk with the audience for like an hour. I think that would be really neat. So I have content that's coming out on that channel. I would recommend, if anything I just mentioned sounds interesting to you, please check it out. It's youtube.com/@DSPReacts.
Shut up. Oh no! Whoops. I hit 0.
That people would want to see me review. I could do that format where we kind of do a recap and my summary of what I think about.
I'm sorry.
I would recommend, if anything I just mentioned sounds interesting to you, please check it out. youtube.com/@DSPReacts. Sorry for the shameless promotion at the beginning of the podcast, but when I had that slow stream yesterday, I was like, man, I feel like a lot of people are missing out. Like, a lot of people just don't know what's over there because I don't talk about it that often. So please give it a look, and I hope that you will, and hopefully we'll garner some support this week. I love the channel. I like doing variety rather than gaming every day. So I want that channel to continue to be successful. Please check it out. Okay?
17 times the
Last night was the retro react to The Walking Dead Telltale Game Season 1, and we actually finished up Episode 3 and started Episode 4. I will say this, there was less action, but a lot more drama, and a lot of people were lost. Just to summarize without spoiling, if you're going to watch those videos over the course of the week. He said this on
the Daily Wrap.
Yeah, it was a good stream. Lots of interaction and good support, especially for a night stream that you're typically slower. The stream did really good as a night stream. So I was very pleased, and those streams continue to do pretty good. And I'm excited for more. It looks like 2 more weeks to finish up The Walking Dead, and then we got to figure out what's the next retro react that we want to do. You know, there's many options. Anyway, yesterday, overall, I had a great day. With all the React stuff, I had a lot of fun.
Oh, did you now?
But
really,
I am hoping that we get some more traction on the
It was a great day, except for the thing that I consider great.
React channel, and people will go check it out. All right, so basically, the YouTube channel, DSP Reacts, is youtube.com/@DSPReacts. That's where we have the weekly clip show, the live reviews, food vlogs, and other things as well. The DSP Throwback channel is the channel where we are currently. Let me get rid of an idiot. Sorry, is the channel where we are currently. No? Fucking, we got trolls coming in, distracting me, so I'm just
I missed the trolls. I don't know what he's talking about.
What was I saying? The Throwback channel is where I'm currently, number 1, uploading playthroughs for posterity purposes in a remastered form, and it looks like, based on feedback, okay, there's 2 front runners for the next game that'll be on the Throwback channel. It's either going to be LA Noire or Assassin's Creed 2. Those are
Alright, I don't care. This is where I skip. I don't give a shit.
But it seems like it's kind of almost like a 50-50 split. But LA Noire, I think at some point I have to do this year anyway, being that the whole point of the Throwback project was posterity for the old playthroughs that aren't around. And that's the other big one that's not around. I mean, there's still other things. For example, the online play that I did in Red Dead Online in order to make the Suicide King series, the Undead Nightmare playthrough of Red Dead 1. A bunch of vlogs and things are missing. There's unknown playthroughs. For example, there's a little bit of a Kung Fu Panda playthrough that I never uploaded anywhere. There's the infamously missing Dante's Inferno playthrough. Right? There's a lot of options of things that I can put on that channel. So I'm thinking about it. And I'll let you know, but it's looking like right now either LA Noire or Assassin's Creed 2 is next. And I'll go from there. Okay?
Okay.
Cool. All right.
Cool.
So today we're back into
schedule. All right. Let's get out of here.
And all of the DLCs are installed, which is really, really cool. So we'll see how this goes. So far, you want to wonder, well, how is the Fallout playthrough doing? Part 1 is currently up to 30,000 views and still climbing. Now, let's be honest. We're going to hit a wall here. That playthrough part 1 is not going to continue to keep getting tons of views. In fact, they've trailed off a lot. Each day now, I'm getting a few hundred. It probably will get a few more, but I'm not thinking that part 1 is going to do significantly better than it has done right now. In fact, as of literally right now,
oh my God,
part 1 has 30,000 views and climbing. It hit 30,000 this morning.
You just said that.
Under 30,100. I'm curious how many more it will get. The other parts, of course, because of that, have gotten more views than my typical videos would get. Part 2 has 3.6 thousand. And then part 3 from the other day, 1.7 thousand. It's like, whoa, 1,700 views on just a standard playthrough part. Yeah, I usually don't even get that, and I'm getting it on this playthrough. And
that's not really good, though.
In fact, this playthrough is getting great engagement as well when
What?
it comes to likes and comments and this stuff.
Okay.
So I'm happy for that. And,
Great engagement is the dislike.
I hope that you guys are enjoying this playthrough on demand a lot. The streams are doing all right. The streams are not amazingly, overwhelmingly positive and full of support or anything like that, but they're decent streams. You know, I don't really have any complaints about them. They've been doing all right. So I like the game. I'm going to continue with this melee build. We're going to see how it goes. I really don't have anything going on until late May anyway, so we have several weeks to play this a few times a week and see how far we get and go from there. All right, so I'm excited. I can't wait to actually jump in and play more today. As you can see, we got the theme going. I have a cool border for my webcam for this playthrough that's Fallout-centric and everything. And this will be cool. All right, now, by the way, it's recommended to me that there is a...
I always think it's funny when he points out borders and frames of the camera and stuff, because he doesn't make any of them. So it's just another selling point of something that he didn't make and didn't pay someone to make. Just shit that he got for free that he's using as a selling, like a marketing gimmick. As if it's supposed to draw you in.
Mod for Fallout 4 that was released many years ago. That's basically like a cumulative mod that adds a bunch of bug fixes, and they now have made it compatible with this next-gen version of Fallout 4, so I'm thinking about finding and installing it today. All right.
He's getting one mod?
Thank you.
He's going to download one mod. Thank you, Doth.
Positivity equals support. Positivity equals support.
Yeah, that's the key word. You decoded the pig cipher. Let's go.
Full gout.
Doth, you're a legend, man. Big ups. Thank you for the 2.
And that maybe that'll fix any wonkiness or bugginess that we might see in the playthrough. I would love to have a more smooth playthrough. I remember when I played this 9 years ago, you know, tons of bugs, like typical Bethesda game, right? Tons of bugs and issues. So hopefully this would solve that.
They would solve it. All right. He's going to download the unofficial patch. That's newsworthy in his podcast.
So that's today's first stream. Tonight on the late stream,
cool.
Elden Ring.
Don't care.
I need to have night streams. You know, I can't be here at exactly the same time playing 4 games on the same day. It just doesn't work. I can't clone myself.
What? Clone yourself? You do every day, though.
I hope if you can make it, you'll join me for Elden Ring tonight on the late stream, and we take on the hardest part of the game, the A-League tree. Okay? Tomorrow will be the return of another Crab's Treasure. The Souls-like game.
Is that game good?
Aggro Crab.
Is that game good? I don't know. I was thinking of getting it.
Has a lot of platforming and
let me know, please.
I'm excited to jump back into it and get more into the meat of that game, because we just unlocked parrying and plunge attacks and all kinds of stuff, so it should be pretty neat.
Yes, okay.
Also, tomorrow night, Street Fighter 6 returns, and yes, I am going to take Zangief into ranked matches, finally. I'll probably do the first hour as my final casual play in the game, and then take Zangief into ranked to see if I can finally get him to master. And now, I kind of have a time frame, because we know when the Street Fighter 6 update is coming. So I will, try to, in the next 2 to 3 weeks, make a big push to get Zangief to master before
I didn't know it was on Switch.
Time runs out and everything changes in the game, which we'll talk
It's on Game Pass?
about in a minute in the news.
I don't have Game Pass.
And then this Wednesday, more Fallout 4. So if you're loving the Fallout 4 playthrough, you are definitely in luck. It's more coming up this week. And then Wednesday night is up in the air. We could either do more Helldivers 2 or more Elden Ring, and I'm down.
Okay, let's go live because this is annoying. Schedule talk.
Late night stream. Okay?
Sound good.
In the foreseeable future, it's going to be these games all balanced until basically the 3rd week of May. I think it's May 21st when we get multiple games coming out that I'm interested in again. So we have 3 weeks.
Oh yeah, no wife
on all these awesome.
All right,
games.
I think I gotta just release my video. I'm gonna add stuff to it. I'm gonna add these parts where he's not talking about his wife. Yeah, I had a co-op thing. I was waiting for them to do it again, but there's no wife streams happening. No more. It's banned. It's gone. It's memory hold.
Back of my head that I'm forgetting.
Don't even talk about
it. I would like to do a special marathon at the end of May.
With your wife?
Like a celebratory fun event that we do.
With the wife, right?
And right now, I am strongly leaning towards an Indies marathon. I've not done an Indie-style marathon in years. I think it would be pretty neat for you guys to nominate indie games for like 2 weeks and then do a poll to vote on what ones I should actually play for like a week. And then maybe at the end of May, we do it. So let's talk about that. All right, let's see if you have any other ideas. Originally, it was going to be a fighting game event, but now I don't think that's warranted. I think, more of an Indies marathon is something better or different. So we shall talk about that. Okay?
The wife is now banned.
All right. Well,
she has left the building.
Was a lot to talk about.
She's at the gym.
Now what I would like to do is get into
Okay.
will be the meat of today's podcast, undoubtedly. By the way, thank you to those who are doing contributions. As you know, I shout them out near the end of the show. I thank you very much for those.
I don't know
Jordan,
why.
Shelrukin, thank you guys. I will answer your questions and everything a little bit later on after we get to the news. Okay? Thank you all. Let's now get into everyone's favorite segment. It's definitely my favorite segment. I keep hearing more and more. It just may be your favorite segment of the Level 1 podcast.
All right,
It's time
shut up.
for DSPNews.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Okay,
All right.
let's do it. So we have a few news stories to talk about today.
We're live, guys.
News story number 1.
Let's go. I love this part.
Remedy. Who knows Remedy? I know Remedy. They're a game developer. They recently just made They recently just made Alan Wake 2, but they're also known for the original Max Payne 1 and 2 games, as well as Control and other games as well. Well, they have released their plans of what the games they currently have in development and are working on, and it sounds pretty good. First of all, the Max Payne
Sounds
1
pretty
and 2
good.
remake is expected to move into full production in the second quarter of 2024.
Nope, do
meaning
that. She's
they were
gone.
doing pre-production work, but haven't really fully worked on it yet. For those who don't remember, Max Payne 1 and
Oh
2
my
will
God.
now be combined into one super game that will have
A
next-gen
super game.
graphics, improved gameplay. Basically, it's going to be a really cool re-release of the game.
Yeah, this is annoying. None of this is confirmed. None of this was even stated. He's just making shit up. I know I'm like nitpicking this, but this is really dumb. He's just saying shit that hasn't even been confirmed yet.
Graphics, improved gameplay. Basically, it's going to be a really cool
And then basically it's gonna be really cool. The fuck kind of news is this?
re-release of the game to celebrate
A really
the history
cool
of Max Payne.
re-release.
Sounds like a great project, so I'm excited for that, and
All
hopefully we
right.
will get more information on that soon. A game that they are making called Codenamed Condor, which is a part of the Control franchise, is already now in full production. We don't even know what this game is, but it has something to do with Control, but we don't know what. They're also
I bet you I could find the tweet he's reading right now. I'm gonna do it real quick.
making Control 2, and that game is advancing to the production readiness stage, meaning pre-production, in quarter 2. So they have a spin-off Control game that's in production and will probably be their next game, then probably the Max Payne collection redone, and then a new Control game, Control 2. That's kind of the
Here
order
it is.
of games that are coming out from them.
Here it is. It's even in the same order. It's the same order. It's the same tweet. This is it. I found it. Big ups Wario64 on Twitter. This is the new game I'm gonna play on stream whenever I watch this bitch live. Just find the tweet. Go to Wario64. You'll find it. This is the news segment. Thank you. He didn't even click on the article. He just reads this. It's the same order. Cool, dude. Very cool.
There's another game that they're working on called Kestrel, but no one knows what it is. Basically, that's all we know. It's called Kestrel, and it's in
Kestrel.
It's in,
Kestrel concept stage. He's turning Kestrel concept stage into this. Nobody knows what it is. He's adding his own. He's like, copy my homework, but make it look different. That's what he's doing. No one knows what it is.
like the development phase, and that's it.
Look at that. He turned, he turned concept stage into development stage, or whatever he
Basically,
said.
that's all we know. It's called Kestrel, and it's in like the development phase. And
The development phase from concept stage. You see the difference? You see? Let's go. Let's go, DSPN.
that's it. So
Very
this
cool.
studio literally went from making only one game at a time to now making 4 games at a time, based just on the success of Alan Wake 2. That's pretty crazy. I mean, listen, I loved Alan Wake 2. It was my game of the year. I liked Control. I just thought that sadly the combat was kind of wonky, but overall I liked the atmosphere and the plot of Control. To see more games from the studio is a good thing. I'd like to see more games from the studio, so I'm excited for the future. All right, our next news story for
I'll try to
today.
find this tweet
There is
too.
a new Game of Thrones video game currently in production from a company called Nexon. Now, I have no idea who Nexon is. That doesn't ring a bell.
You
for
don't know
me.
Nexon?
However,
Oh my
listen to
God.
this. It's an MMORPG.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, number one, you're like, whoa, an MMORPG.
I didn't even
Game
know
of
this was a
Thrones.
thing.
Okay.
Is this real?
It's set in the North.
Oh, hell
Okay.
yeah. Oh, that
And
kind
the
of...
story campaign is online based, but it has a story campaign, but also is an MMO at the same time. Does it ring a bell? Yes. There's actually quite a few MMO games recently that
Game
have
of
been
Thrones
that form of
Online?
formula.
Fuck yeah, man.
Here's the thing.
I hope
Could
it's the book canon, but it won't be. It's going to be the show, which is going to make me fucking angry, but whatever.
this work? Yes.
It's something.
Absolutely it could. I think that it could be a good game. Especially because it's not likely it's not going to adhere to the strict plot of the TV show, right? If they're doing one set in the north
Thank
or
you.
whatever.
Thank you, Garrido,
Really?
for the $2.
Change in concept to development makes it wrong info.
Nah, dude, it's the news. He knows all about the news, Garrido. He just changed the wording a little bit. That's a good point, though. Thank you.
Basically, it could be something a little different. It could be maybe its own story or whatever.
Trying to find this
But for
tweet.
me, there's a couple things that make me a little skeptical. All right,
What?
number one.
How can you possibly be skeptical about it? You don't even know anything about it. To just say you're gonna be skeptical. Like, what? All right.
He said it's set in the north. I mean, that's fine. But why just the north? Everyone knows that Game of Thrones is a world that spans a ton.
Yeah, it's an MMO, though. It'll probably have expansions that expand the world. It's also a very big world with a lot of detail. So I don't know.
Of different areas.
What a weird
climates,
thing to
environment,
nitpick.
families ruling, right? To have it set exclusively in the north.
Oh, I found it.
Kind of limits it, in my opinion.
Here it is.
Maybe that's intentional. Maybe it's not. I'm not sure what the capabilities are of this game dev.
Big ups to IGN. The company we hate, by the way.
Oh, okay. Ansu Kumaro says Nexon made games like Maple Story and Vindictus. Okay, I've never played either of those. That's probably why I don't know anything about them. He says they make fantastic games. People hate their business side. Oh, really?
Yeah, Nexon. Thanks for the news, DSP. Not knowing about anything.
So, number one, if this MMO is exclusively in the north, yeah, I'm skeptical. Number two, and this is
Why?
probably the biggest thing.
Right.
Can we really be honest about this? Game of Thrones lost its hype. Game of Thrones was hype like a decade ago, right? I remember I was going to a gaming convention,
Whatever.
and I was at the airport, all right? And
I think people were pretty hyped for the ending. It just sucked.
something to do waiting for my flight, and I walked into the bookstore at the airport, and they
That
had
show just vanished. Remember Game of Thrones? That shit like vanished off the face of the planet after it ended.
Game of Thrones.
Nobody talks about it.
Thrones, the book, and I was like, oh, what is this? A Song of, what's the name of the first one? Is it A Song of Ice and Fire or whatever?
Oh my
so I
god.
just grabbed
It's
the book
called
on
A
the
Game
whim. I
of
didn't even know what it
Thrones.
was. I was like, oh, I'll read
The
this on the
fuck?
plane. And by the way, yes, I paid for it. I didn't just grab it and run. I paid for the book. I said, I'll read this on the plane. And I started reading it on the plane. I was like, wow, this is
Iron
pretty darn
aesthetic.
good. Right? This is a pretty great book. And I read several of the books, and then I got bored, like 3-4 books into it. Whichever was it Feast for Crows or Dance of Dragons or I don't know. Who knows? It was one of
the
those.
best book.
And I was reading it, and I just got
Feast
so
for
bored.
Crows.
And I was like, you can tell what happened. George R.R. Martin essentially
Let's
had
see. Read his
great
mind.
idea. And he had an idea where he wanted to go with it, but as he wrote the books further, he made his world too convoluted. It's like he started off, he wanted it to be one thing, but then all of a sudden he wanted to turn it into like Lord of the Rings with this epic
No,
amount of characters
that's
and
not.
everything.
That's not what it is at all. I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about.
And the books just kind of lost their way.
They lost
and then
their
come to
way.
find out, he never
What?
finished it. He still hasn't to this day. He has not continued the story. It's just been sitting there unfinished for like a decade. So he dropped it, and then they made a TV show of it, and the TV show blew up and got so popular they finished
What? No, wait a minute. What? Yo, what?
the story. It's just been sitting there unfinished for like a decade. So he dropped it, and then they made a TV show.
He did not drop it. The book dropped as the show dropped. The 5th book came out like a year after the show came out. The fuck are you talking about? He didn't drop it, then the show came out?
Show of it, and the TV show blew up and got so popular they finished the TV show without him. They just wrote it themselves. These TV shows.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Right?
But,
So,
they had no choice, really.
The thing is, that was 5 years ago. Yes, can you believe it? It's been 5 years since Game of Thrones ended, and no one liked the ending. Everyone hated the end of this show, apparently. I don't know, because I actually didn't even see it. I didn't see I only saw like 3 or 4 seasons of the show.
The common misconception is that the ending was terrible, but the show was actually bad way before that.
And then I stopped watching.
It was not as good.
So, if you have a TV show,
They made too many small changes early on that cost them later. So, like, after season 4, it was pretty not as good.
at one point, the series
was
was
all right.
white hot. Everyone loved it. It was pop culture infused. Everyone talking about it, right? Great. Let's make a game. No, that was years ago. Now they're gonna make an MMO. Now, it's like you've lost the hype. This would be the equivalent of they decided now they're gonna make an MMO of The Walking Dead. What?
What?
The Walking Dead.
They did make they made a Walking Dead VR game. I don't understand what's the problem with that. Lord of the Rings MMO, Lord of the Rings Online was made how long after the Lord of the Rings like books or movies came out? What does this have to do with anything? It's a recognizable name that people know. So it might get some interest in that way. And then if it's a good game, that's the bonus on top of it, where people play it because it's good.
I understand there's spin-off shows and stuff, but the height of its popularity was a decade ago.
Like, you can't make it unless it's the height of the popularity. What? So Star Wars, why the fuck is Star Wars making any video games then? Who the fuck cares about Star Wars anymore? Like, the video games are the only good parts about it right now. So, like, what the fuck does this even mean? Why are you making Star Wars games? What? You play them! You play them, you bitch!
Why are we doing these games so late? These IPs are stale, right? So I'm not convinced that Game of Thrones, the MMO, is going to do well. Does it have a show on right now? Yeah, Dance with Dragons or whatever it's called. Or what is it called? Not Dance with Dragons. House of the Dragon? Yeah, I think it's House of the Dragon. And apparently the show's doing fine, but still, this, you know, an MMO set in the north.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
So maybe I'm off base.
I don't know.
Here.
As a fan, that sounds all right. I've always wanted an MMO in that world because I really like it.
I don't know. Because Hadley2 just made a point in the chat and says, well, you know, you could say the same thing about Harry Potter.
There you go.
But they just did a Harry Potter game last year, Hogwarts Legacy, and it was the best-selling game of the year. So maybe you're right. Maybe you're correct. Maybe I'm off base here, but, you know, that's just some of my initial observations.
It's not a maybe. It's a certainty.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, our next viral hit game may have been found because there's a new game that just came out. It's called Manor Lords.
Hey, I've been playing that.
1 million copies sold on Steam.
Let's see how he's going to shit on it because it's a PC game.
And hit a peak of over 170,000 players yesterday. And you might say, what is Manor Lords? Fuck if I know.
Fuck if I know. There you go. Instantly shit on it. Instantly. Instantly toxic.
Into it. Apparently, it's something to do with like a sim of like running a building or a manor or something. I like this is so similar to Pal World. It's similar to
Really? Oh, this dude sucks.
I think he smokes the good stuff, but he's a nerd.
Yeah, yes, thank you for the 2. Yeah, where the fuck does he get these opinions from? This fucking nerd-ass emoji guy. Fuck this dude. You would think he would smoke, right?
Helldivers 2. Yes. It's like, did you ever hear those games until they came out and were popular?
What does that even mean? Did you hear of these games till they came out it was popular? What? I don't know, dude, because by your logic, shouldn't Stellar Blade be the thing you're playing? Because you heard about it, right? You heard about Stellar Blade, right? Why is that one... whatever. Fuck you.
No. So it's like, what is this game? It's come out of nowhere. No one knew what this was. No one heard of it. But apparently it's the next viral...
This guy who fucking hates AAA companies and hates every company and hates everything. For some reason, when a game comes out with no marketing or like it's not a big studio game... he shits on it still. Oh, what the fuck? Nobody heard of this. What is this? I don't understand it. What the fuck is this? Why? You can't win with this guy. You cannot win. If you're a big studio, you lose. If you're an indie studio, you lose. Doesn't matter. Everything is terrible to this toxic guy.
Hit that everyone is playing and talking about. People in chat are telling me it is a city builder game. Okay?
Like, imagine thinking you need hype in order to be a good game. Like, it can't be just a good game that came out that people play. No, you need a marketing budget and hype behind it, or else I don't believe it's good.
Okay. A medieval city builder game. Gotcha. That's what's Manor Lords.
Gotcha.
Okay? I wonder what's so special about it that it stands out and that everyone is buying and playing it on PC. Obviously, it's not on console, so...
you could play it, though.
A lot of people would not have access to this game.
A lot of people. A lot of people would not have access to it. You like that?
But if it's good, I would consider, you know, after... playing Pal World and enjoying it for what it was, right? It was
I don't know why he's comparing it to Pal World either. Why is it being compared to Pal World? It's not even the same kind of game.
Game Pass. I played it and I enjoyed it. I mean, we didn't have to play it for long, but it was a cool thing to check out, right? And
like, he's doing that just to shut it down. He's comparing it to Pal World because he wage quit it. That's the only reason he's doing that. And because it's a game that came out of nowhere, even though Pal World had some hype behind it.
And I played
so specifically
Helldivers 2, and I've been impressed in the month that I've been playing it. I think that maybe I should jump more into some of these games. It's free on Game Pass. Are you serious? Really? Hold on a second here. Right. I'm gonna check this out. I didn't even know that it was on Game Pass. Let's take a look. Is it on Game Pass on console?
The
I'm
news,
check this out
by the
to see
way.
what it is. Okay, even if I don't like it, maybe, you know, we're checking out here. Let's search here.
The news. Didn't even know.
No, it's on console. Yeah, it's Boxing Manor. Honestly, Boxing Manor. We do that. Okay, that's definitely not it. All right, so it's definitely not on console. People are saying it is on PC Game Pass right now. But sadly, if it's a new game, probably my mini PC would not play it, right? Maybe it would.
Probably.
Maybe I don't know.
It never tested off screen.
Oh, really? I'm being told because it is a city builder
and city sim game, it would be absolutely horrible to try to play on console. It really is like a keyboard and mouse style game. So there you go. Jasper, have you played Manor Lords? Do anything about it?
Oh my god.
Your
Jasper,
mouth
kitty.
drooling fucking retard.
Jasper, we're talking about
I
Manor
shouldn't
Lords.
have
It's
said
very
that.
rude of you to interrupt at this point. How dare you?
Uh-huh.
We have an intrusion onto the podcast today. How dare you, sir? Who do you think you are to just storm and barge in like this? I have several hundred people watching me right now, and your tail is in my face. Oh, oh, oh. How could you? How dare you, sir? How could you? Anyway, if you guys are interested in seeing me try out this Manor Lords game, I would not be against trying it on my mini PC. If it is a Game Pass game, and I have Game Pass Ultimate, I just got to get it, I guess, synced with Steam or whatever. I don't know how it works.
Oh my
But I
god,
just
what
have to
a
get it synced
fucking
and
boomer, man.
claw on
Get
my
the
leg.
fuck out of here.
Try to get it working. I would not be opposed to that. I just don't know if it would be anything that would be interesting to you guys. So let me know what you think. Hey, maybe next week we would give it a shot. Manor Lords. I mean, it's selling like hotcakes apparently.
Apparently. What do you mean apparently?
And,
you just read the news story.
The last couple games that we tried like this seem to at least work for a bit and be a little bit interesting. I'd be willing to check it out. All right, so Manor
Nice.
Lords, let me know what you think.
Doesn't follow trends.
Maybe we'll check it out next week. Right?
Doesn't clout chase games.
Jasper? Right,
He's
buddy?
gonna play Manor Lords. I've been playing Manor Lords. This guy's gonna hate it. He doesn't understand it.
He wants a rub.
Oh,
He wants a
boy.
rub down.
Please
here
play
live
it.
on stream. He wants all the attention, of course. Do I like city builders? You know, I don't think I've ever put significant time into one. I used to like games like
What's up,
like
Dag?
Age of Empires and stuff like that. But
Age
I mean,
of
that's different.
Empires?
That's a different style of game. Yeah, I don't know if I would like it or not. Maybe I would have to try.
Yeah,
it.
X to
Give it a
doubt
shot.
on this guy playing
Right?
Age of Empires.
Oh,
The
people
fuck
are
out of
wearing your
here.
collar, Jasper. They
Did
think it's very
not
cute.
play that.
They like your collar with the bow. Yes, he has a
Just
bow
like
on.
he said he played Team Fortress 2. Yeah,
No.
dude. Sure you did.
But what's funny is he keeps moving it. Like it's been all around the collar, and he keeps moving it around. We just let him do whatever he wants with it. Careful, careful now. Don't slip and don't claw me, please. I'm wearing shorts today. I don't need a big gash on my
All right,
leg,
dude.
okay?
Can we move on? Please?
Have I ever played a Tycoon type game? No, not really. I have not. I have played Age of Empires.
You have played
Not
what?
really. I have not. I have played Age of Empires.
Jade of Empires. Jade of Empires.
No. Look at this kitty. Look at this cat. Look at this cat. You see how cute he is? He's purring right now? He's a nut. Look at him. Okay. All right. So, Manor Lords, let me know what you think. Yes, I would be
Thank you.
interested in trying it out if we could get it to work on the
Really,
mini.
thank you.
Thank you,
See,
VLX.
Phil put his business degree to use.
Oh, yeah, finally. Doing the news segment. Thank you, VLX, for the
You
two.
see, it seems like that's the only way it would be viable
That's
right
very
now.
nice of you.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Next.
Our next news story. Now, this is a big alert. Okay? Oh, really? Lady Charisma says PC Game Pass games are an Xbox PC app. You can't play them via Steam. Well, that's fine. I guess I could install the PC app, the Xbox PC app, and play them through there. As long as it runs on the PC, I guess. You know, I don't know if it would.
Oh my God.
Anyway, our
Anyway.
next. Now, this is a alert. This is a danger
Alert.
security alert.
Oh,
everyone.
no.
This next news story, I need you to all listen up. If you're doing something else, all right. If you are
Okay.
currently in the middle of
Okay, I
doing
get
anything
it.
on a computer or on your phone, stop right now. Put it down. You have to pay attention to this story. It's very important for safety reasons. If you are eating something, let's say you have a big sandwich, you're about to take a bite, spit it out. Spit out the bite. Put the sandwich down. You got to pay attention. If you're taking a shit right now, I need you to pinch it off, wipe, and get ready. I need you all at full attention. It's a full security alert. Okay, you ready? All right, here's the story. Everyone needs to hear this.
All right, you ready? I'll pause it real quick. Thank you, Jay Wessow.
I just got my PC. It takes less than 5 minutes for you to set up game rainbows on PC.
Game
I
Pass.
truly don't understand how someone this special made it to 42.
I know. He has to sync it with Steam, Jay Wessow. Are you ready, by the way, Jay Wessow? You ready for this hilarious news that he's going to say? Let's go. Thank you, by the
There's
way.
been a major recall that everyone needs to know about because you are all at danger. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mario Kart Ride-On Racer has been recalled for stuck accelerator pedals. Debris can get stuck in the accelerator pedal of your Mario Kart Ride-On Racer, and you could actually not be able to stop. Children worldwide have been careening into walls face first and cannot stop their forward momentum. 65 children have been injured.
Yeah, I saw this tweet earlier. It's just another Wario tweet. This is all the news is. It's so easy to play this game. Even the number, the 65 crashed into things. Same shit. Very cool news segment.
And therefore, they are recalling the Mario Kart Ride-On Racer. This is very important that you hear this. Now, you may ask, what is the maximum speed of the Ride-On Racer? Well, it's 8 miles per hour, okay? So
He must have
So
clicked
the only
on this
injury
article.
reported so far
Oh
has
no!
been a chafed hand.
No, I gave him credit. He just looked at the photo. He just looked at the photo. Awesome. Cool news.
All right, but let me tell you something. I've chafed my hand before. That sucker hurts. All right, it's not anything to be joking about. All right, you need to avoid a serious chafed hand injury. So take your racer and put it in the garage and lock the doors. Don't let anyone ride on your Mario Kart ride on racer. It's very important that you keep it out of the hands of anyone right now. Okay?
Okay. You're so funny, dude. You're the prom queen. The prettiest girl in school. Everybody wants you. You're so funny.
Now, obviously, I'm making a joke of this.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
All right? But isn't it funny? Because isn't this exactly what's happening with the Cybertruck? That they have to recall certain Cybertrucks saying that the accelerator gets stuck or something like that? So, I mean, I jest because it's a video game related item, but I mean, it's kind of ironic that something real is happening in that same regard, right? Okay, anyway.
Yeah, it is a regard, all right.
Your mouth drooling fucking. All right, our major news story today is regarding Street Fighter 6. Someone asked, Dark Viking said, did you hear the news about Escape from Tarkov? Yeah, there is no news. Just like how I didn't report on it.
Oh my
day, 'cause I knew it
God.
wasn't pertinent. Yeah, it's totally not pertinent. People who played Escape from Tarkov, which is a niche audience. Yes, it's a big audience, but it's just a niche audience for that group. Outside of that group, no one really cares.
This holy fuck. This fucking guy just spent like 7 minutes on this stupid fucking Mario Kart thing. Is that not a niche audience, you fucking weirdo? What the fuck is wrong with you? Why is that okay? Why is that one okay? But Tarkov, a pretty big fucking game with a big controversy, is the niche audience and it's not okay to talk about. What is wrong with you, actually? You gotta be toxic about it too. Like, how can someone be so confidently wrong? All the time. All the time.
But the people who play Escape from Tarkov were upset because I guess some DLC was announced that was going to be insanely expensive, even though they were promised that would never happen. And so they all revolted, and now the game developer said, oh, I'm sorry, and he's going to give it all away for free. Okay, that's the Escape from Tarkov news. Wow, wasn't that exciting and pertinent to talk about?
Wow, wasn't the news exciting and pertinent that the 65 things are being recalled from the kids' toys? Wow, how exciting. Whoa. Remedy is releasing new games. Whoa, isn't that exciting? Whoa, you can break it down in any way you want. You could do any news story in that fashion. Just because you choose to fucking talk in soliloquies and talk in circles doesn't make the news story better. You can break down all of these fucking news stories into one sentence. Like, dude, what the fuck? Why do you have to be such a fucking asshole?
No, it has nothing to do with me or my audience.
All right. Yeah, but the Mario Kart thing does. You know what? I guess you're right there. You got me there. Your audience probably does fucking ride those Mario Kart kids' toys. You're right, Phil. You're right. You're so right.
Okay, let's continue.
You
The
piece
big
of
news
shit.
came out of Evo Japan yesterday. All right, finally, it is time to talk about Street Fighter 6's biggest.
Like, how long? Like, for me, I don't give a fuck about Street Fighter, but he's gonna talk in like 20 sentences just to say Akuma is coming out. That's the news story. The update is coming out. That's it. Look at how long he's gonna fucking drag this shit out.
Update ever.
You fucking
ladies and
toxic
gentlemen,
piece of shit,
on
man.
May 22nd, they're dropping the bomb. Okay, not really. They're dropping the final DLC character for Street Fighter 6, Akuma, or Goki. If you live in Japan, his name is Goki. All right, so get it right. You can't call him that in the United States.
Yeah, isn't this funny? He's got to fluff it up. He's got to dance around it. He's got to waste your fucking time and be an asshole about it.
Or Akuma Baby. But in Japan, it's Goki.
You're so fucking hilarious, man.
And he's coming out. And in addition to that, here's the other big piece of news. And I'm honestly more excited for this. The big game balance changes are happening on the same day. So the day that Akuma releases, the whole game changes. Everyone will play differently and have different changes to them. All right? And it's funny because it's about a year since the game came out. It was actually the first week of June last year that Street Fighter 6 came out. And May 22nd is when this balance change is happening. So it's about a 1-year season. And now we can all say with the release of Akuma, we are essentially entering Season 2 of Street Fighter 6. Now, you might say, what is
all these change, or what are all these changes? Excuse me, you wouldn't say what is. You say what are all these changes coming up? What are the balance changes? Who's going to get better? Who's going to get worse? Did they tweak the netcode? What's going on? And the answer is nobody knows, because Capcom made this announcement in Evo Japan and literally says details coming later. So all we know is that in a little over 3 weeks,
you're gonna repeat yourself again.
They're gonna take some of the mid and low tier characters.
Keep talking about it. Yeah, keep talking about it.
Which I don't know. So I don't know how he's really gonna play in this one.
All right, I don't care. I don't care.
Palm strike or dive kick.
I don't give a fuck, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Try a new character or two. I mean, obviously, I'm going to be playing with Akuma a bit and try to figure it out.
Yeah, you're gonna play. That's awesome.
I really
hope
that they end up making some of the mid to low tier characters better. I would love to play with Lily at a competitive level.
Yeah, what a cool news segment. Isn't this exciting?
Zangief, you know what I mean? It's been rough. Honda, I would like to see them be improved characters.
All right, dude.
Okay. All right. So
next, let's go.
New segment for today. I hope that you enjoyed it. Keep those Mario Kart racers in your garage. I swear, if I see you driving down the street with it, I'm going to be very upset with you as you go careening into a wall because you can't stop. Okay. So I think what we shall do, let's start with shoutouts, shall we? Let's do it. Let's start on the YouTube side of things. This morning, we start off with Jordan, who did a $2 super chat and said, "Morning, Phil," and then he immediately dropped a 5-member bomb on the community. Thank you, Jordan, for supporting the community this morning. Congrats to Fox Mulder.
Hey, Dudette, thank you for the $1 crying face. What's with the crying face?
Gamer, Cosmos, Nate Drake, and Brian Burkett.
Dudette,
received a gift
thank
membership
you so
this morning. Much appreciated. Thank you,
Thank
Jordan,
you,
for that.
honey.
And by the way,
Jordan did another super chat and said LA Noir. So it seems like Jordan's vote would be for LA Noir to be the next game on DSP Throwback. And it seemed like that was a consistent chat. But if they mute or block it, I might as well not release the videos, right?
Great.
So
ad revenue. Remember when he wasn't going to monetize that channel? The Throwback channel? It wasn't going to be monetized.
Going to attempt.
That was a fun
if we do
day
LA Noir, do something with the music. Whether that means they blurt it out, they make it kind of fuzzy, whatever it is. I'd much rather have you guys see the original playthrough, than have to cut parts out. Imagine if I'm driving around in a car, we have to cut it out because YouTube won't let that part play because of the music. That would suck ass. I don't want to do that. So if that is the case, and that's what we work on next, I'll have to see how it goes and how my editors can work their magic.
My editors. Continuing
on, Show You Can hear this morning. Just did a super chat half an hour ago and said, "Did you see Akuma Street Fighter 6 trailer? Hope all is well." Akuma, baby. Actually, it's Akuma, baby.
Thank you, VLX, for the drooling face. The super chat. I don't get alerts for that for some reason. Thank you. Thank you, VLX.
Because the guy who did that didn't know how to pronounce his name. You don't know what that's a reference to? No exaggeration. That's a reference to my super early days as a YouTuber, where I used to listen to Xbox Live messages. People would send me on my Xbox 360, unsolicited. They would send them, and someone sent me a completely random audio clip.
Real quick. Unsolicited.
Unsolicited? They would just send them?
Yeah, it's not like you had a series about it or anything.
And someone sent me a completely random audio clip. Akuma, baby!
Nice little lie.
That was it.
And Jay Wessel with the shades,
So I don't think that'll ever go away. I think that meme will persist in my entire existence on YouTube.
Possible. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you very much, Shell Ryukin, for the super chat. Brendan did a super chat this morning. Says, "Hey, Phil, I cannot stay long." He's probably not even here because this was 27 minutes ago. "I just want to say have a great time in the Wasteland. I'm excited to catch up on
it wasn't me, guys. I swear.
DSP Throwback rocks. Awesome. Yes. So that retro react stream over on DSP Throwback went really well. Part 1 of last night is live, and there's 4 more parts coming over the course of the week. Basically, it's going to finish up episode 3 and then get into episode 4 of Walking Dead season 1. So it's all coming. All right. Good stuff. And thank you so much. Jordan with another super chat says, "If you do Indies Week, please do Stardew Valley 1.
Yeah, Jessica Spears. That's a great point. Why does he have 3 channels when he can't even successfully handle one?
0.6. Maybe.
I don't know.
If people were to nominate Stardew Valley again,
like
I absolutely would be interested in that for sure. And again, one thing that I want to emphasize: if we do an Indies marathon, yes, I can play PC games for the first time in 100 years. Yes, I can play indie games on PC because I have a mini PC. Cool. Like most of this marathon may be on the PC,
hey, Darksy,
which would be really cool actually. So let's see how it goes. Okay, cool.
To triple dip.
Now, before I get to shouting out tips.
Right,
I do have a little thing I want to read. Someone had sent me a $2.
Keep the tips at 0, by the way. This is the gimmick that he does. Make it look like you have 0 in tips so that people will donate more.
Tip on last night's late stream, but it totally didn't apply to that stream, and I said I would save it for this morning. So let me read out what this person said in this anonymous $2 tip.
Okay.
"I won't be watching you live this week, but I want to give you some tips regarding your Fallout 4 melee build from someone who has just finished 2 of my own melee runs."
Nope, don't care. I'm skipping it. I don't give a fuck.
Thank you for the advice. And I'm very early on right now, so I haven't really had many options when it comes to melee weapons. I think I found the machete, which is what I'm using, and the switchblade. And that's
sadly
pretty
we're
much
live.
been it.
right?
I can't skip it anymore.
I haven't had opportunity to find any other weapons. I hope I find other weapons. So we'll see. But yeah, like I'm down for that. If it's a blunt weapon is better, then I'll look out for that. And I agree with you. It looks like chems will probably be very strong, but you're right. I can't get addicted. So maybe look into that perk. In fact, I will look in my perks tree.
All right, dude.
To see
Look at this guy. He looks so depressed.
I think we have a level I haven't applied yet, right?
Oh my god, I hate my job so much.
So maybe we can do that today. We'll see. But thank you for that.
That makes me cringe. Ugh.
Okay, he's done with the Fallout talk.
All right.
Okay.
I received a $1 tip.
Let's go. Phil?
For now.
So someone is recommending that when it comes to the React show, perhaps have themed weeks. Okay, listen.
That's a good
Here's
idea.
the thing.
Are you gonna shit on it
Everyone
now?
always has common complaints
There we
about
go.
the React show.
He's gonna shit
you
on
don't
it.
watch the entirety of every clip. Correct. It's a clip show. And
It's
I've
flawed.
emphasized this. It's a weekly clips show. This is not a weekly long-form React show where you submit a 25-minute documentary for me to watch and react to the whole thing. That's not the point of the show. It never was. Just because people seem to want to push it in that direction doesn't mean that's what the show is and that the whole format's going to change.
Let me tell, like, dude. Let me tell you why the idea is shit. Exactly, Sergeant Henry. Let me explain to you why my show is flawed.
If I were to watch the entirety of every single clip, we would probably get through 10 videos a week, if that. And how many people would be disappointed who are members who get nothing watched, right? Also, if I committed to watching the entirety of every video, we'd be bored because a lot of videos are boring. I just don't like them and the audience don't like them. So here's the thing. With a show like this, it's hit or miss because it's a variety show. Some things will stick, some things will not. That's the point of the show. You never know what you're going to see, right? So if you like that idea, please come to those streams and support them and become a channel member. If you don't, let me know what else you would like to see.
He just did. He just did. This guy just said you should have themed shows, and you're shitting on him. What the fuck you mean, let me know what you want to see? You don't want people to let you know because you shit on them. What this guy just did.
But saying, hey, change the focus of the whole show where you watch the entirety of every...
Oh yeah, tell me what you want to see the way I want to be told it. Tell me what I want to hear is pretty much what he's saying.
Clip, and you have themed weeks where every clip has to be of a certain subject
The
matter.
guy did not say any of that. The guy just, it was a suggestion, you
Thank you.
asshole, man. Thank you, Wesley, for the 2.
How is any of this debunk themed week?
I don't even know. That's a great point. How does any of this, like, go against what the guy even said? It doesn't. It's just him being an asshole to somebody for no reason. Yeah, let me know what you think, except when you do, I'm gonna yell at you.
That would never work. That's
and misconstrue what you said.
It's not the point of a variety show. And this was always meant to be a variety show from its inception.
As if a themed week would stop it from being a variety show. Every week would be different, right, DSP? Wouldn't that still be variety? I don't know, man.
And that's why we have people who are members every week who support it. If I were to change the format of the show, I would lose all the members that make the channel viable. I can't change the show. All right?
I can't change it.
I don't know why.
I know it's my channel, but I can't change the way I do it. Because don't think about it. That's why.
Suggestions like this come in. It's like, well, I don't like what you're doing, so just change it all. Because personally, I just don't like it. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not. Sorry.
Nice.
I'm not.
Feedback,
if you have
by the way. Give me your suggestion, but don't.
Suggestions for improvement, or maybe you want me to start a new show, that's one thing. But don't say, well, you didn't get support yesterday.
The guy didn't say any of that.
So just change the entire format of the show and lose.
The guy didn't say any of that.
All the other support that you actually have via members too.
The guy did not say any of that. That whole sentence there is made up. What the fuck are you even talking about, dude?
No,
what?
I'm not doing that. That's a bad suggestion.
No, I'm not doing the thing that I made up in my head. I'm not going to do it. What?
Okay.
Okay. Whatever. Fuck you. Move on.
I received a $20 tip from Akuma. It's from Akuma.
All right.
Not Akuma, baby. Just Akuma. Thanks so very much, Akuma.
Okay. Fast forward. Let's go. Type it in. Let's go.
I appreciate that very, very much.
$20 from one
we have
guy.
a couple
Big ups OIC.
more shout-outs to do.
Or whoever you are.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Jordan did another super chat, and he says, please do Hades 2 when it comes out. It looks good. I likely will. I mean, even if I don't end up liking it, I'm still going to try it. Hades, I skipped when it came out. and then I played it years later, and I loved it, and I did a full run of it and really, really enjoyed it. So abso-freaking-lutely, I'm interested in playing Hades too, okay? Hair of the Dog, thank you for a $2 super chat. I appreciate that, Hair of the Dog.
Big ups. Okay, fast forward. Let's move on.
Thank you. And then Rich88 re-upped his membership for 9 months and says, we need retro gaming night with support picked games.
No.
Listen, I like retro gaming.
No.
Let me make this clear, though.
King
when
of
I
retro.
say retro gaming, I mean retro games from my past. Atari, Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis.
All right, let's change the definition. Like,
Those-
retro is PS3 by now, dude.
These are
Come on.
games synonymous with my past that I consider retro. So if you were to say retro gaming night, oh, you mean Mario, Ninja Gaiden, Metroid, original Mario Kart. You know what I'm saying? Like classic Sonic the Hedgehog, Earthworm Jim, right? You know,
But how would
stuff
you
from
play that
era.
with people,
I'm
though?
down for that. Classic Zelda,
Right.
shit like that. That sounds good to me.
Yeah, retro is what I think it is.
But I think you basically just said the key factor. Support based. Whenever I play retro games, I kid you not, usually those streams end up having low attendance, low engagement, and
to them, snipe.
Thank you, Wesley H, for the skip juice. Appreciate it,
If
brother.
you're working off viewer-submitted clips, then having a theme would streamline
Exactly.
it and make it fun for the viewers to see. Kinda like a meme review.
Yeah, and the problem is he charges for it too. Thank you, Wesley, for the 5. The problem is, though, that the whole concept of the React show is like foundationally sound, but the execution is flawed. Because most people who do that, they have like a Reddit or a Discord or something, and they're, hey, let's watch stuff you guys submitted. And they kind of curate what they watch. A literal curator, if you will. But this guy just says, okay, give me money, and then maybe I'll watch what you said, regardless of what it is. A theme or a time limit or something. He should go through it and just take out any of the too long ones. You should really put a time limit on some of them. I don't know. It just seems weird that he doesn't put any effort into making it better, into making it watchable, about topics that he knows about and that he likes, and that he's passionate about, things he has to say. Instead, he just kind of, whatever. And we already know he pre-screened some of the videos. Like, I'm sure he looks at the title and looks through it, skims through it just to see if it's a troll or not. A troll video. So I don't know why he doesn't even try to do something more than that. I mean, I know why, but, you know,
no support.
whatever. It's
Why?
just really a shame.
Because I just know that I have an audience
There's just the no effort
that
at all.
kind of doesn't really agree with me in everything that I'm doing.
Yeah, the Derek video, yeah.
And I don't necessarily, I'm not happy about that. Like, for example, I really like JRPGs, but it seems like every time I play a JRPG, things slow down to a crawl and everyone complains they're bored, right? I like
And it just seems weird to me that a guy who gets so much trolling would rely so much on his audience. Because you would think if you're going to make a React channel, why don't you do it on stuff that you're passionate about? So that at least you have something that you actually like. Go watch food reviews and food videos or something. I don't know. Why do you rely so much on people that you just disdain? You hate them. You hate these people. Why do you rely on them so much? Just so you could blame them. That's the thing. He needs someone to blame if it goes wrong. That's why he does
show
it.
games, but it seems like they don't really work. I like indie games, but a lot of the times they don't work, right? So if we actually had buy-in, like people were like, yeah, if you do a retro game night event, maybe you do it like every other week, one night a week, right? I would show up and I would engage in support and we'd all have a good time with retro games. I would totally do it. But we would need that buy-in from people to commit that they're going to actually come and be a part of those streams. Not, I decided to do it and then I just have a really slow night because I wanted to do something different, right?
The
So
buy-in.
I'm okay with that. I like the idea. I love retro games. All right.
It's funny that he mentions buy-in too, because when people mention to do like member game nights or something, member support game nights, he doesn't want to do it. But it's like, isn't that buy-in? They paid to be a member and they could play with you? I don't know. That's literally buying into the thing, but whatever.
Let's talk about it, shall we?
That one's not
Here
allowed
the dog
to.
did a second super
Only buy-in is the tips are the only acceptable buy-in that I accept.
chat. Thank you, Hair the dog, for a second super chat. I
The
appreciate
other
that.
money, I don't.
Let's see here. I received a $2.20 tip. This
Yeah,
person
Wesley,
is
it's a
asking
good idea.
personal questions about income and stuff, which I'm not going to answer, so forget you. Okay, ignore them.
Personal stuff.
I'm not going to sit here and answer personal questions about the finances of the channels and shit. You're dumb.
What?
Okay? You're dumb.
You're
You have
dumb.
no right to that information. You have no right to ask for that information. Too bad.
Right.
Okay.
Pretty cool. Pretty interesting. Chill stream.
Rich88 said he would definitely support retro stuff.
Rich88.
Let's talk about it. Again, I am open to new ideas. I totally am. I'm open to playing stuff on my mini PC.
I'm open to new ideas, except if you mentioned having a themed React channel every week. That's a stupid idea. I don't want to hear that. I'm going to make fun of you for that.
Indie games and trying out a game like this.
I'm open to it, though.
Manor Lords. I'm open to doing a retro games night. I'm open to all of it. I just want to see what will work and what people really want. How long would I say Elden Ring is? It depends on how long or how much you do. If you're just doing the main story, probably about 60 hours.
Oh my lord.
You don't need to go to, but you go there anyway because you want to get the special weapons and all the freaking blood dungeons and all of the underwater well and pathways and the Sofria River and the secret Ronnie Plateau of Magic. And if you're going interdimensionally, transporting all over the place into the hidden bowels of Caelid and the hidden tower with the freaking Godskin guy inside that kills you 7,000 times. And if you're going to go fight the hidden Blackblade enemies that are guarding the pathways that you don't need to go to, but you go there anyway because you want to get the special weapons and all of the runes, no exaggeration, it's probably 120 hours. So it really depends on how much you get into it. If you just a baseline playthrough, all you care about is beating the game, you could do around 60 hours.
He talked for about 3 minutes about that,
but
by the
it's
way.
going to be more than that
Me
if
too.
you're going for optional content and truly exploring. So.
Okay. That was hilarious, man. Super funny. Super chill. Super meaningful.
Have you ever played Kirby's Dream Course? I feel like we did. I feel like it was on the Nintendo Switch Plus online service or whatever.
You see, this is where you end the stream because none of this matters. This is so bad. Just wasting time.
Something. I think we did play that. Yeah, I think so. Dragonito says, I'm waiting on Lost Odyssey and Suikoden playthroughs. Well, Lost Odyssey, I can...
It's just him to sway back and forth and fucking talk about nothing, man. I don't care about your Lost Odyssey playthrough.
Go play the original, so we're waiting on that collection.
All right, cool. Waiting on a remaster. I hate big companies. I'm going to buy all their remasters. Okay. Let's go.
Maybe someday we will play Lost Odyssey.
Maybe someday. The game that inspired him to start his YouTube channel still hasn't played it for YouTube. Very cool. Very meaningful.
Oh, is that true? The Suikoden creator passed away recently? Well, that's very sad.
Oh, is it?
It's just crazy when you think about it. Those games came out in the mid to late 90s.
Do you really care?
And, you know, I haven't played them since then. I played them in the mid to late 90s when they were new games.
Cool.
That's when I played them.
Makes it about himself.
But it's been so long since I played them. I still remember some of the music. It's so good. The fight theme and everything.
Okay. Pacific Drive, that's the question in the chat.
Oh, all right, well, that's everything that I have. If you guys have stuff you want to talk about,
I wanted to make a video about Pacific Drive.
Just tag me in the chat. I just received a $1 tip.
Brunel?
Explain to people who aren't members on the React channel why they should become a member there. What's the value? Number one, becoming a submission or ultra tier member means we get to have your clips as part of the show.
It's good bait.
If you're an ultra member, we're guaranteed
that bait is like specifically targeted at me. Fuck you if you did that.
Watch your clip every week.
Why did you have to bait him to like advertise himself?
So,
fuck you.
Guaranteed attention on the videos you want me to watch and seeing what you want me to react to. Okay? If you're a submissions tier member, an equal chance to get your video watched. In recent weeks, we've gotten through more than half of the submissions tier videos, so a good chance of getting your video watched every single week. Now, if it's a video that's super long, you know I'm not going to watch the whole thing. It's a clip show. If it's a video that's something really dumb or stupid, I'm probably not going to watch the whole thing. Or on the flip side of that, if I find it very boring or the audience finds it very boring, then I'm probably going to skip through it too. But that's the nature of a variety clip show. A chance to see me watch and react to something you submitted, and you're interested to see my reaction. That's the appeal of the show.
Okay.
This is not rocket science. This is not overcomplication.
What?
This is pretty...
He has to be an asshole to the guy asking a question. I know it was bait, but what if it wasn't? He doesn't know that, or at least he shouldn't know that. Why? Why are you like this? What did your mother do to you, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you? Actually.
Easy to figure out and understand.
What the fuck is happening?
And, yes, there's enough people on that channel that like that premise.
You're just an idiot. It's not hard to understand, idiot.
Because the show continues. It's been 62 episodes, and we're still going strong. Like I said, particularly, I just don't understand why the stream yesterday didn't do so good, right? All the other streams have done fine. One particular stream out of nowhere did poorly. I will, try and figure out why, get to the bottom of it, right? Outside of that, we're all good. Nothing wrong with the format of the show. No one's complaining. Besides maybe you, who wants me to change the whole format of the show.
What?
Anyway.
That was a different guy. Oh my god.
Thank you,
what
Hyperforce.
Okay. We're
For a
moving
super
on.
chat, would you be interested in playing Pacific Drive, a roguelike? You drive in a station wagon doing survival runs in a stalkerish zone. I've heard the name, but that's all I've heard. I haven't really seen too much about it.
Is he high?
So I don't know what it's on. I don't know.
I don't know,
plays.
Nex.
You know, if it would be interesting. What do you guys think? Is it on Is it on Xbox?
Great.
It's on there, right? All right, so it's not on there.
It's not on Xbox. Game
Every game we look
Pass.
for is not on there, right?
Because it's not on Game Pass, he's not gonna try it. Like, these are business expenses, right? People pay you, right? The amount of money you made today, you could just spend on the game. I don't know. What a
Here we
cool
go.
streamer.
People person says I never played Fallout before. Can you scroll off the screen?
Okay.
God damn it.
We're
Okay.
now?
I never played a Fallout game before. Can you explain basic stuff like stims and psycho when you enter them in the game?
No.
Yeah, they're
Too much money.
Please, Bill Brasky, thank you for the 4 months, man. That's great.
based
Thank you so much. That's awesome of you.
Hey, babe.
Thanks for sticking around.
drugs that either heal you or give you buffs. It's not much to really understand. Jordan says I want to see you react to a trailer of games that you've played to see if you think they were scams or not. Well, there you go. You could do that. If you're a channel member on the DSPReacts channel,
Great.
and you're a Ultra
Oh,
member,
boy.
I watch a clip you submit.
He interpreted that question as like a give me money and then nominate that. Like, bitch, that's an idea for an entire stream. What do you mean give you money for it? What?
Once a week for 4 weeks. You definitely could get 4 of them in there, and I could react that way.
Great.
Or if you're just a standard member,
Yeah, give me money. I know it's like a suggestion, but give me the money to do it. Then I'll do it.
excuse me, a submissions tier member, you can submit the clip, and there's an equal chance with everyone else that it'll be watched.
Nice.
So
That's awesome.
there you go.
Little fucking denim shirt, pajama shirt, white tee. Rest in peace.
Yeah, stim pack is just a health recovery item, and it'll recover limb damage as well.
All right, dude.
Sometimes you get
Holy shit, Mr. Matt.
Getting too much money.
I know the bomb alert is bugged for some reason, but 20 fucking gifted members, dude. This is you.
I'm really him. I'm him.
That's you, brother. Thank you so much for the 20. That's wow. Thank you so much, man.
As a baller as possible.
Mr. Matt, Master Matt. Thank you, man.
damage on certain limbs and it makes them weak. Like, for example, if you're a melee class, you're using your right arm to swing, but then you hurt your right arm, now
Enjoy,
your melee
guys.
does nothing, so you need to heal so that you can get your strength back in your arm.
I'm actually going to do some new emotes tonight. I got some ideas. I was going to make them after the stream. Big ups. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And video coming out. I'm going to release it because Cat co-op is apparently off the table. So me waiting for the new co-op thing is probably pointless. It's coming up sometime soon.
Okay. We got a little bit of extra time. If you'd like to talk about any topics, please tag me in the chat. If
Look
any
at this.
further contributions
This
come
is
in, I
when
will
you
shout them
end the
out. Thank
stream,
you.
dude. There's
Are there
nothing
still little
happening.
sci-fi horror games? It's a good question, Eternal. You know, when you look at sci-fi horror, what do you think of? Dead Space, or Callisto Protocol, I guess. Alien
Callisto.
Isolation, right? Maybe what was the one from the makers of Amnesia? Coma. Okay, but there's just not that many. You're absolutely correct. I don't know why. I don't know why it's few and far between.
Thank you, Mr. Matt. Thank you.
That we have this sci-fi horror style. I mean, BioShock, right? I mean, BioShock was probably the prime
What's up, Paul
example.
J.
And
Brazel?
it's been
What's
gone
up?
for over a decade. It's kind of fizzled out and died. I would like those.
Yeah. Anytime he opens up for Q&A, it's because he's
Joel
upset.
Loft says, I would like to see you play
He's
Kingdom Come
upset
Deliverance,
his
but
beg for tips failed. That's a great point. Only $20, so he needs to stall for an hour.
I'm telling you, I watched my wife play Kingdom Come Deliverance. The first one, we hated it. We were like, this game.
What do you mean we hated it? You didn't even play it.
Started off interesting, and once you get to like this first area, and you have no clue what to do, and the game is just tedious as fuck, and we were like, this game stinks. We're not playing this anymore.
I like
It's not
that
refined
game.
enough. It's not polished enough. It's just not fun. You know, maybe if you play it with a guide, it's fun. But just trying to figure it out for yourself, like I'd
Great.
rather.
So Kat is dumb at playing games too. She can't figure shit out by herself. Man, they really got 2 people in this. Like, he cloned her. She's a clone, the female version. He like tainted her. He got like transformed into him, like the Blob.
You know, take a 2x4 and just smash myself in the forehead a few times, and I'll look at the sparklies. It's more entertaining.
Okay.
You know, so
That's
we
hilarious.
stopped playing it and didn't like it. Okay. Jordan says my absolute dream would be a horror Escape from Jurassic Park. Aren't they making
Horror.
that? They're making that game, are they not?
My
Did
horror
they not
wife.
just show off that game that there's a Jurassic Park horror survival game coming out soon? I think they did. Have
Right.
I ever been a physical fight in real life? Yes, I used to be a.
Okay. Great answer. Great bait. Look at this asshole. The one time we know that he was about to be in a fight, he cried. So let's see his hot sarcasm answer. You excited?
Have I ever been a physical fight in real life? Yes. I used to be a bare-knuckle brawler in the mean streets of Bridgeport, Connecticut. I would just walk down the street and just start punching people in the face. And some would put up a fight. Some wouldn't, you know, especially the old ladies when I struck them down. They were very, like, blindsided. But, you know, I've been around. Anyway, I'm just Ken did a super chat. Are you covering Endless Ocean?
Oh, yeah, he used to beat up bullies. Nice, dude. Hey, Agent Proper.
Switch on Thursday. I have no idea what you're talking about, so I guess not. I don't know what Endless Ocean is.
Cool. How exciting. Someone bait him into talking about Stellar Blade. Because that was the point of my stream.
Okay.
I didn't expect
People
to still be
says,
here.
funny, sci-fi horror is big in Hollywood. I wonder why we never get Planet of the Apes-like game. It's not horror, but still. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know why we don't get more horror games to begin with. Maybe it's just because much like
What the
horror
hell do you
movies,
mean? There's so many horror games. What?
it's kind of like there's no originality. And when you play the 10th horror
Dude, horror games are like horror movies. They just keep coming out. There's so many.
game that plays the same as the other 10, it's not
I guess he just means AAA horror. I guess that's what he's
interesting
talking
anymore.
about.
You know, I love horror. I would like more horror. I would like variety of horror. And we just don't get it that often.
There's
you know?
so
What's
many.
the biggest horror game coming out soon? Silent Hill 2 Remake. Silent Hill 2 Remake? You couldn't come up with a new game? You had to remake a classic horror game from the 2000s? That's the big hot one? What about making a new one? Why can't we make new games? It's weird, right?
Okay. Keeps buying them. He's going to buy it day one. He's going to play it day one. And he's going to beg for money during it. Yeah, why do they keep making it? I don't fucking know.
Received a $6.
Like, there's so many games on Steam. He could play it on his mini PC. There's so many indie games. Pixel horror. Fucking isometric horror. There's so many. There's so many. He has a PC! That was a selling point. That was a gimmick about the mini PC. And he's not using it. Instead, he'll just choose to complain. He would rather complain than do anything for his business.
And 66-cent tip from Dan the Man. I guess he wants to really see my ass burn. Thank you very much, Dan, for your support today, and welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Oh, there it is. I'm like, where's the animation?
All right, let's see.
Can't see it. There it is.
Don't be
Time
a porn
for me
game,
to burn.
please. Okay, thank you. Horror! What is this? What is this? Look at all these. Huh? What is all this? I can't do this. Huh? I'm sure on console a lot of those games
DC,
are
how's
there.
it going? He says, how are you doing today? How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. I am doing well, thank you.
Okay, Phil. This is where you wrap it up. Please wrap it
One
up.
person says if they end up remaking Code Veronica in the same vein of the Resident Evil 2 remake, we make it the best horror game today. I would love for them to remake Resident Evil 0 or Resident Evil Code Veronica as more modern games that are more playable. Like Resident Evil 0 is just a fucking mess, as we know. I tried playing it in January. I couldn't even stomach the ending. I was like, fuck this. They really should make those games better and for audiences that would appreciate them because they haven't been played in a long time. Like, there's no real versions of those that probably this last generation has even seen.
Please. Come on, dude. It's over.
Our
End the
Jasper and
speech,
Cat.
man.
Jasper, you just saw. He's in here. He's actually running around. And Cat is all right. She's currently playing Fallout 4. That's what she's doing, just like me.
Wait, she's
doing her run in
home?
Fallout 4.
She's home. I thought she wasn't home because the cat was around. What? All right.
Jesus.
That lady's unemployed, I bet. She does not work anymore.
Star Wars Outlaws is looking good, but I just don't trust Star Wars games. I know. When you had Jedi Outcast, and it was a really good game, but then Jedi Survivor comes out, and it was a piece of shit. It couldn't even, ran so poorly. It's just stupid, because the game is good, but it runs like shit. Like, why would they do that to their game?
Slurms.
And that's the thing. That's exactly what happened with Jedi Survivor.
I've been saying that for a
I stand
while.
on my reasoning that I said last year. If Jedi Survivor had come out as a polished, complete product that ran well, that would have been a Game of the Year contender for most people. But it came out as an unfinished, buggy, frame rate dropping mess. And if you didn't notice, it got kind of panned when it came out. And no one talked about it after about a week or two after it being out. It's like it never existed. Like, it wasn't even in anyone's discussions at the end of the year as a good game, which is sad because it is a good game. So with this Jedi Outcast, I mean,
Like,
they cannot...
This kind of bothers me, though, when he talks about he tries to form some sort of consensus. And people must talk about a game for it to be good. Like, dude, why are you so worried about what other people are saying? If you like the game, you have an audience. Just say, hey, I really liked this game. Go play it. It's good. I don't know. Why are you so worried? Why do people need to also be talking about it? Just, I don't know. It's your opinion. You don't need other people to fucking validate your opinions.
Of Star Wars again. They've got to have... I mean, we just had Jedi Survivor run like shit. We have the Battlefront collection that runs like shit and is a buggy mess. We have to have a good Star Wars
he
game.
likes what
we can't
people
have Star
like.
Wars be the franchise, the IP that all their games are shit. Right? They got to fix this.
Okay.
Tub says, well,
Ubisoft has had a low-key hot streak with games recently, so I'm kind of starting to trust the Star Wars game. Guess we'll see. I don't know, man. I'm skeptical.
Ubisoft? Hot streak? What? Same sentence. What the fuck?
I don't think it has to do with the publisher. I think it has to do with the studio making the game and the pressure and the level of emphasis put on that game, right?
Skull and Bones. All right, dude. Next. Please wrap it up.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Okay. Any other topics today, guys, you want to talk about? Please tag me in the
No
chat.
problem,
We're getting
Radman.
contributions
See you
coming out,
later.
talking about. It looks like we're winding down here on the show.
He usually finishes at 4. He's not going to keep this up for another 40 minutes, is he?
Yeah, we haven't heard from Quantic Dream in ages. We don't know what they're working on. We knew that there was a Star Wars game. There's 0 updates on it. We don't know what happened with Quantic Dream at all. It's kind of weird because when there's radio silence on a major studio that just had a hit, like the Turbo Code Human was a huge hit for them. They actually sold more than they thought they would. And it actually had good residual sales too, like had legs. So now you think, oh, what are their next projects? You're excited. One's a Star Wars game, right? We've heard nothing. That's not a good sign. I really hope that they're doing all right over there because I want to play their next games, you know?
Man, imagine being excited for a Quantic Dream game. I'm a hater.
Oh, let's see here.
Fuck David Cage. Come on, dude. He's not going to do this for 40 minutes, is he?
What do I do the next suggestion box segment will be? Usually we do suggestion box when there's nothing else going on the show. So
Okay, so right now, right?
There's no gaming news, no topics to really discuss, and we're kind of, have a whole half hour or more.
Yes, you do. You have 40 minutes left on the fucking podcast, dude.
And I do it. So we'll have to see if there's any days now with no gaming news or anything coming up, and then we would do it.
Nice.
Keep in
Cool.
mind, though, I'm backlogged on the suggestion box by a ton. Like a ton. So if you have something that you want to ask me, you might have better luck doing it during a Q&A segment, because if you have something in the suggestion box that you're waiting for an answer, it could take like months. No lie. Like I think there's like a month of backlog in there. Yeah.
Oh my god. That's not
I
a
received
good
a $5 tip from a mysterious stranger. There you go.
All right.
The mysterious stranger.
Wow, he's up to
Thank you for $5 tip.
$33.
Which I don't know if I'm gonna do that or not. I don't ever have done a playthrough. Why the whole mysterious stranger thing? I don't think so.
All right, move on.
Exclamation point suggestion. The link pops up. It's
cool.
yes, although there will likely be times that I have to use guns because I'm forced to. Like if I can't reach a turret. That's what happened last time. Remember?
All right, Fallout 4 discussion.
Let's see. I would be in charge of Nintendo, and I would immediately change the entire company's culture to stop feeling like they're holier than thou, smarter than everyone, and always have to have a weird gimmick or innovation in a console. And instead, I would just make a Nintendo console that's powerful enough to run games well and make Nintendo first-party games look sick as shit. Can you imagine?
They already
instead
do.
of their bullshit gimmicks, one time they release a new Nintendo console that's powerful as hell, and you get insane graphics in a Mario or a Metroid or anything. Fuck that shit with their dumb kitty gimmick stuff, and go right ahead and give me a good console and pump out your first-party games. I would predict record high sales on every single one of them.
I don't know, man. The Switch is like the best-selling console right now, isn't it? I feel like they hit a home run with the Switch. It's not really gimmicky either. It has gimmicks, but it's not really. You could just play it as a normal console.
It would work.
The fuck are you? He still thinks it's 2007.
Don't listen to feedback. Nintendo literally does not accept feedback from any of their customer base. They just do whatever they want.
Okay. Brunel?
Okay, let's see. Did I hear Digital Foundry says performance mode for Fallout 4 doesn't even work when it's on? Oh, I don't know. It won't affect me because I'm already using the FPS boost on my Xbox Series X console, so there's no improvement to the performance. It will just run at 60 frames no matter what. So.
Okay.
Gia says, I caught up the end of your last playthrough a while ago. The excessive use of Stimpaks is giving me anxiety. I don't know what you mean. I have no idea what you mean.
disaster.
Are you talking about this playthrough of Fallout 4? Think I was using too many Stimpaks? I don't even remember that.
All right, Phil?
So here's the thing. Don Fanucci says, have I ever considered starting streaming earlier? Here's the deal.
Yes,
Could I stream
please.
earlier?
This is a good question. This is good. I want to hear this.
Yes. But sadly, it would just throw my whole household into disarray.
How? 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 Actually, how? Unemployed lady and unemployed man. How the fuck is that going to happen? Let me see this.
I stream at 10:45 a.m. is when I turn my stream on, correct? Some days a little later, but 10:45 is the sweet spot. This gives enough time so that, like, my wife can get up, get ready for work or whatever, and I'm not disturbing her, basically. She can do what she needs to do in the house, and then, get to work or whatever, and it's fine.
As if him sitting in his room playing a video game at, like, 8 a.m. is going to disrupt anything.
It also allows for the fact that it's kind of a normal schedule of getting up at a certain time and getting, when I have a day off.
What?
And we're going to have a normal day. We have to be able to be up when people are having breakfast. We have to be able to go out and do things when people are doing things. And
What?
You know what I mean?
What the fuck does that mean? I don't... Explain that. What do you mean, do I know what you mean? I don't know shit. What?
Having breakfast. We have to be able to go out and do things when people are doing things. And you know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean. I'm lost. Guys, explain. I'm lost. What does that mean? I have to be able to go out when people are doing things. What?
You have to have like normal business hours to have a normal life.
Okay, so why is waking up at like 8 a.m. bad? That's bad? People aren't awake at 8 a.m.?
Really, thank you.
Thank you, ES.
So, he can sleep while Cat cleans the house.
Exactly, thank you, ES.
And we've had that, thankfully.
Yeah, nobody's awake at 8 or
If
9.
I were to start earlier, like let's say I wanted to start way early, I could. Hell, I could start broadcasting 7 a.m. if I wanted.
Yeah.
And that would wake up the household. That would wake up my wife at 7 a.m., which of course she doesn't want to be awake at 7 a.m.
When does she work?
When I stream?
When does she work? She's not awake by 7. As if 7 a.m. is like the earliest. What? Like, what?
My voice carries through the house. I have to have this door shut, and even then you can hear me talk, but at least it doesn't boom and echo, right? It's not like this is a quiet job that I can just sit at the desk going, I'm making noise the entire time that I'm streaming.
Okay.
So if I get up early, my whole house has to get up early, which is kind of unfair. I don't want my wife getting up at 7 a.m.
Are you
for me to
kidding
stream at
me?
7, right? And like I said, in addition to that, that would throw off our entire
This makes no sense.
schedule for like our days off. Where
How?
We'd be getting up at 7 a.m. to do what? Sit around?
10 bands in your life, shit.
Rebsy.
Hey, babe.
No gaming news, bro. Paper Mario TD Remastered is coming out in 3 weeks, and there's screenshots all over Twitter, yet he says he loves it. Big, fat, X.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Rebsy with the 10. Yeah, no news. No news to talk about. He'd rather sit here and complain about how hard his life is. Thank you, Rebsy, so much for the 10. In case you didn't know, he can't wake up at 7. Because nobody wakes up at 7?
On a day off, there's nothing to do at 7. Nothing's open.
What?
Right? So,
dude, you can go grab breakfast. If he goes out and gets breakfast anyways, what do you mean? Go get breakfast in the morning. And then you should be done in an hour and then go start going shopping. I don't fucking know.
So we have our schedule in line with...
His days off are on a weekday. They're on a fucking weekday. It's not like it's the weekend.
What would be considered like a normal day of business hours. So when we have a day off, we can have all our appointments and the things we need to do during the hours.
The appointments. It's just the grocery store and the pet store. What are you on about, man?
And everything is open and all of that. You know?
Everything is
Here's
open.
The thing. If I did not, have a family, if I was not married, if there wasn't a household here, right?
What?
If it was just me.
All right. Before he continues this lie, flat out lie. When Panda left him, what time did he stream at? Remember how late he was? Every day, the infamous PA tweet hung over his shit in the morning. He sounded like he drank the night before. Yeah. Where were you? How come you were alone and you didn't stream at 7 in the morning? What was that about? Why are you just lying right now? What is that about?
I could hold whatever hours I want.
Whatever hours I want, except I was actually worse with hours when I was alone.
And I could stream whenever I want. And I would have pure flexibility to do whatever I want. But that's not my life anymore. I got married. I have a life now with a family and other people I have to worry about and a cat that I don't want to screw with. You know what I mean?
What?
I have these things going on. So I have to be in line with that kind of stuff.
How does the cat even factor into that?
Okay? I can't just be, oh, it's just about me, and my streams and my business. It's about...
Bitch, it's your fucking house! This lady lives there for free! What? Yo, what the fuck? Imagine inviting some fucking unemployed bitch into your house, and then you're, like, afraid to, like, run your house. What? Hello? Hello, Phil! It's your house! It's your name! What? This bitch better deal with it. What do you mean? What?
Our life together. Our stuff going on. You have to be, thinking of that, conscious of that. Right? Sadly, a lot of people are just so fucking self-centered in life.
Oh, great. Look, he's the good guy. He's the good guy. He's the hero of the story. He's like the moral, just figure. He's the knight in shining armor. What the fuck is happening?
Thinking of that, conscious of that.
right? Sadly, a lot of people are just so fucking self-centered in life. Oh, I'll just fucking do whatever I want. Wake up the whole house, make noise and shit, 7 a.m. No, that's not going to work. That's not going to fly.
I don't get it.
You know, for my
if anything,
family,
waking up at 7 a.m., if your wife was waking up at 7 a.m., that's probably better for her. Better for the both of you. You wake up in the morning, not at 12, not at 11. How is this a negative?
I have neighbors as well.
Neighbors,
you know,
yeah,
say,
as if the fucking neighbors matter. When you wake up, guys, my neighbors wake up at like 8, so you know I'm not gonna come into work, boss, at like 7 because my neighbors wake up at 8 o'clock. Okay, imagine telling your boss that. What the fuck does that matter? What does that actually matter? My neighbors. What? What? What?
When I stream. No, not for the most part, right? But if people are making loud noises at 7 a.m., you're going to be upset, right?
What the fuck? Are you kidding me? That has to be a joke.
I don't even think that would work because already I'm told that my late night streams are too late. Like, that's actually why I stopped doing midnight releases. If you remember, when I was in Connecticut,
oh my God.
I would do...
No. He stopped doing them because he lived with someone. He couldn't be up at the night hours because Panda Lee worked. What the fuck is this retcon?
If Grug make Cat mad, Cat gives Grug the strap on.
Thank you, Jay Wessel, for the 2. And Wesley with the 5.
I had to do it to them, snipe.
Thank you, Wesley. And
Remember
Jay.
how the SS asked him how a typical day is for him and he gave the worst answer possible. This is somehow dumber. Enjoy the skip juice.
Thank you, Wesley. Dude, he retconned the shit out of that. He did not stop midnight releases because they were late. What? Also, games come out at like 9 p.m. his time, and he still doesn't do it. They don't come out at midnight, which is a key thing he's ignoring. Like on the PlayStation Store, this shit comes out at like 9 o'clock. His time, not midnight.
And as of for streaming later, I don't even think that would work because already I'm told that my late night streams are too late. Like, that's actually why I stopped doing midnight releases, if you remember.
No, it's not.
When I was in Connecticut, I would do midnight releases frequently for new games. But as new games started coming out here, and I started covering them, people were like, nah, it's too late. Like I would do the stream, and I'd have less viewers than a daytime stream. If for a new release, hype, midnight release, no one would show up. So I stopped doing them entirely, you know?
Okay. I'll relax a little bit. Man, that's ridiculous. My neighbors.
That's correct as well. The Blimp says, plus remember, you're doing 6 days a week. It needs to be sustainable. If I was streaming 3 days a week and I did giant days of 7 a.m. till midnight, right? 3 days a week. Okay, that's maybe better, but I don't. I do 6 days a week, man. I do a lot of content.
What? He didn't even know what to say. That's maybe better, but I don't do that. Okay?
It's got to be more consistent. You know what I mean?
No, I don't.
Again, it's kind of, for me, it's like a 9-to-5 job. It's how I kind of treat it. So that way I can have a normal life outside of the streaming.
No, you don't,
If I had a weird hours and shit, then I wouldn't have a normal life.
Dude, you do have weird hours. You work from like 11 or 10 to 3 or whatever. And then you stop and then you start again for 2 more hours. Work, quote unquote work. It's not normal hours. You don't have a normal job. What do you mean?
Normal sleep schedule, I'd be all fucked up.
Sleep schedule. I'd be fucked up. Fuck you. Go wake your neighbors up, bitch. What the hell? I can't believe he just said that. Any of that. That was fucking pure bullshit. All just excuses so he doesn't have to wake up early. As an adult. As a 42-year-old. He wants to sleep in, mommy. God damn it.
Say hi to dog.
John Smith.
I will say hi to dog meat, Jade. He's dog meat. I will say hello to dog meat.
Okay. Great. He's really going to do this for 40 minutes. Oh, no, he's not. Okay, good, good. He's starting early.
Okay, kind of starting to calm down here. I want to say thank you all for the early support today. It's much appreciated.
$33?
If you like the Fallout stuff, please support it. I can tell you this, the video views are pretty good. We've actually had a good amount of people who have been doing like super chats, super thanks on the videos. That's cool because I almost never get super thanks. And in the last week, I actually got some super thanks on the Fallout stuff. That's much appreciated.
Okay.
But yeah, for those of you who are here live, thank you for supporting the streams. You all know, I try to hit that $50 goal every stream. That's awesome if we do. And thanks to everyone who's already hanging out and chilling and supporting. I appreciate that. What's up, Game Boy? How's it going today? All right. Shall we adjourn? I feel like we've run out of topics and people are just kind of meandering around here.
Finally.
So I feel like
Finally, dude.
I feel like it's time to begin.
One more beg for the road.
Blinky, you're a complete idiot. Enjoy your ban.
What? What did he
Thanks to
say?
Dumb show. I literally just explained how my job is different from everyone else's. That if I got up at 7 a.m. and was streaming, you would just hear me talking and would wake everyone up in the house, right?
Yeah,
He goes,
so what?
Oh, I'll tell my boss.
Who makes the money? Who makes the money for the house? Who pays for the bills, right? Supposedly? Does your wife help you more than we think? I don't know. Maybe.
You would just hear me talking and would wake everyone up in the house, right? He goes, oh, I'll tell my boss I can't get to work at 7 a.m. because I'm going to wake up my family. Your job does not require you to talk loudly in your house, waking everyone up in the household. You could probably...
But it requires you to get up and start doing shit. What if you make breakfast? What if you take a shower? What if you play music? What if you turn on the TV? It makes noise, right?
You get up and get ready for work and leave and not wake everybody else up, right?
Right.
But you're an idiot.
You're an
you don't
idiot.
listen to me, so go fuck yourself.
Go
Okay?
fuck yourself. Okay.
Yes, don't worry. Today I will definitely upload the podcast. Yesterday I forgot to upload the podcast at the right
Don't
time.
care. Don't care. Okay, Phil, are we done here?
I feel like we're good. Thank you
good.
guys.
Thank you.
for
Unrecorded
here on the
segment.
show and for listening to the news. I'm now very excited for Street Fighter 6, May 22nd, the big update. And thank you all for watching. Hope to see you for Fallout and Elden Ring today, and I'll tell you all about how it went tomorrow on the show. Peace out, everyone. I'll see you Tuesday. Okay.
Let's get this
Cool. Let's get
unrecorded
set up
segment
here.
going, and then I'm out of here.
My excellent Fallout border. The
Cool.
sun just came out outside, really bright. Holy shit. Sheesh, it's like blaringly bright out
It
there.
really bothers me too that he thinks this is charming. He thinks this is like cute. He's trying to be cute here. I don't know, man. This is very unprofessional. You'd think you'd have the scenes set up. And the problem is, on OBS, he copy pastes his webcam source instead of just making a new one per scene. That's why it's always a different size, and he has to resize it. It's not cute, man. It's not funny. You're not like a 12-year-old streaming for the first time. It's not cute. It's a business, right?
Which is probably why I look so
It's a 9-to-5 job, as you like to think of it, as you just told us.
bright on camera. It's coming
Fix
through
your
the blinds
fucking
so
layouts,
bright
man.
out there. Like, oh my god. Okay.
No problem, Wesley. Thank you so much, man.
How many hours of sleep do I usually get? Depends on the night. Depends on when I fall asleep, how tired I am. It could vary. I think the sweet spot you want to aim for is between 6 to 7 hours, and that's what I try to get every night. Some nights I don't get to sleep that fast, and I get less. Some nights I'm super duper pooped, and I fall asleep early, and I get that
Damn, 5 to 6 hours, and he wakes up at like 10. What? Bro, when do you go to bed? What?
much or more. So it all depends on the night.
Why do you stay awake so late? What the fuck? What? Forbidden math. What? What are you doing at night, Phil?
No, I'm not
Phil,
in new blinds or anything like that.
Is Jin involved?
In a little while, it won't even matter because in a little while, the air conditioner will be in. And therefore, there will be no heat issues in this office because the air conditioner will always keep it cool. Right now, we actually are very lucky. We've had a string of cooler weather for the last week and a half, and it looks like it will persist.
He
for the next week and a
babysits the
half.
uploads.
Usually by now, I actually kind of have the air
That's
conditioner
my
in
favorite
already,
answer.
but I feel like I've been lucky this year with the weather. So I'm hoping for the best. You know, the later the better, because that means less cost of electricity and also fresh air for longer. And fresh air is better than having this processed air, you know, running through this air conditioner. So we'll see how it goes. But hopefully, I will be able to hold off as long as.
So hold on, before we end here, let me get this straight. This guy is talking about waking up in the morning. Waking up in the morning, not wanting to cause noise. What are you doing staying awake till 4 a.m., 5 a.m.? What are you doing? Does that not cause noise? What the fuck are you doing at that time? Is Cat also awake? What? What the hell? What is this clown house?
Possible.
What the
Probably like
fuck?
mid to late May, it's gonna be in there. The good news is you guys shouldn't hear it this year. Unlike previous years where you always heard
Processed
that
air. I
atmospheric
didn't
noise
even
of the air
catch that.
conditioner. I have filters on the mic now. You should not hear it ever.
Separate bedrooms? Question mark. What?
You will never hear that. So that's pretty cool.
It's got to be separate bedrooms, right? Why is 4 a.m. okay, but 7 a.m. is not? Explain that to me, Phil.
You notice I don't delete my games? I delete when I'm done with.
How are you not making noise and shining lights at 4 a.m.? But it would be 7 a.m. would be the problem.
them. Like for example,
Explain that.
Right now, I know I'm totally done with Alone in the Dark.
Yeah, just
so
don't
that's one
think about it.
I can definitely get rid of. I'm not going to be playing that again. We did the 2 runs already, right? Sea of Stars, we're going to go back to at some point. Harold Halibut, probably not, but it's a small game anyway. And everything else I'm playing, you know, don't have too much else on here. So I basically delete them when I need to. That's the thing, though. And I actually talked about this recently. A lot of people have said when this console gen was launching that the consoles just didn't have enough storage space, right? Like PS5 and Xbox Series X. Oh my God, the storage space is so small. Everyone's going to need to buy expansion hard drives. And there were so many advocates, buy the expansion hard drive, buy the expansion flash card, buy this. And they're all expensive. They're like $300, right? It's like the cost of the console to expand your hard drive space. I have never had a problem whatsoever with hard drive space. Okay. Not once.
Yeah, you're
not once has to have, oh shit, I can't fix
special
this
kid,
stuff.
main
or
character.
Fit this stuff. Not once at all. So I don't understand. Like, unless you're playing 8-9 games at a time, who the fuck does that? I don't know how you can run on a hard drive.
I don't think most people buy a new game, beat it to completion, and then buy another one. I think most people just have multiple games on their console.
Even the base hard drives in these
That's
consoles
have
never
works,
been an issue for me.
Okay, whatever.
Why would I spend $300 on an expansion flash card or hard drive? It seems like a pretty stupid ripoff. And what's funny is so many people were recommending that when the consoles first came out, and I was like, I'm going to wait and see, and I'm very glad I did.
All right,
okay.
Dude. He's arguing that games aren't big. Like, what?
All right, guys.
Anyways.
Real fast. I'm just going to go use the restroom, and then we're going to begin.
Yeah,
It will
John
not be a long
Smith.
break, but I'm just going to go do that before we begin, and then we'll start, so I'll be right back.
All right, he's on break, which means I'm off the clock. I'm clocking out. Oh, wait, he's back. Hold on. Let's see. He's back.
You just jumped up. You silly guy. How dare you steal my seat? How dare you steal the seat? He wants to stream.
Wheelchair simple. Wheelchair
He wants
simple.
to stream, but he's told me that he wants to play the Little Kitty Big City game. And it's not out yet. It comes out in early May. Says I should check it out. So maybe I'll have to check that out on Game Pass. All right.
All right, I gotta get out now. This place, it's Ix Toxic.
Mouth-drooling fucking retard.
This
I shouldn't have said that.
this slur, this guy. I'll probably stream tomorrow as well. I'll be back. I promise. I got a video in the works. Cat co-op video. Big ups, SD, President, Tanaka, John Smith, all you guys, Dark Crow, Wesley, Doth. Thanks for everything. The likes, the super chats, the comments. You guys are fucking hilarious in chat. Shoutouts to Tevin. Nice seeing you, man, as always. Big ups, guys. I'll play you off. Let me just get some, I guess. I don't know. Let's get a KO Gaming 1 video. Oh, that's not what the channel is called anymore. I forgot. All right, let's continue this video, or let's just watch one, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. All right. Have fun.
Everyone?
What is going on?
KO Gaming, and
I'll play you off. Have fun, guys. Have a great night.
Series where I give you
I'm
maximum
him.
truth and
I've
minimum
been
bullshit
him.
regarding
I
the
will
latest
continue to
video
be
game
him.
releases. And I've got a question. What is up with game developers reviving long-dead franchises? I mean, just recently, some of the games that I've reviewed were games that have pretty much have been unheard of for some 5 or more years. And the subject of today's review is no different in Mirror's Edge Catalyst. But let's talk a little bit of history before we get started. Way back when, in late 2008, Mirror's Edge was released. A unique combination of first-person parkour platforming, as well as a little bit of hand-to-hand combat, and a unique artistic style, this game received kind of a mixed reaction from audiences. Some really enjoyed the things that it did uniquely, but others strongly criticized the short length of the game, as well as the abundance of game bugs and physics clipping issues that ran rampant within it. So, the game kind of was just out and released and had some people who liked it, some people who didn't, and over the years it kind of got a cult following. But we never heard anything else from the franchise, and a lot of people were up in arms with EA saying, gee, what happened? Why don't you continue on an original game franchise like Mirror's Edge? Even though it wasn't necessarily the biggest sales hit, we'd like to see more of it. So fast forward to E3 2013, when EA actually did announce that DICE would be working on a semi-sequel, but really what it would be a franchise reboot in the form of Mirror's Edge Catalyst. Well, this week, Mirror's Edge Catalyst finally released after so long of a wait, almost 8 years since its predecessor. Was it worth the wait? Well, let's talk about it. Although it is formally a reboot, the plot of Mirror's Edge Catalyst is very close to that of the original game. You play as an Asian female protagonist named Faith. You're sprung from jail early on in the game to find out that you are part of the City of Glass, this hyper-modern, futuristic city that is overrun by corporations, and basically all the normal citizens are bogged down and controlled by this man called Kruger, who basically owns and controls everything. You quickly join a group of free runners, people who run throughout the city off the grid, meaning they're not hooked in and connected by the same GPS tracking things as every other citizen in the city, and it's your job to try to basically sabotage all of the intentions of Kruger. You want to try to free the townspeople, you want to try to basically make it a more independent society free of this corporate clutch. Now, on its surface, the gameplay of Mirror's Edge Catalyst is very similar to that of Mirror's Edge. The vast majority of the time, you're going to be doing parkour throughout a city. You're also going to be following along colorful little trails that tell you how to get from point A to point B, similar to how things were colored in the original game. And yes, there's going to be some combat in there, although it's not the major focus of the game. And that's really where the similarities kind of end between the two games, because Catalyst attempts to try to take this franchise into the modern era by making the game completely free roam, open world in the City of Glass. There's a lot of things that I think work well and a lot of things that don't, so let's get down to it. First off, the gameplay. There are two primary elements to the gameplay of Mirror's Edge Catalyst: the parkour free running and the physical hand-to-hand combat. First, the free running. I'll be honest here, I actually felt that the free running parkour in Mirror's Edge Catalyst was actually improved off of the one that was back in the original Mirror's Edge. I mean, you've got a few other maneuvers here that weren't possible in the original game. Basically, you feel a lot more kind of adjusted to being able to take bigger falls with things like the recovery roll, and I did feel that it was kind of freeform and fun in most cases. However, once you finally get into the meat of the game and you start getting to near the end where things are a lot more challenging and there's a lot more kind of risk of instant death if you fall, this is where the game's startling shortcomings start to take form. You'll notice that you want to jump to a ledge that's seemingly in front of you. Oops, the jump didn't seem to come out at the right time. Or oops, you wanted to jump perfectly straight, but for whatever reason, Faith decided to go slightly right or slightly left, leading to a cheap instant death and a checkpoint load. Now, normally you might say, well, that's fine because the checkpoints are great, right? Well, kind of. Because some of the checkpoints in Mirror's Edge Catalyst are amazing. They literally will load you from where you jumped off the ledge and you could just try that jump again. But there were other times in the game when I was loaded entire rooms back, you know, right before a few difficult jumps that I had just successfully done, and now I had to do them again and again. The checkpoints seem inconsistent. It really is kind of weird the way that they're set up in the game, sometimes being great and sometimes not being very good at all. So ultimately what ends up happening is the further you get into the game, the more frustrated you get with the parkour, especially when one missed jump can lead to an instant death, making you replay an entire segment of the game. It's kind of the same kind of deal that I had with the original Mirror's Edge. It's just not there yet. Even 8 years later, this first-person parkour is good. It's improved from the original, but it's not great enough to support an entire game, in my opinion. And ultimately, it's either going to end up being repetitive and boring, or incredibly frustrating near the end of the game. There are two primary reasons why you'll want to use this parkour. Number one, to basically get from point A to point B and complete the story of the game. The story itself encompasses many different missions. There's actually 16 story missions total that cover entirely about maybe anywhere from 5 to 8 hours of gameplay, depending on how good you are at the game. That's cool, and you'll meet a wide variety of characters, and it's all said and good. The story of the game isn't too bad until the end, which we're actually going to talk about in a little bit. But then there's the other reason for parkour, the free roaming aspect of Mirror's Edge Catalyst, which is basically all of the side quests. And unfortunately, unlike the story of the game that will present you with kind of a variety of environments and things, this really doesn't fly so well in my opinion. Right from the get-go, you're going to notice that there's random NPCs just kind of standing about the city, and you're like, what's this about? Sometimes they just don't do anything when you walk up to them. Eventually, at certain parts of the story, they will unlock missions for them. Now, what kind of missions are there? Well, there's a race from point A to point B where you have to do it within a certain time period. There's a package which you have to take from point A to point B during a certain time period, which is actually identical to the race, so it doesn't make any sense that they even call it something different. There's also antennas that you can destroy. Once you do, usually some security forces show up and you have to fight them off. And then finally, there's billboards which you need to hack. Each time that you do, you'll actually get some experience points. So basically, the side content of the game allows you to get extra experience, which is all well and good, except that it's not needed. Because during the course of the story of the game, per each story mission, you're earning around 500 to 750 experience points, which add up to about enough to get an upgrade in the skill tree for Faith. The bottom line is, when I played Mirror's Edge Catalyst, I did minimal side content. In fact, the only side content that I did were the nodes. What these are different towers within the City of Glass that once you unlock them, you will actually have fast travel enabled to some of your hideouts. So it behooves you to do them because then you can actually get from point A to point B really quickly without having to repetitively run back and forth across the city rooftops. So I did all of those, but outside of that, I never did any of the other side content of the game, and I coasted through it. You don't need all of the upgrades that Faith gets or that are available, and the bottom line is, by the end of the game, I only was short by maybe 3 or 4 of them anyway. So the side content is completely oblivious to the game. You don't need to do it. It's literally there just to pad the game and say, oh, well, if you do everything, it's 40 hours of gameplay. Yeah, but when only 5 to 8 hours of gameplay is meaningful because that's the story, and you don't need to do the other 32 hours of gameplay, and it doesn't give you anything significant, it's a complete waste of your time, and it's meaningless. And that's one of my major gripes with Mirror's Edge Catalyst. My other gripe with the game is the other major component of it, the hand-to-hand combat. A lot of people strongly criticized the original Mirror's Edge, saying that the combat was very weak, and that it behooved you to kind of avoid the combat rather than even go hand-to-hand with anyone because you felt like such a weakling. And so that was one of the things that I think they sought to improve with this game, and it didn't work. I actually think that it completely backfired in the opposite direction. The hand-to-hand combat in Mirror's Edge Catalyst is incredibly simple. You have a light attack, which you can mash to do up to 3 hits, leading to a combo. After you fight a few weak enemies, you're going to realize most enemies you cannot use the weak attack against because they block it. Your second attack is a heavy kick. You can use this kick to either force an enemy backwards or kick them left or right, into other enemies, or into a wall, or even over a railing for an instant kill. This is your bread and butter attack. Every single time you see an enemy in the game, you're either going to want to jump and press kick, or just do a running kick, or a standing kick, or a side kick. And you can mash it repeatedly, wash, rinse, and repeat. You can beat almost every enemy in the game just by mashing kick, and maybe dodging a little bit to the left and right. It's absolutely pathetic, and the hilarious part is watching the combat of this game, as the enemies literally, as you kick them, turn into wet noodles. The physics engine turns them into ragdolls that bounce off of each other. They hug each other lovingly. Their faces will connect with other people's ball sacks. It just doesn't make any sense. If I just lightly kick you, do you completely become paralyzed and fall apart like a freaking ragdoll? Of course not. But that's what the combat is in 100% of Mirror's Edge Catalyst. It never improves, no matter how many abilities you unlock, no matter what you do. The combat becomes dodge, mash triangle, repeat, repeat, repeat. It's terrible, and that is horrible for a game where it seems like they were trying to evolve the engine. They went from completely bad combat to completely too easy, watered down garbage combat. It's laughable, and if you don't believe me, the only thing I need to show you is this one combat scene from the end of the game. This is the most challenging combat in the game. Here we go. Hi.
Oh, whoa. Classic, I need those doors open. Now! There's K-Sec everywhere.
Why is it not working? Wow. Oh, look! This game's great. Look at this. They really had a lot of attention to detail, tons of polish. You can tell they definitely took their time with the game development and did a great job. Yeah, if that doesn't show you why you should completely write off the combat of this game, I don't know what else will. But it also highlights yet another major problem of the game, clipping, and the graphically glitched physics engine. Yes, there are many times during the game when during combat, enemies would just kind of phase into walls, link into railings. It was gross, it was disgusting, and I can't believe that they did not improve this. It's just such a silly thing in 2016 to have a game where enemies are just like phasing through walls and shit. It just is not acceptable. But it's not just that. Many times during the game while I was doing platforming, this would happen. In fact, during one particular segment, as I was falling, I infinitely fell and could never touch the ground. Therefore, I couldn't progress with the game until I reloaded a checkpoint. But what makes this so ridiculously embarrassing for DICE is because the same exact physics bug was existing in the original Mirror's Edge, as you can see right here. It's the same fucking bug. They never fixed it in 8 years of game development. They couldn't fix it. They couldn't find this one bug in the code of the game and make it so that you don't infinitely fall in certain areas. It's a laughable joke. In addition to that bug, my game crashed several times during the course of my playthrough, forcing me to reload from a checkpoint. In one case, this was actually pretty advantageous because the checkpoint was a great one. In another part, I had to completely replay several minutes of gameplay. So it's very frustrating. It's a buggy game. It's a mess of a game. The combat is terrible. There's a lot of negatives to be said here. For a game that's supposed to be next-gen and modern, there's a lot of things here that just went totally awry. So now everyone, before I progress to the next part, spoiler alert, because I'm never really do this in a review. I really almost never will reveal any kind of major spoilers about a game, but I'm so convinced that you should not play Mirror's Edge Catalyst because of its shortcomings. There's two critical things about the end of the game that really pissed me the fuck off that I need to share with you. So spoiler alert, if you don't want to be spoiled on the game, stop watching the review right here. But at this point, with all the negatives I've already said, I'm pretty confident I've already convinced you to stay away. First off, the final boss of the game. I've never seen anything like this in my life. I'm just going to let it speak for itself. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is in the flesh. To me. Ooh, talk to me. Yes, I'm sure she did this. Oh my god. Oh, this looks safe. Why are we doing... What the fuck? What was I supposed to do? What the fuck? This is probably like the final sequence. That's right, there's no final showdown against an antagonist, there's no final combat cutscene, there's not even a final epic parkour segment. The end of Mirror's Edge Catalyst, you jump over a ledge and you are free falling to your death, and you have no guidance whatsoever of what you're supposed to do to survive it, and you will fall again and again and again until finally you flub around with the controller enough to figure out, oh, there's a pad down there that's invisible, you can't see it, and you're supposed to land on it. It literally took me about 15 tries to even see the pad, and then finally land on it. That's the final challenge. Once you complete it, guess what? The final cutscene loads. That's the end of the game. That is ridiculously underwhelming and unacceptable. But to make matters even worse, major spoiler number 2, and reason you should not play this game, I'm gonna play word for you this one phrase from the final cutscene. You won't believe it. Here it is.
I wish I could say everything changed. That the employees rose up in disgust over reflection and overthrew the conglomerate. But there was no mass uprising.
Huh.
No
it changed
riots in
nothing.
streets.
Nope, it changed absolutely nothing.
Krugersek remained in control. Life went on as before. Or almost. Because something had changed. We'd started something. Something we intend to finish.
And so the entire game was worthless because nothing changed and there's no good ending at all. You basically wasted all of your time and money. Like literally in the ending, the game devs are telling you, well, you just wasted all your time and money playing this fucking piece of shit. No resolution. Everything's just as it was before you even picked up your fucking controller. Wow. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. In all of your hours of gameplay that you put into Mirror's Edge Catalyst, nothing happens. Basically, everything at the end of the game is exactly as it was at the beginning. None of the things that you do in the game have any impact on anything. And if I've ever seen one, this is an insanely cheap attempt to create a franchise and say, oh, well, nothing happened in the first game, now you've got to tune into the second to actually see plot progression. So, 8 hours of story, no matter how many hours you spend free roaming and doing all the repetitive and nonsensical, unnecessary side missions in the game, nothing happens, and the end of the game is exactly the same as the beginning. Wow, I've never played a game that made me feel so utterly fucking worthless, useless, and powerless. When I heard this, I slammed my fucking controller down on stream and said, God damn it, what the fuck kind of a piece of shit ending is this? There's no reason to ever play this fucking game. So let's recap the positives with the negatives. The positives of Mirror's Edge Catalyst. A nice, colorful, vibrant open world, a lot of different environments that you'll go into over the course of the game that are very colorful and unique in their own right, and an improved parkour engine that I actually felt was better from that of the original game, and of course a 5 to 8 hour long story with some interesting characters and narrative in there that I actually thought was entertaining. And that's where the positives end for this game. Let's talk negatives. Number 1, parkour that becomes wonky and imprecise near the end of the game. A checkpoint system that's not consistent. Sometimes it's really awesome and other times it's absolutely terrible, leading to frustration. Open world gameplay a la side quests that are completely worthless because you don't need the extra experience they grant you to get any upgrades. You can get all the upgrades that you need to finish the game just by playing the story, making the additional 30 hours of gameplay completely fucking useless. A hand-to-hand combat engine that is incredibly laughable, incredibly simple, you can mash buttons and win 95% of the time, and a physics engine for the combat that turns your enemies into wet puddles of physics mayhem that look absolutely hilarious, and you cannot keep a straight face while you're actually doing this. Oh yeah, there's a ton of bugs and physics issues in the game, including game crashes and the like that make it incredibly frustrating. And then at the end of the game, the final boss is a joke, and the ending is a fucking bait and switch piece of shit that says you have to buy the sequel to get any kind of plot progression. Bullshit. Ladies and gentlemen, Mirror's Edge Catalyst, an 8-year wait for a piece of fucking dog shit. This game is not good. This game could have been good if it had the correct creative control. If I actually feel, honestly, that Mirror's Edge Catalyst would have been better if it were not open world. If they had made it linear like the original game, but they had just doubled the length of the original game, and they had modernized graphics and slightly better combat, it could have been absolutely amazing. Instead, they went the easy route. They said, let's look at all the other popular open world games. What do they have? Oh, repetitive side content, repetitive fetch quests, and stupid race missions, and the same stuff you've seen in games like Far Cry, and Infamous, and these other games. They're all in Mirror's Edge Catalyst because they decided to do absolutely nothing creative or original. They played it safe. They said, let's do what everyone else has done. This game sucks because of it. I am so disappointed. An 8-year fucking wait for nothing. All that time wasted. So, all things considered, all factors weighed, I actually think the original Mirror's Edge is a better game than Mirror's Edge Catalyst simply because it knows what it is. It was trying to do something different. It failed on some levels and succeeded on others. It was too short, but at least when you were playing it, you felt like you were doing something meaningful and creative. Mirror's Edge Catalyst is exactly the opposite. It plays it too safe. The story's pretty good, but ultimately the side content is completely worthless, and by the time you beat the game makes you feel like you wasted all of the time you invested in it with a shitty ending. Wow, fuck you, DICE, for doing such a shitty end to this game, seriously. I give Mirror's Edge Catalyst a 6 out of 10. It's certainly a functional game. It's not a huge unplayable train wreck like Homefront: The Revolution, which a lot of people kept asking me about. Do I think it's that bad? No. But at the same time, I certainly don't think that it's a game that you should bother playing. At the very least, maybe check out someone's playthrough and check out the story. This thing's not even worth a rental. It's a complete waste of your time. It's just sad. It's an 8-year wait for nothing. What a stinker. Well, that's it from my review, everyone, and I sure hope that you enjoyed it and found it informative. If you did, please consider giving this video a like right here on YouTube, and also please check the video description where you'll find links to my raw gameplay footage of Mirror's Edge Catalyst over on my live streaming and raw gameplay channel, DSPgaming. You'll also find a link to my Patreon at patreon.com/darksidephil, as well as an Amazon Associates link. Thanks a lot for watching, everyone. As usual, I'll see you later on the next episode of The Hateful Truth. Peace out.